between the Pope and the Dominicans. But when the second volume of the Benighted Letters appeared, wherein the Dominicans were painted in the blackest colors, they begged the Pope to shield them from the wrath of the people. This time he listened to them, and prohibited the circulation of the pamphlet. This command was unheeded, as the light of knowledge was beginning to spread over the world, and the satire was read by many priests and monks of other orders than the Dominicans, and, at the same time, the humanists distributed pamphlets and circulars against the Dominicans. After no long interval, a second edition of the Benighted Letters appeared, to the joy of the Reuclinists. The Dominican leaders saw now that there was a rupture in the Catholic p. 98 Church, and announced to the Pope that the people ridiculed their teachings and would not obey the doctrines of Catholicism. This time they told the truth. Hitherto, sufficient credit had not been accorded public opinion by the rulers, although the influence wielded by Luther was almost wholly due to it, and he acknowledged that the controversy between these two great parties had paved the way for the Reformation. After Maximilian's death, the strife became still more intense, and the topics most often heard were those of the Talmud, Reuchlin, Luther, and the Reformation. At the meeting of the electors of Germany, to choose an emperor, they all sanctioned Reuchlin's actions. Ulrich von Hutten persuaded the knight, Franz von Eikingen, to separate himself from the Catholic Church and join Reuchlin and Luther. This knight and his companion, Dalkri, with many other friends of Reuchlin, demanded that Hochstrater pay the sum of 111 gulden to Reuchlin to defray the costs of the trial at Speyer, and also give bonds not to further molest Reuchlin. The Dominicans were fully aware that this command must be obeyed, unlike that of the emperor or the pope, which they would have unhesitatingly disobeyed. They were compelled to pay the above sum, but as the treasury of the government was empty, the sum did not go to Reuchlin, but to the government. Hochstrater was deposed from his post of judge of the Inquisition, and a committee of monks requested the Pope to do all in his power to end the strife, and allow Reuchlin to live in peace, since he was a great scholar and a firm believer in Christianity. The Talmud attained new prestige, since henceforth the Pope looked upon it with favor, and even persuaded Daniel Bamberg, of Antwerp, a famous printer, to issue a complete edition for the first time in its history. And, so, in the year 1520, the Babylonian Talmud appeared, with all the commentaries, in 12 volumes, and from this all later editions have been copied. Reuchlin in his last years was compelled, like Luther, to leave his home and seek an abiding place where he could live in peace. Later, when Luther sent delegates to the prominent rulers of Germany, the Pope was forced to adopt the suggestion of the Dominicans and excommunicate Luther, and at the same time prohibit Reuchlin's works. But both the excommunication and prohibition were publicly burned by Luther. p. 99. On the 10th of December, 1520. From this time on, Luther threw off the chains of the Pope, and inaugurated the Reformation. Again, and for the last time, Pfefferkorn appeared with a new pamphlet against Reuchlin, but it received no countenance. On the contrary, he was abused by all factions, and his suggestion to expel the Jews from Frankfurt was denounced by all alike. After this event, nothing more was heard of him. As soon as the Reformation was established, Reuchlin was called to take the chair of Hebrew in the University of Tübingen, where he taught many students. He died in 1522, to the great grief of his admirers. Reuchlin was generally credited by the Reformers with being one of the initiators of the Reformation. Next, Chapter 15. Polemics with Muslims and Frankists. Previous next. Chapter 15. Polemics with Mussulmans and the disputes with the Frankists. The Jews were not exempt from disputes with scholars of Islam also during the first years of the latter's history, but these disputes differed from those with the Christians in that they did not involve the Jews in calamities. In addition to the oral disputes, many controversial books appeared between the 9th and the 16th centuries, among which were the books of Sa'adia the Jayan against the Karaites, which the Karaites answered, not with arguments, but with scoffing. A great quantity of books were issued by the Karaites in which they ridiculed the rabbis, in particular Saadia the Jaon, who exposed their weaknesses. Like service was performed by the book of Samuel ben Chapni Hakahan, entitled To Exalt the Value of Theological Studies, against whom the Karaite Samuel ben Jehuda Eben Ajia wrote a pamphlet under the title Strenuous Denial. R. Jehuda Halevi's Hakasri and Maimonides' controversial letters also had for their aim the strengthening of the foundations of the creed. But the strife raged with the greatest intensity in Spain in the middle of the 12th century. First appeared the book on Sefer Habrath by R. Joseph Kimchi. Following this came controversial works by R. Jacob B. Reuben, R. Moses B. P. 100. Tikhon, and R. Moses B. Solomon, of Salary, the title of the latter's book being A Word of Faith, in which he records disputes with Christians, by R. Gchiel B. Joseph, of Paris, R. Nathan, of UPS, R. Joseph, and R. Meir B. Simeon, in his book The Battle of Merit, in which are related his disputes with the Archbishop of Narbonne, and by R. Mordecai B. T. Joseph in his book, The Strengthener of Faith, written against the Christian, Paul Christianus, who had held many controversies with Ramban and others. In reply to the book of Abner of Burgos, who adopted the name of Alphonse of Valladolid, and who wrote much that was hostile to Judaism, appeared works by R. Isaac Ebn Palkara, as well as by R. Joseph Shalom, under the title of A Reply to Alfonso's Writings. How great a degree of tolerance the Jews manifested in this controversy may be seen from what Moses of Narbonne wrote of Abner, his former friend, namely, that he was intelligent and virtuous, but disp-erring, unable to endure the calamities heaped upon the Jewish people, not content with the peace to his soul, but seeking also worldly happiness, and, reading in the stars that the Jews' destiny was to suffer and bear trials, he fell into the error of thinking that they would never again be strong as a nation, and counseled them as he himself had done, to accept Christianity, not submit to their fate. R. Moses de Torzilla also wrote a book entitled Aid to Faith, consisting of 17 chapters, in the form of a dialogue between professors of the two religions. In all these books it is declared that the Haggadahs of the Talmud are not authoritative but are to be regarded barely as fiction, and as devoid of any sacredness. In Germany also appeared in defense of Judaism the work Book of Victory, by the excellent writer, R. Lippmann of Mühlhausen, which appears to have made so deep an impression that the Bishop of Brandenburg, Stephen Baitgei, felt it necessary to reply to it. Lastly may be mentioned the two disputes which took place between the rabbis and the Frankists in 1756 to 1757, at the command of Bishops Dąbrowski and Michalski, in Kamenitz, Podolsk and Lemberg, cities of Poland. These terminated the disputes which the Jews were compelled to hold with their opponents in the presence of the people and dignitaries. They p. 101 were distinguished by the fact that the Frankists impeached the authority of the Talmud on the strength of the Midrash of R. Simeon b. Jacques, termed Zohar, which they considered sacred, while they regarded the Talmud as profane. These disputes were further distinguished by the circumstance that the founder of the Hasidismus, R. Israel Baal Shem Tov, was elected as the chief disputant to represent the rabbis, forced to dispute with the Frankists in Michalski's presence. The Frankists were an offshoot of the sect of the false Messiah, Shabbatai Zvi, who produced a storm throughout the whole world in the year 1654. One Jacob Frank, a Polish Jew, accepted Islamism at Salonika, where he joined the sect of Shabbatai Zvi, who were seeming Mohammedans and were called Dhamma. In 1754 he arrived in Poland and set to work, with the assistance of two rabbis, Moses and Nachman, who accompanied him, to revive the creed of Shabbatai Zvi. The followers of Shabbatai Zvi, who still remained in Poland, received him with open arms, and entered upon an open propagation of the mischievous teachings. The Jews thereupon informed the ecclesiastical authorities of the country of their activity, which so alarmed them that they hastened to the bishop and asserted their belief in the Trinity, and that they were not Talmudic Jews, but followers of the Zohar Zoharites. they petitioned Bishop Dembowski of Kamenitz to force the Jews to dispute with them and thus afford them opportunity to prove that the only true belief is in one God in three persons, incarnate in the flesh, and the teaching of the Talmud all vanity, etc., a rehabilitation of all the old slanderous charges. The bishop ordered the dispute to begin in May, 1754, and the Jews, not appearing at the appointed time, incurred a heavy fine therefor. In June of that year there assembled at Kamenitz 30 rabbis, from whom were chosen as disputants our Leib Mizibaz, our Bar Joslovitz, our Mendel Satanow, and our Joseph Kremnitz, and about the same number of Frankists, headed by Leib Krim of Nadverna, Solomon Shur of Rahadin and Nachman of Bushk. The pleading of the rabbis that in the Zohar and in all the books of Israel there is no hint of a trinity, which was purely an invention of the Frankists themselves, was of no avail, for Dembowski decided against the Jews and fined them 5,000 gold guldens, to be paid to the Frankists, and also directed the p. 102 Jews to dispute with the latter whenever called upon. 150 gold guldens were likewise to be paid by the Jews for the repair of the Christian cathedral at Kamenitz. All copies of the Talmud were to be burned, although the Jews appealed to the king, August 3, against this decree of Dembowski, claiming that they possessed the right, accorded to them by previous rulers, to print the Talmud, and although they were sustained in this contention by many princes of the kingdom, yet, owing to the political and religious turmoil then existing throughout the kingdom, the king, or his minister, could give no heed to the matter, and the Jews were forced to submit to the decree of the bishop. Shortly thereafter, however, Dembowski died a sudden death, and was succeeded by Labinsky, who showed no favor to the Frankists. The Jews, with the help of the government officials and an expenditure of money, effected the expulsion of the Frankists from their residence near Kamenitz, for being neither Jews nor Christians, and they suffered persecutions. They were compelled to shave part of their heads and half of their beard, insults and indignities were heaped upon them, and many fled to Turkey. But even there they found no rest, they were relentlessly persecuted, and Elisha Radin, one of their leaders, was beaten to death. They therefore betook themselves to the frontiers between Poland and Turkey, in constant peril of their lives from the people of both nations. When their condition became unbearable, they turned again to the king, and begged him to restore to them the freedom granted by Dembowski. In this they succeeded. The king permitted them in May, 1757, to settle undisturbed in the province of Podalia. And thus they returned to Poland, in poverty and rags. In this state of degradation Frank advised them, in order to better their condition, to embrace Christianity. They therefore, in January, 1758, sent a petition to the Bishop Labinsky by 6 of their leaders, asking that they be received into the Catholic Church and be granted permission to dispute with the Talmudic Jews, who drink the blood of Christian infants, etc. Labinsky replied that it was not in his power to improve their material condition, their acceptance of Christianity could affect only their spiritual welfare. They again addressed themselves to the king, in May p. 103 of the same year, but their petition was not answered. Labinsky suddenly resigned his office and Michalski was chosen his successor. The latter exhibited a great zeal for proselyting, and the Frankists hastened to present their petition to him, requesting permission, before being baptized, to dispute again with the Jews. Perhaps, they urged, they might succeed in convincing the Jews of their great error and madness and in inducing them to accept Christianity too. Michalski acceded to this request, and ordered the Jewish rabbis to assemble at Lemberg on a day appointed by him. At the time set for the dispute there came in sorrow to Lemberg, 40 of the chief rabbis of Poland, at their head Israel Bisht of Mizibaz, and chose as disputants 3 of them Bisht, the rabbi of the district, Chaim Rappaport, and our Bar Joslovitz. The disputants for the Frankists were Frank himself, Leib Krim, and Solomon Shur. The dispute lasted 3 days, beginning June 23, 1758, and the hopes of the Frankists for a victory were shattered. Though Mikulski and many Polish nobles sided with them, they failed to prove that the Zohar contained anything that favored their religion. The judges, even, utterly disagreed with the distortions to which they subjected the passages of the Zohar and Kabbalistic books. The Jewish rabbis departed in peace, without being fined, and the petition of their adversaries, that a district in Poland be set apart for their dwelling, was refused, and they were invited to receive baptism. Thus ended favorably for the Jews the last of these peculiar disputes. The Jews made efforts to induce the Frankists to become Christians as soon as possible, that there might in future be no relationship between them. In this they succeeded, and since that time, between the Frankists as Christians and the Jews there has been nothing in common in either religious or secular matters. Next, Chapter 16, Persecution during the 17th century. Previous next. p. 104. Chapter 16. The persecutions of the 17th century, the head of whom was Johann Andreas Eisenmenger. The victory of Reuchlin, and the establishment of the Reformation by Luther, in the 16th century, did not stop the persecution of the Talmud. It was ever renewed by men of rank in the different countries. The most dangerous of them was Johann Andreas Eisenmenger, who spent almost all his lifetime in the destruction of the Talmud and its standard-bearers, and it seems miraculous that he did not succeed. Eisenmenger was born in 1654, at Mannheim. In 1666 he came to Heidelberg where he found grace in the eyes of Prince Karl Ludwig, who was pleased with Eisenmenger's determination to learn the Hebrew language. Prince Karl Ludwig sent him, at his own expense, to travel in different countries to become accomplished in the study of Oriental languages. But when Eisenmenger was about to visit Palestine, the prince died, and he established himself in the city of Amsterdam, where he lived for some time in friendly relations with the Hebrew scholars and with Rabbi David Litta of that city. At the end of the same year it happened that 3 Gentiles circumcised themselves and embraced the Jewish faith. This, according to Eisenmenger's own confession, angered him almost to death. And this occurrence made him determined to write a voluminous book on the wickedness of the Talmud, in order to save Christianity from danger. He worked hard and successfully for 19 years, translated into German from 193 different Hebrew books, and a considerable number of pages from various tracts of the Talmud itself. This book, which he named Index Judenum, containing 2 volumes of more than 1,000 pages each, he gave in the year 1700 to the printers of Frankfurt on the Main. The Jews of that city got wind of it, and being afraid that this book would cause a renewal of massacres of Jews, such as took place in the cities of Franken and Bamberg in 1699, where p. 105 houses and other Jewish property were destroyed by the mob, appealed to Samson Wertheimer, who was then the banker of Emperor Leopold, that he should point out to the emperor the dangers which such a book would lead to. Remembering that after the destruction of Jewish property, the mob, in the above-mentioned places, turned to the palaces of the noblemen, the emperor commanded the governor of Frankfurt to stop the printing of the book, and to conceal all that was printed of the same, until a careful examination of the book by Gentile and Jewish Hebrew scholars would be made. In spite of the assistance of many prominent men in the German Empire, who petitioned the emperor to release the books, he retained his decision and paid no attention even to the special personal letter from the King of Prussia in behalf of Eisenmenger. When Eisenmenger died in 1704, his books had not yet been redeemed from their captivity, and only in 1711 did Frederick I, King of Prussia, republish the book at his own expense, from a copy which was in the hands of Eisenmenger's heirs, donating all the copies to them. It would take too much space to relate the proceedings of Eisenmenger himself, and those of his heirs against the Jews of Frankfurt, and the various decisions of the courts from the time of Leopold to that of the Empress Maria Theresa. We do not deem it necessary to recount them, since they are in no way related to the subject of the persecution of the Talmud. 1. We have only to say that in the 11 years since the book was given to the press in Frankfurt, until the circulation was permitted in Königsberg, its influence was weakened, so that it did not cause very much harm at that time. Thereafter, however, many anti-Semites made use of the material gathered in this book, quoting it as being directly from the Talmud without mentioning Eisenmenger, probably because of his notoriety as an enemy of the Jews. Concerning the book itself, we would refer the reader to Professor Franz de Liza's book, Rolling's Talmud Jude, 6th edition, 1881, and many other criticisms of Eisenmenger's. p. 106. Work by Gentile Hebrew scholars, such as Professor Strack of Berlin and others. We have refrained from stating our own criticism of the misinterpretation of the quotations from the Talmud, chiefly because we do not deem it necessary to study Eisenmenger's book for criticism. As for the explanation of the Talmud, we do not need to use him as our guide, and also in order to avoid apparent partiality, since we are ourselves the bearers of the Talmud's banner. Footnotes 105:1 The details are given in Grietz's, Heimlitz, 1888, by David Cahan. Next, Chapter 17, Attacks on the Talmud in the 19th Century. Previous next. Chapter 17. The polemics and the attacks upon the Talmud in the 19th century. The 19th century was the jubilee of the Talmud's 2,000 years since its beginning, and the 12th century since its conclusion, in which it overcome all attacks directed against it and remained safe, not only bodily but spiritually. This did not prevent the anti-Semites from renewing the persecutions and the accusations of it with increased energy. Although the accusations were not brought to a public dispute, and to the intervention of the government, still the polemics in books and pamphlets were greatly increased by different persons in different countries. We do not desire to linger on these books, as their discussion would take up too much time and space, still we cannot refrain from mentioning them briefly, as they pertain to the history of the Talmud. In 1848, A. Buchner, a teacher in Warsaw, printed a book, Der Talmud in seine Nichtigkeit, and according to Strack, Jacob Kitzier also printed a volume called Inhalt des Talmuds und seine Autorität, etc., both in the German language. The contents of these two books were mainly attacks upon attacks, and accusations upon accusations, rained down upon the Talmud in general and its followers in particular. At the same time a missionary, McCall, printed a book in the English language, entitled The Old Paths, and Eshaga, an apostate and also a missionary, translated it into Hebrew. The latter edition was distributed gratis and in tens of thousands. p. 107. Among the Hebrews. We cannot deny that it was somewhat effective, as it caused many Jews to embrace Christianity. At about the same time Isaac Bar Levinson of Kremenetz, named the Russian Mendelssohn, wrote a book, entitled To Be Israel, in which he collected all the savings of the Talmud relating to the following topics: that every Jew is obliged to learn the language of his country, to engage in scientific pursuits, that he must learn some trade and occupy himself, if possible, with agriculture, and that he must be patriotic to his country, and must respect the laws of his country just as much as the laws of the Torah, etc., etc. This book was so excellent that the eye of Nicholas I, Emperor of Russia, was attracted to it, and he assisted Levinson both morally and financially. Finally he presented him with 3,000 rubles to enable him to publish his later works, Zerubbabel, in which he proved the falsehood of the misinterpretations of McCall in every respect, Beth Jehuda, and F. Stamen, written against the blood accusation. His books were so effective that as a result McCall's books were almost ignored. The later affair in Alexander II's reign, however, we intend to elaborate on more fully, as at that time it created a great stir in Russia. In 1876 a Roman Catholic priest, Lyodostansky by name, who embraced Greek Catholicism, published a book in the Russian language which he entitled, Upotrebляют Jurii Kristinsky Krov. This book, which contains about 300 pages, was dedicated to Alexander III, then Crown Prince of Russia. He accepted the dedication with thanks to the author. Lyodostansky, desiring to have the thanks of the Crown Prince publicly made known, printed posters announcing the Crown Prince's thanks for the dedication, and set them up everywhere, even on the railroad cars. The dailies and periodicals in Russia also announced the works favorably owing to the fact that the book found favor in the eyes of His Highness, the Crown Prince. The contents of the book are chiefly attacks upon the Talmud, accusing it of being the source of all the bad customs of the Jews, etc. p. 108. A meeting of the prominent Jews was then called and resolutions were passed as follows. First, that Lyotostansky's attacks upon the Talmud itself should be silently ignored, for a debate on this subject in Russia would do the Jews more harm than good. Second, to republish and distribute the voluminous book of Professor Quolson, who was a Christian, which defends the Talmud in general, and conclusively proves, both theoretically and practically, that the blood accusation is a trumped-up affair, and that all investigations in many countries have shown that no instance occurred in which the Jews used Christian blood. Third, to republish the ukase of Nicholas I, which declared that no blood accusation for religious purposes should be directed against the Jews as a people, and that if it should happen that a Jew be accused of murdering a Christian, he should be tried as an individual merely. As is well known, there are people who endeavor to benefit themselves from all current calamities, and to announce themselves as leaders without considering that from such actions the calamity or affliction may become still greater. At that time there were two such men, one in Russia and one in Austria, who desiring to make themselves popular, endeavored to place themselves in the front ranks of the defenders of Judaism for their own benefit. In Russia there was Alexander Zetterbaum, publisher of the periodical Hamlets in St. Petersburg, a man of little knowledge, and who was never fitted for a public debate. He challenged Lyotostansky to a public debate, which, however, the latter declined to accept. The real leaders of Israel, like the well-known Siphon of Wilna and Puris Smolensky, editor of the Hashachar in Vienna, and others, were angry because of Zetterbaum's challenge, believing that such a challenge had caused an extremely unfavorable impression upon the Russian people, especially as the newspapers declared that Lyotostansky's declination was due to the fact that the alleged leader of the Russian Jews was an ignoramus. The very learned Lazar Zweifel, teacher of the rabbinical seminary in Zhytomyr, who, besides publishing a great book in p. 109 Hebrew, entitled The Defender, against Lyotostansky's book, appealed in our periodical Hakol, Volume I. Nos 27-31, to his co-religionists in Russia that they should appoint a committee to petition the Tsar, Alexander II, to forbid all polemics about the blood accusation in newspapers, books, or pamphlets, for such incitations always do harm to the government itself. However, Zweifel's appeal was a voice in the desert, as the attempts upon the life of the Tsar, in which, to our sorrow, some of our race took part at that time, made it impossible to bother the Tsar with such petitions. We may say, however, that even in this case the Talmud itself was saved, and the government did not stop the publication and circulation of it in Russia and even the study of it in the Jewish schools and institutions. Even in the curriculums of the institutes for Hebrew teachers, established by the government, some tracts of the Talmud were inserted. Alas, we cannot say that the blood accusation by Lyotostansky had no effect, as in 1882, there were massacres in many cities where Jews dwelt. Although these were secretly instigated by the government itself from a political standpoint, the provoking of the mob was on the basis of the blood accusation. 1. Next, Chapter 18. The Affair of Rolling Block. Previous next. Chapter 18. The Affair of Rolling Block. Dr. August Rolling, professor in Prague, wrote a pamphlet, The Talmud Jude, 6th edition, 1877, in the German language, the previous editions of which were translated into many languages, in which he painted the Talmud itself and all past Talmudical laws in very black colors. The material in all Rolling's writings were taken from Eisenmenger, and from other men hired by him, as will be seen further on. Although the above pamphlet was received with great joy by the enemies of the Jews, who quoted him as a great authority. Nevertheless, it would have been nothing more than a mere piece of literary work which could create no harm to the Jews had not something unusual occurred which put a different aspect to the affair. Joseph Samuel Bloch, who was at that time a rabbi in a small town of Floresdorf, and who was anxious to get a name for himself, considered all Rolling's work as a means of attaining his desire. He understood that if he should challenge Rolling to a debate and should accuse him of perjury and falsehood, and thus compel Rolling to sue him for libel and insult, this would give him a great name, and the Jewish congregations of Austria, and especially of Vienna, would be compelled to defend Bloch with all their power, for the case would not be Bloch vs. Rolling, but the Talmud vs. Rolling. Notwithstanding that at this time the Israelite congregation of Vienna was full of great men and scholars like the famous Dr. Jelinek, Chief Rabbi Gudeman, etc., etc., who deemed it better to pay no attention at all to Rolling's work, considering it as a mere literary piece of work, and the criticism of which they thought better to leave to Gentile Hebrew scholars such as Delitzsch, Strack, etc., who had already criticized Rolling's works. Bloch wrote an article in a weekly paper attacking Rolling most furiously and reviling him terribly with every possible epithet, including the charge of perjury. Bloch's desire was then realized, for Rolling, not being able to remain silent, secured the services of the very great lawyer, Robert Patai, MP, and brought suit against Bloch for libel. The Israelite congregation of Vienna, although they were very much incensed at Bloch for his deed, nevertheless felt themselves compelled to secure a lawyer of equal ability to Patai for the defense of Bloch, the result of which will be seen further on. Circumstances helped Rolling to find an apostate Jew named Aaron Bruman, pseudonym Dr. Justus, who wrote a book for him named Judenspiegel, composed of 100 passages. p. 111. Alleged to be found in the Jewish code, Shulchan Aruch, according to the ordinances of the Talmud against Christianity, and asserted that the whole Talmud consists of such passages. This book naturally created a tremendously unfavorable impression upon the whole Christian world, and several papers that were anti-Semitically inclined announced the contents of the book. One of these papers was Die Merkur, in the city of Munster, which quoted many passages of the book and at the same time inserting a glaring editorial against the Jews. The district attorney, finding this article to be an incitation against a race, brought suit against the editor of the paper. This trial occurred December 1883, and in order that the reader may have some idea of the proceedings, we translate in our appendix some pages of our German work, Der Schulchan Aruch und seine Beziehungen zu den Juden und nicht Juden. To illustrate who the person Aaron Bruman, the assistant of Rolling, was, we have only to translate a few lines written by us about him in our Hakol, number 191, page 117, March 19, 1885. 1. Anti-Semitism was stricken very hard this year. All their leaders are taken one by one to the prison, and they will have to give an account for their deeds to the judges. With the imprisonment of Bruman, Rolling's sources were revealed and annulled, as his right hand, Bruman, or Dr. Bremanus, or Justus, all of which names are identical, is now behind the bars, and the newspapers are now recounting his sins one by one. We, however, say that he and all his literature are not worthy of such an honor. There is no doctor, nor learned man, no distinguished being, no Satan, but a simple, ordinary swindler, who endeavors by everything that comes to his hand to deceive the people. He has made a study of the Talmud and the Shulchan Aruch only that they might serve as his business schemes. He was a student in the college of Hildesheimer, where it was easy to imbibe. p. 112. Sanctification, and really become sanctified in the city of Hague. To be still more purified, he washed himself in the holy waters of Protestantism. Seeing, however, that this act would not bring him much fruit, for to be a pur one must labor diligently, and this he would not do, he set all this deed aside at one stroke and swerved over to the Catholic faith. And then he followed his nature to catch in his net some young girls, who had confidence in him, and going further in this way the attention of the police was called to this, who put a stop to him. For whom then such a fuss? We are neither a prophet nor the son of a prophet, but nevertheless we recognized his character from his so-called literature even as far back as 1883. As the following are our words in our pamphlet Kritisker Überblick über den Judenspiegel-Prozess in Munster, December, 1884, page 8, footnote 11. If such would be written by a Jew he would be named criminal, deceiver, misanthrope, etc. True, that when we wrote this, we did not know that he was a Jew, and now we see that he was. For this, however, we have only to be grateful to him because he left the Jewish fight before he wrote his hateful Judenspiegel, and also before he gave his miserable material to Rolling. This, because the anti-Semites can no longer blame the Jews on account of this person as they brought him over to become their ally. But what became of the suit of Rolling against Bloch? We have to give the full credit to Dr. Kopp who forced Rolling to withdraw his complaint seeing that according to the testimony of his co-religionist scholars he could not win his case. And this may be seen from the book which Kopp has published in Leipzig, 1886, second edition. We, however, deem it necessary to give the details of this book, in order to defend the Talmud, as this will throw light upon all past and present accusations against the Talmud. As we have done this in our Hebrew monthly Morgenblitze, Vienna, 1886, we have only to translate here a part of our review to the book of Kopp named Zur Judenfrage nach den Akten des Prozesses Rolling Bloch. p. 113. Von Dr. Joseph Kopp Hofjurichsed auf Wien, Leipzig, 1886. Many books are lying before us for review or for announcement. However, the book named above is unique in every respect. It cannot be criticized either way, and the same is true of the author of this book as he himself does not give his own opinion concerning the subject matter of the book. Nevertheless, we may fully say that it is a scientific book in every respect. The author of this book is a Gentile, a prominent member of the bar in Vienna, and, according to his own testimony, he knows neither the Hebrew language nor the Talmudic and post-Talmudic literature at all. Notwithstanding this, the book, as a whole, sanctifies the Talmud and all post-Talmudical literature. It cannot be taken as a defender of the Talmud because of arguments, as the whole book contains merely facts which can never be denied and which prove clearly that the Talmud and its banner-bearers are clear of every accusation and of every suspicion concerning the love of man, be he who he may, even according to the present laws and established etiquette. The above facts were not given by the author himself, but by two well-known Gentile Hebrew scholars, upon whom the Supreme Court of Vienna threw the burden of translating 400 passages and quotations. These the Jew-haters have used as a sample of the wretchedness of the Jewish literature. The chief aim of the Jew-haters was to belittle the Talmud, which is the pillar of the Jewish race. The author of this work, whom the Israelite congregation of Vienna choose to defend Bloch in the case of Rolling Bloch, has done his work well. He gathered all the quotations quoted by Rolling in his writings from both the Talmud itself as well as from post-Talmudical literature, those which were written in the Hebrew language and also in other languages, by converted Jews who reached then the dignity of Catholic priests. All these quotations he divided into two groups. The quotations in Hebrew he brought before the Supreme Court, who appointed Gentile Hebrew scholars to translate them correctly under oath, into the German language. The quotations in the living languages he examined himself. However, when he found a quotation in another language besides German he submitted it to the sworn interpreter of the Supreme Court for translation. Then, when both the translations of the quotations by the Jewaters and the translations of the same by those who were appointed by the court appeared before the court, it was revealed that the alleged quotations of Rolling were not quotations of the Talmud at all, but merely falsehoods. And thus was it proved that every line written by Rolling in his Talmud Jude, Antichrist and Das Ende der Welt, the Catechism de 19 Jahrhundert für Juden und Protestanten, das Salomonisch Spruchbuch, Mein Antworten an die Rabbiner, die Polemik und die Menschenopfer des Rabbinismus, and also in his letter to Getze and Hatti of June 19, 1883, were all fabrications which never existed since the creation of the world. If such a falsehood would not be revealed by the learned Christians under oath, it would be impossible to believe that a man whose dignity came from a professorship of a university should act so. The contents of this book are as follows, all quotations which were translated by the experts as well as those which Rowling himself falsely quoted. 1. Dr. Kopp arranged them thus: Preface, Instruction, the story preceding the trial, the proceedings of the trial, the conclusion derived from the true testimony which was obtained from non-Jews, i.e., the Bishop of Leon Agabardus, Paul Madricky, Rabbi Maldava, Rabbi Mendel, August Fabius, Gerhard Tixon, Franz Delitzsch, and August Wunschy. After subdividing the answers of the above scholars in two parts, those which are mentioned in the Talmud, etc., in general, and where it speaks of the subjects in particular, and this he again subdivided into 9 groups, i.e., about injuring of Gentile property, harming their lives, partiality in cases where Christians come before Jewish. p. 115. Judges, the application of animals and beasts' names to Christians by Jews, about the oath of the Jews, about Jewish witnesses, the Jews against the Christians in the laws of slaughtering cattle, about the flattering and deceiving practiced by Jews, divided into 2 paragraphs, the non-responsibility of the Jews, about the infallibility of the rabbis concerning the blood accusation, and the conclusion of the author himself. All these comprise 196 royal octavo pages. It is self-evident that such a book is above criticism, for, as we said before, the book contains only facts, viz., the translations under oath of the well-known Christian scholars, and the falsehood of Rowling's quotations translated into German when compared with the text, and this is all the more evident when it is known that Rowling, after seeing all these facts, not only withdrew his complaint but pardoned even the most rigorous accusation of perjury which Bloch accused him of in the past, saying that he was always ready to swear falsely at any time if only it would cause harm to the Jews. Footnotes 109:1 In all probability the discussion in this chapter will seem very brief and almost inadequate, but the reason for this is that most of the details of this chapter are related at length in our weekly Hakol of 1877. Then, again, the entire matter is not so interesting or so important to warrant giving it more space here. Of far more interest is the works of Professor Rowling's and their results, to which we shall give considerable space in our next chapter, especially as we ourselves were greatly taken up with this affair and were compelled by the circumstances to write 4 books about this affair, 3 in Hebrew and 1 in German. 111:1 At the time he was imprisoned for many crimes, and the dailies wrote continuously about this in long articles. 113:1 The author Kopp points out also many quotations quoted by Rowling from books which never existed. Next, Chapter 19, Exilarchs, Talmud at the stake and its development at the present time. Previous next. Chapter 19. Exilarchs, the Talmud at the stake and its development at the present time. Since the colleges were open in Palestine and Babylon, after the destruction of the temple, there were 2 kinds of rulers, the Palestinian were called princes, and the Babylonian were called exilarchs. The former are well known to the students, as every one of them is mentioned in the Talmud, and their biographical sketches are written in many books by modern historians, also in our historical and literary introduction to our new edition. The exilarchs, however, who are seldom mentioned in the Talmud, are almost forgotten by the historians. Notwithstanding that the duration of their reign is about 450 years, no arrangement of their names and times is to be found in their history. It is true that some of their names are mentioned in Seder. p. 116. Ualamzuda, Mahzor Witri and Yuchsin, but it is so confused that no order can be found out. We have to be grateful to the learned Abraham Krochmal, who first took up this matter, and wrote an excellent long article of 73 pages in his Scholin zum Babylonisken Talmud. His suggestions, however, though of a great genius, are scholastical and were criticized by many in periodicals and pamphlets. Finally Felix Lazarus, in the Yarbucher of N. Brill, issued a separate pamphlet about this subject, the result of which the reader will find in a list further on. And as many of the exilarchs were the heads of the colleges in Sura, Pumbeditha, and Nehardea and took a great part in the development of the Talmud, they must not be omitted from the history of the Talmud. List of exilarchs. 1. Nahum Yohanan Shepo 140-170. Huna I 170-210. Ukba I 210-240. Huna H, his son 240-260. Nathan IB Huna 260-270. Nehemiah I 270-313. Mar Ukba 313-337. Huna 3, his brother 337-350. Abamari, his son 350-370. Nathan 370-400. Chanan, son of Abamari, 400-415. Huna 415-442. Marzutrai, son of Chanan 442-455. Chanan 455-460. P 117. Hunavi, son of Zutra 465-475. Huna 6, son of Chanan 484-508. Marzutra 2. 508-520. Huna Marchanan 520-560. Kafne 560-580. Chanini 580-590. Bostana -660. With the conclusion of the first volume of this work at the beginning of the 20th century, we would invite the reader to take only a glance over the past of the Talmud, in which he will see that in almost every century and place of the different countries in Europe, the Talmud was condemned to the stake. By a glance over the present time, however, he will see that not only was the Talmud not destroyed, but was so saved that not even a single letter of it is missing, and now it is flourishing to such a degree as cannot be found in its past history, as will be seen further on. The details of all the persecutions of the Talmud were given in the preceding chapters. Here we give a list of the places and dates in which it was at the stake, as well as the names of the persecutors. The Talmud at the stake. Time. Place. Persecutor. 1244 Paris King Louis IX. 1244 Rome Innocent IV. 1248 Paris Cardinal Legate Odo. 1299 Paris Philip the Fair. 1309 Paris Philip the Fair. 1319 Toulouse Laos. 1322 burned in Rome by order of Pope John XXII, and accompanied by robbery and murder of the Jews by the mob. 1553 Rome, Pope Julius III. Similar burnings by the same order took place in Barcelona, Venice, Romagna, Urbino, and Pesaro. Here 3 wagons full of books were burned, but first they were carried through the streets of the city, while royal officers proclaimed publicly that their condemnation was due to the insults to Christianity which they contained. P 118. 1554 burned by hundreds and thousands in Ancona, Ferrara, Mantua, Padua, Candia, and Ravenna. 1558 Rome, Cardinal Ghislieri. 1559 Rome, Sixtus Sinensis. 1557 Poland, Talmud burned because of the charge made against the Jews that they used the blood of Christian children in their ceremonies. This occurred during the Frankist disturbances. Such was the past of the Talmud which we hope will never be repeated. Now a glance at the end of the last century and the beginning of this one. The colleges for the study of the Talmud are increasing almost in every place where Israel dwells, especially in this country where millions are gathered for the funds of the 2 great colleges, the Hebrew Union College of Cincinnati and the Jewish Theological Seminary of America in New York, in which the chief study is the Talmud and its post-Talmudical literature. The heads of these colleges are of the most learned scholars of their time, who are very careful in selecting the professors and instructors for these institutions of learning. We were honored to be present at some lectures which the late great Talmudist, Professor Mielziner, delivered before the senior class in Cincinnati, from which we derived great pleasure, and we may also say that in some instances they were to a degree instructive to us in our task of translating the Talmud. What concerns the theological seminary in our own city, in which we were not permitted to hear the lectures on the Talmud, we are also in the full belief that it will do much for the study and development of the Talmud in this and in future generations. We use the statement of the Talmud, one may be certain that a master will not leave out from his hand a thing imperfect, and as the dean of this faculty is not only a learned man but also an experienced teacher, there is great hope that he will do all in his power to select instructors and perfect lecturers for this institution. There are also in our city houses of learning for the study of the Talmud in the Lower East Side, where many young men are studying the Talmud every day. It is appraised how much one would, etc. When the damage is paid for, how should the pain be appraised separately? Said the father of Samuel, it should be appraised how much one would pay to have his arm, which by the decree of the government must be amputated, severed by a drug one instead of a sword. If so, it ought to state give instead of take. Said Arhunabi Jehoshua, it means that the plaintiff shall take from the defendant what such a man would give. Healing if he caused him bodily injury, etc. The rabbis taught, if pus collected by reason of the wound and the wound broke out again, he must heal him, and he must also pay for the loss of his time until he shall be healed again. If, however, not. P. 186. By reason of the wound, he is free from both. R. Jehuda said, even if it was by reason of the wound, he must cure him only, but not pay again for the loss of time. The sages, however, say that the healing and the loss of time go together. When he must pay for one, he must also pay for the other, but not for one without the other. What is the point of their difference? Said Rabbah, I found the disciples of the college sitting and declaring that the rabbis and R. Jehuda differed as to whether a wound might be bandaged or not. The rabbis hold that it may be bandaged at the expense of the defendant as regards both healing and loss of time. R. Jehuda, however, holds that it may not be done. But if he does so, for healing, which is plainly written in the scripture, he must pay, but for loss of time, for which there is no additional word in the scripture, he must not pay. Said I to them, if we should come to the conclusion that a wound may not be bandaged, even healing would not have to be paid for. We must therefore say that all agree that a wound may be bandaged, but they differ, if bandaged too much, as to who must suffer the increased expense. R. Jehuda holds, that as one must not bandage a wound more than necessary, he is only obliged to pay for healing, because the scripture insists on it by the repetition of the word healing, but regarding the loss of time, about which there is no repetition in the scripture, he has not to pay for it. The first Tana, however, holds that because he must pay for the increased healing, for the reasons stated above, he must also pay for the increase in loss of time, which is equal to healing in all respects. According to the rabbis, who hold that he who is liable for loss of time is also liable for the expense of healing, and he who is not liable for loss of time is not liable for the expense of healing, wherefore the repetition of the word healing in the verse 1 it is needed for what the following Boritha states, R. Ishmael said, it is written, thoroughly healed, from which is to be inferred that a physician is permitted to heal. P. 187. The rabbis taught, whence do we know that if pus collected by reason of the wound and the wound broke out again he must heal him, and also pay for the loss of time? From only he shall pay for his loss of time, and shall cause him to be thoroughly healed. Lest one say that it is so also if the pus collected not by reason of the wound, therefore it reads only. R. Jose B. Jehuda said, the above word only excludes the case when it collected even by reason of the wound. The master said, lest one say, etc. If not by reason of the wound, Why was there a verse needed? The expression in the Boraitha not by reason, etc., may be explained as stated in the following Boraitha: if he disobeyed the prescription of the physician and ate honey or other saccharine substances, which are injurious to a wound, and a cancer formed, shall he also be liable to heal him? Therefore it is written only. If the defendant should say, I will cure you myself, the plaintiff may object, saying, I fear you as a lion lying in wait. And if the defendant should say, I will get you my relative, a physician, who will cure you for nothing, he may say, a physician who cures for nothing is worth nothing. And if he should offer to get a physician who lives at a distance from the plaintiff, the latter may object, saying, one may get blind before seeing him. And also, conversely, if the plaintiff should demand money to heal himself, the defendant may answer, you may not comply with the directions of the physician, and thus defer the time of the healing. And if the plaintiff should demand from the defendant to agree upon a fixed sum, the defendant may also object, saying, you may take the money and not cure yourself, and people will call me a vicious ox. It was taught above, and all those are paid where actual damage is paid. Whence do we deduce this? Said Arzebit in the name of Rabha, the scripture reads, wound for wound, which means that pain is to be paid for where actual damage is paid. But is this verse not necessary to make an unintentional act equal to an intentional one, and an accidental one equal to a voluntary act? If so, let the scripture read wound by wound-y wound instead of a wound. To infer both. Our Papa, however, said in the name of the same, there is a repetition as to healing, to add healing where actual damage is paid. But can there be a case where one should be liable for all the four things where no actual damage was done? Yeah, pain as is stated in the Mishnah. P 188. If he burned him with a spit or a nail, etc. Healing as, for instance, when he had a slight wound and it was healing up, and from the medicines applied the skin turned white, and other medicines had to be applied to restore the natural color. Loss of time when he must be confined to the house. Disgrace when he spat in his face. Loss of time, etc. The rabbis taught, loss of time. He is considered as if he were a watchman of a pumpkin field, and lest one say that no justice is done in such a case, for should he be cured he could still do some kind of manual work, or serve as a messenger and get better compensation. There is no injustice, because he has already received the value of his limb. Rabbah said, if one cut off another's hand he pays him the value thereof, and as regards loss of time, it is appraised as if he were a watchman of a pumpkin field. If one breaks another's leg, he pays the value thereof, and as regards loss of time, it is appraised as if he were a doorkeeper. If one blinds another's eye, he pays him the value thereof, and the loss of time is appraised as if he were a miller. If, however, he makes him deaf, he pays the value of his whole body, for he is not fit for any work. Rabbah questioned, in case one cut off another's hand, broke his foot, blinded his eye at intervals, and each injury was not appraised separately when it occurred, and finally he made him deaf, how shall the appraisement be made? Shall we assume that the appraisement for the deafness will be sufficient, as he has to pay him for the whole body, or each of the injuries must be appraised separately, and the difference would be that he would receive compensation for the pain and the disgrace of each injury separately? I do not question as regards actual damage, healing, and loss of time, for each of which he has not to receive separately, as he receives now compensation for the whole body as if killed, but for the pain and disgrace suffered with each injury. Another question, how is it if each injury was appraised, but the money was not yet collected? Shall we assume that because it was appraised separately each must be paid, or, because he has not yet paid and now he has to pay for the whole body that all the previous appraisements are included therein? Both questions remain undecided. 1. P 189. Rabbah questioned, if one strikes another and makes him temporarily unfit to labor, as, for instance, when he strikes him on the hand and it gets swollen, which will pass over, shall we assume that because he will recover he need pay him nothing, or perhaps for the time during which he is incapable to work he must pay? Come and hear, one who strikes his father or mother, but makes no bruise, and one who wounds his neighbor on the Day of Atonement, is liable to all the 5 things. Does the first part of this Boraitha not mean a case like the one questioned by you, i.e., that he struck them on the hand, which will soon pass over, and still it states that he must pay all? Nay, it may be explained that he caused him deafness, but makes no bruise. But did not Rabbah say that one who causes deafness to his parents is to suffer the death penalty, for deafness is impossible without a bruise, which is a drop of blood that falls into the car. Therefore the Boraitha must be explained that he shaved off his hair. His hair? It will surely grow on again, and this is Rabbida's question. It can be explained that the Boraitha meant that he applied a depilatory which prevents the hair from growing on again. Pain because the depilatory entered the grooves and caused him pain. Healing because the pain must be allayed by medicine. Loss of time as for instance when he was a professional buffoon, who shows different grimaces and gesticulations, and he is prevented from doing so on account of that. Disgrace. There can be no greater disgrace than to be without hair. And this matter, in which Rabbah was doubtful, was certain to Abai in one way and to Rabha in the opposite way, as it was taught, if he strikes him on his hand, which gets swollen, Abai says he must pay both the value of his hand in his trade during the time of his sickness and also the loss of time in such labor as he could do without the hand. Rabha, however, says he is paid only what he loses every day by not working. It was taught, one who cuts off the arm of his neighbor's Hebrew servant, Abai says he pays the value of the arm to the servant and for the loss of time to his master. Rabha, however, says, the whole must be paid to the servant, who should buy therewith land, the usufruct of which should belong to the master. It is certain that where the injury is wholly to the slave, example where he split his car or his nostrils, that all that he gets belongs to him, but where the injury is of such p. 190. nature that he cannot do any work, the difference between Abai and Rabha concerning the loss of time remains. Disgrace, etc. Our Mishnah is in accordance with our Simeon of the following Boraitha only. All those who sustain injury are looked upon as if they were independent men that became poor, as all Israelites are the children of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. Such is the dictum of our Meir. Our Jehuda says, it is according to his rank and station. Our Simeon, however, says, the rich ones are looked upon as if they were independent men who became poor, the poor ones, as if they were the very poorest class. Hence our Mishnah, which states that it is according to the station of the party, is not in accordance with our Meir, who makes no difference, nor according to our Jehuda, who says further on that a blind person gets nothing for being disgraced, but according to our Simeon only. According to whom is the following Boraitha, the rabbis taught, if he intended to disgrace a small one and disgraced a big one, he pays the big one the amount he would have to pay the small one. If he intended to disgrace a slave and he disgraced a freeman, he pays to the freeman the amount he would have to pay to the slave. It seems to be in accordance with neither of the Tannim mentioned above, and he lie in wait for him, etc., and we find also, as regards disgrace, and putteth forth her hand, hence in both intention is required. It may be explained even in accordance with our Meir, and the term small and big should be taken literally, a grown person and a minor. But is, then, a minor paid for disgrace? Yeah, as our Papa said elsewhere, if the minor is of such understanding that he feels ashamed when one says to him, be ashamed of yourself, disgrace is paid for to him. Mishnah 2, one who causes disgrace to a nude, blind, or sleeping person is liable, if, however, one causes disgrace when p. 191. Asleep, he is free. If one falls down from a roof and causes damage and disgrace, he is liable for the damage but not for the disgrace, as the latter requires intention. Gemara, the rabbis taught, if he disgrace a nude person, he is liable, but still, the disgrace caused to a nude person is not equal to that caused to a dressed one. If he disgrace him in a bathhouse, he is liable, but still, such disgrace is not equal to that caused to one in the market. The master said, if he causes disgrace to a nude person, etc. If he walks nude in the street is, then, such a person capable of being ashamed. Said our Papa, as for instance when a wind rolled up his clothes somewhat, and the defendant rolled them up more and thereby caused him shame. In a bathhouse. Is, then, a bathhouse a place for claiming for disgrace? Said our Papa, it means that he caused him shame while on the banks of a river. R. Ababi. Mammal questioned, if one causes shame to a sleeping person who subsequently dies while asleep, what is the law? On what point is the question? Said our Zebid, it is thus, is shame paid for hurting one's feelings, and here, when he dies while sleeping, his feelings are not hurt, or it is only a fine for the indignity of one in the presence of others, and here was such indignity? Come and hear, R. Meir says, a deaf-mute, and a minor, disgrace is paid for to them, but not to an insane person. Now, then, if it is a fine for the indignity, it is correct that a minor be also paid, but if for hurting the feelings, has a minor, then, feelings of shame? But even if it is for indignity, why should an insane person not be paid for? Insane. Is there any greater shame than this? R. Papa says, the point of the question is thus, is the reason because of the hurting of his own feelings here, when he dies when sleeping, there was none, or because of the feelings of the family? Come and hear, etc. Now, then, if for the sake of the family it is correct that it states also a minor, and if for his own, is, then, a minor capable of feeling shame. But even if it is because of his family, it is not correct that an insane person shall not be paid for? There is no greater shame for a family than the insanity of one of its members. Be this as it may, let it be inferred that the reason is because of his family, for if because of his own feelings, the minor stands in the way. Said our Papa, a minor is sometimes paid for shame if he is of such understanding that he feels ashamed when one says to him, be ashamed of yourself. P. 192. We have also so learned plainly in a Boraitha, Rabbi says, a deaf-mute has, an insane person has not, but a minor sometimes has and sometimes has not, feelings of shame, as explained above. One who disgraces a blind one, etc. Our Mishnah is not in accordance with our Jehuda of the following Boraitha, who says, a blind person has no feelings of shame, so also he used to free him from banishment, stripes, and death punishment by the court. What is the reason of our Jehuda's theory? He deduces it from the analogy of expression the I, which is used in speaking of disgracing a person and also in speaking of collusive witnesses, as in the case of collusive witnesses blind persons are excluded. And regarding banishment, as it is stated in the following Boraitha, it is written, without seeing him, which excludes a blind person. Such is the dictum of our Jehuda. Our Meir says, it includes a blind person. What is the reason of our Jehuda? It is written, and he that goeth into the forest with his neighbor to hew wood. Should we assume that this includes even a blind one? Therefore the scripture says, without seeing him, to exclude him. And our Meir? The scripture reads without seeing him, to exclude something, and it is written, without knowledge, which also means to exclude something, and there is a rule that where there is one exclusion after another it means to include. Hence it includes the blind. Our Jehuda, however, maintains that without knowledge means to exclude the one who does it intentionally. From death by the court. It is deduced by analogy of the expression murderer used here and in case of banishment. From stripes. It is deduced by the analogy of the expression rasha used here, and in case of death by the court. We have learned in another Boraitha, R. Jehuda says, a blind person has no sense of shame. He also relieved him from the performance of all the commandments contained in the scripture. Said Arshes hate Bred, what is the reason of? P 193. His statement. It is written, and this is the commandment, with the statutes and the ordinances from which is to be inferred that only those who can be ordained as judges have the obligation of observing the commandments, but not those who cannot be ordained. R. Joseph said, first I used to say, if there should come one and tell me that the halakha prevails according to our Jehuda, who says that a blind person is exempt from the performance of commandments, I shall make a feast for the rabbis, because I, who am under no obligation to do so, still do perform them, but since I heard of what our Hananiah said, that there is more reward for him who performs a commandment which he has an obligation to than for him who performs it without such obligation, I changed my mind, and I say that I shall make a feast if one should come and tell me that the halakha does not prevail according to our Jehuda, for if I am required to perform the commandment, the reward will be greater. Mishnah 3, the law is more rigorous in regard to a man than in regard to an ox in this respect, that a man pays the 5 certain items, and also the value of the aborted children, while an ox pays only for actual damage and is free also from paying for the aborted children. One who assaults his father or mother, but does not bruise them, and one who wounds another on the Day of Atonement, is liable to pay all the above items. One who wounds a Hebrew servant is liable to pay all, but for loss of time when he is his own. One who wounds a heathen slave of another is liable to pay all. Our Jehuda says, there is no disgrace to slaves. A deaf-mute, an insane person, and a minor, one who meets with them is in a bad position, for the one who wounds them is liable, while if they do so to others they are free. The same is the case with a slave and a woman, with the difference that they must pay when they become independent, namely, when the woman is divorced and the slave is liberated. If one, however, assaults his father or mother and bruises them, or, on the Sabbath, any person, he is free from payment of the above enumerated items, for he is guilty of a capital punishment. One who wounds his own heathen slave is free from everything. Gemara, our Elazar questioned Rabbi, one who wounds the minor daughter of another, to whom is the compensation to be paid? Shall we assume that as the scripture granted the P 194 income of a minor daughter to her father, the same is the case with the compensation for a wound inflicted upon her, for her value is diminished thereby, or perhaps the scripture granted him only the income so far as she is under his control. For instance, if he wanted to marry her to one afflicted with scabies he could do so, but as to wounding, if he himself wanted to wound her he must not do so, hence it is an income which is not under his control, and therefore he does not acquire title to it. He answered, the scripture granted him only the income first stated. He objected to him from our Mishnah, but for the loss of time when he is his own. Said Abai, Rabbi concedes, as far as this is concerned, that her father gets it up to the age when she becomes vigorous. He objected again from the following, one who wounds his grown son, he pays him at once, if he wounds his minor son, he makes an investment with the money he has to pay, if he wounds his minor daughter, he is free, and not only he, but even if others have done so to her, the father gets the payment. He answered, this also has reference to loss of time only. There is a contradiction to the above statement that in case of a grown son he pays him at once, from the following, one who wounds another's children if they are grown persons, he pays them at once, if they are minors, he makes an investment with the money due, if his own children, he is free. This presents no difficulty, the one case treats of where he provides their board, and the other case treats of where he does not. Now, let us see, you interpret the first Boritha that it treats of where he does not provide their board, then the last part of same, if one wounds his minor daughter, he is free, and if others do so to her the payment belongs to him, also treats of where he does not provide her with board. Why, then, should the payment belong to him? Must she not pay for her board? As Rabbi Arula explained elsewhere that it refers to that part which is in excess of what she needs for her board, so also is it to be explained here, that it relates to the excess. If so, Then the second Boraitha treats of where the father does provide their board. Why should they get the payment? Does it not belong to the father? It may be said that one is particular only. P 195. About money of his own pocket, but about an income that comes from the outside one is not particular. But is, then, a found article not an outside income, and still one is particular about it? An outside income which comes without any pain to the body, one is particular about, but an income which comes by reason of a wound, where she suffers bodily pain, is different. But does not the Boraitha state that if others wounded her they must pay to her father? It may be said that, as the Boraitha was interpreted that the children were not on his board, it is to show that the man is so penurious that he does not even provide board for his children, and such a man is certainly particular even about such an income. But in our case, where it is explained that they are on his board, it may be assumed that he is not particular about such an income. What kind of investment should he make? Arhista said, he should buy with the money the holy scrolls. Rabbi B. Arhuna said, a date tree, the benefit of the fruit of which should belong to the minor. And Resh Lakish is also of the opinion that the scripture granted to the father only the benefit derived from the labor of a minor daughter. R. Yohanan, however, says, even the money gotten for a scratch. A scratch? How can this enter the mind? Even R. Elazar questioned only in case of a wound, because her value was reduced, but in case of a scratch, which does not reduce her value, he did not question at all. Said R. Jose B. Hanana, the case is that the scratch was on the face, and in such a case it causes a reduction in her value. A heathen slave, etc. What is the reason of R. Jehuda's theory? Because it is written, when men strive together, one with his brother, one which signifies one with whom there can be a fraternity, excluding a slave. The rabbis, however, maintain that the word brother can also mean a slave, as there is a fraternity with a slave, because he is obliged to perform many commandments which an Israelite is obliged to perform. Now then, according to R. Jehuda, who is particular about the word brother mentioned in the scripture, let witnesses who were found collusive in their testimony against a slave not be. P 196. Put to death, for it is written, then shall ye do unto him as he had purposed to do unto his brother? Said Rabbah in the name of Arshi's hate, the verse reads, and thou shalt put away the evil from the midst of thee, which means under any circumstances. Now, according to the rabbis, who maintain that a slave is also considered a brother, let a slave be qualified to become a king? According to such a theory the same question could be put as regards a proselyte. But both are excluded by the following verse, from the midst of thy brethren shalt thou set a king over thee, which signifies from the best qualified of your brethren. The question can, however, be put thus, let, according to the rabbis, a slave be eligible as a witness, for it is written, he had testified a falsehood against his brother? Said Ula, even as regards witnesses he must be excluded by the following a fortiori argument, thus, an Israelitish woman is not eligible as a witness. A slave, who is not an Israelite and cannot even intermarry with an Israelitish woman, is it not logical that B should not be eligible as a witness? And if you should say that a slave has the preference, for he is circumcised, which is not the case with a woman, the case of a minor can prove it, who is circumcised, and still he is ineligible as a witness, and if you should say that a minor has no obligation of performing commandments, while a slave has, the case of the woman can be cited who has such obligation and still she is ineligible as a witness, and the former argument will be reinstated, from which it is to be seen that in some respects one has preference and in others the other has preference. In one thing, however, they are all equal, in that they are not fit to perform all the commandments to which an Israelite is subject and they are eligible as witnesses. The same is the case with a slave, who is not fit to perform all the commandments and is also eligible as a witness. A deaf-mute, etc. The mother of R. Samuel B. Abba of Hagronia married R. Abba, and she transferred her estates to her son R. Samuel. When she died, he went before our Jeremiah b. Abba and he installed him in the possession of the estates. His stepfather went and told this to our Hoshea, who in his turn told it to our Jehudah, and the latter said to him, so said Samuel, a woman who sells her estates to someone with a condition that her husband shall have the fruition of same during p. 197. His lifetime, and thereafter she dies, her husband can recover the estates from the buyer. When this was stated before our Jeremiah, he said, I, however, know of a Mishnah which states, one who transfers his estates to his son, after his decease. If the son sell them, the buyer has nothing in them until the father dies. We see, then, that if the father die the buyer acquires title in them, and even in case the son dies when the father is still alive, in which case they never came into the possession of the son. As our Simeon b. Lachish said, there is no difference whether the son dies during the lifetime of the father or the father dies during the lifetime of the son, in both of which cases they never came into the possession of the son, the buyer nevertheless acquires title. 1. When the answer of our Jeremiah was repeated before our Jehudah, he said, so said Samuel, this is not equal to the case of our Mishnah. Why so? Said Abai, on account of the enactment of Ushah, which is in accordance with Samuel's statement. Said Redb. Abin, we have so also learned in the following Boritha, if witnesses say, we testify that that person divorced his wife and paid her the amount of her marriage contract, and it was found that she was still with him, and cohabited with him, and those witnesses were found collusive, they must not pay the full amount of the marriage contract, but only the benefit of the same, and if she dies, her husband inherits also this from her. Now then, if the enactment of Ushah should be of no effect, why should her husband inherit the amount of her marriage contract? Let her be able to sell her right in the marriage contract and collect the full amount of it. Said Abai, what comparison is this? If the enactment was made regarding a woman's estate which she sells reserving the benefit, should the same enactment apply to guaranteed estates? Said Abai, as we have come to speak about benefit, let p. 198 us say something regarding it. The above-mentioned benefit belongs to the wife, for if it should belong to the husband, let the collusive witnesses say to her, what loss did you sustain if you had sold them? The benefit would anyhow have belonged not to you, but to your husband. Said our Shalman, it does not matter, this benefit, although it would go to the husband, would be a benefit for her, as it would be used to increase the luxury of the household. Rabha said, the halakha prevails that the benefit in case of a woman who sells her right in the marriage contract belongs to herself, and if she bought estates therewith, her husband has nothing even in their income. Why so? The rabbis enacted that he should have the direct income of his wife's estates belonging to her before marriage, but not the income of her estates which she acquired after her marriage in which her husband has no share. When our Papa and our Huna returned from Rabbida's college, they questioned, on account of the enactment made in Ushah, it was taught of a slave and a woman, one who meets with them is in a bad position, etc. Now, if the enactment of Ushah should be of no effect, why should the compensation for her wound be paid to her husband? Let it be paid to her and let her buy estates the usufruct of which shall belong to her husband. Even according to the theory that the enactment of Ushah is of effect and she cannot sell the right in her marriage contract absolutely, let her sell, however, her estates of which her husband has the fruition for any benefit she could derive and pay to him whom she wounded. We must then say that she does not possess any. The same is the case here. Mishnah 4, if one blow one into the car of another, he pays one selah. Our Jehudah, however, in the name of our Hosea the Galilean says, one manna. If he strike him with the palm of his hand on the cheek, he pays 200 zuz, if, however, with the back of his hand, he pays 400. If he pull or cut his ear, or pull his hair, or spit in such a manner that the spittle fall on him, or strip him of his garment, or he bear the head of a woman in the market, 400 zuz is to be paid. This is the rule. p. 199. Rank and station of the parties are taken into consideration. Ar-Aqaba, however, says, even the poorest of Israel must be considered as if they were independent men who had lost their estates, for they are the descendants of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. And it happened that one bared the head of a woman in the market, and when the case came before Ar-Aqaba he imposed a fine of 400 zuz. Said the defendant to him, grant me time for payment, and he did so. The defendant then watched her when she was standing at the gate of her courtyard, and broke her pitcher containing oil of the value of 1 isar. She bared her head, dipped her hand in the oil, and rubbed it into her hair in the presence of witnesses. The defendant then brought the witnesses before Ar-Aqaba and said, Rabbi, do you command me to pay this woman 400 zuz? Ar-Aqaba answered, your pleading is of no avail, for one who wounds himself, although it is considered a crime, he does not pay a fine, but if others wound him he must be paid. The same is the case with one who cuts off his plants, although it is unlawful, still he pays nothing, but if others do so it must be paid for. Gemara, the schoolman propounded a question, the manna stated in the Mishnah, does it mean a manna of the city of Zur, one which contains 100 zuz, or does it mean the manna of the country, which is 1/8 part of it? Come and hear. It happened that a man blew into the ear of another and the case came before Ar-Jehuda II, and he said, I saw you doing it, and I hold with Ar-Hosea the Galilean, and there are also other witnesses who saw you doing it, therefore go and pay him a manna of the city of Zur. 2. There was a man who did so to his neighbor, and when the case came before Ar-Tubiabi Mathna he sent a message to Ar-Hosea, questioning him whether the selah mentioned in the Mishnah meant a selah of Zur or one of the country, which is only of the value of 1/2 of a zuz, and he answered, this is to be inferred from the end of Mishnah I, chap. 4, where it states the first 2 a golden dinar, and if the Mishnah treated of a selah of the country, it would state one more case, viz., if the ox still gore another ox worth 200 zuz, the owner of the ox and the owner p. 200. Of the first ox that was injured take each 12 dinars and 1 selah. Said Ar-Tubia, should the Tana enumerate all the possible cases as a peddler does his wares? How was the case decided? It was decided from the statement of Rabbite, which Ar-Jehuda said in his name, that all the monies mentioned in the scripture mean those of Zur, and those mentioned by the rabbis mean those of the country. Said the plaintiff, as I have to get only 1/2 of a zuz, let it be for the poor, as I do not want it. Thereafter he said again, give it to me and I will use it for improving my health. Said Ar-Joseph to him, the poor have already acquired title to it, and although they were not here, we the treasurers of charities are considered the hand of the poor. Hanan the bishop blew into the ear of another. When the case came before Ar-Hunat, he said, go and pay him 1/2 of a zuz. Hanan had in his possession a bad zuz that he could not pass, and he tendered it to the plaintiff, asking for 1/2 zuz change. When he refused, he blew in his ear again, and paid him the whole zuz. May a witness be a judge in the same case? Have we not learned in a Boraitha, if the Sanhedrin saw one murdering another, they shall be divided, viz., some of them shall appear as witnesses and the others shall perform the function of judges. Such is the dictum of Ar-Tarfon. Ar-Aqaba, however, said, as they are all witnesses, none of them can perform the function of judges. Did Ar-Aqaba indeed say so? Have we not learned in another Boraitha, it is written, and if men strive together, and one smite the other with a stone, or with the fist. Said Simeon the Timony, as in the case of the fist it must be investigated whether the blow of the fist was of such violence as to make him ill, confined to his bed, the same is the case with the stone, but if the stone was lost from the hand of the witnesses, no judgment can be granted. Said Ar-Aqaba to him, did he strike him in the presence of the court, so that they could testify how much, for what, and at what place he struck him, and secondly, in case one pushes his neighbor from the top of the roof of a house or palace and he dies, are, then, the court obliged to go and investigate if the height was such as to kill a man, or shall the house or palace be brought before the Beth Din? And if you should say, yeah, How should be the case if in the meantime the palace were destroyed? Shall we? p. 201. Wait until it be rebuilt of the same height, so that it can be measured. Therefore we must assume that as in the case of the fist it depends upon the testimony of the witnesses whether the blow was of such violence, etc., the same is the case with the stone, except where the stone was lost before the witnesses have seen it. We see, then, that our Akaba said that the court can testify how the striking was, hence that a witness can act as judge. He said it only to our Simeon, according to your theory, should the court, etc., but he himself does not allow a witness to be a judge under any circumstances. The rabbis taught, a non-vicious ox who killed a man and has also caused damages to another, he must be tried for the crime but not for the damages. A vicious one, however, who did the same is tried first for the damages and subsequently for the crime. If, however, he was sentenced to death first, he cannot be tried again for the damages. What is the reason? Why shall he not be tried again for the damages? Said Rabha, I found the disciples of the college sitting and discussing about this case, and they came to the conclusion that the Boraitha is in accordance with our Simeon the Taiwanese theory, that in all cases the appraisement of the court is necessary also concerning damages, and in our case, as it was already decided that the ox must be killed, the execution must not be postponed for the purpose of appraisement. Said I to them, the Boraitha can be explained also in accordance with our Akaba, namely, that the case was that the owner of the ox ran away. If so, even if the ox was not first tried for the crime, can a civil case be tried in the absence of the parties? The case was that he ran away after the witnesses testified in his presence. But if he ran away, from whom shall the payment be collected? If he was not yet tried for the crime, the appraisement of the damages can be made and the ox may be hired to do work with him until the compensation for the hire equals the amount of the payment, and subsequently he shall be tried for the crime. If so, let also a non-vicious ox be tried for the damages and then hired until the hire shall equal the amount of damages, and thereafter he shall be tried for the crime. Said Armari Bar Kahana, from the fact that it does not state so. p. 202. It may be inferred that the hire paid for an ox is not considered as its body, but as the estates of the owner. The schoolman propounded a question, is investigation necessary in case of damages, or not? Shall we assume that only in case of a crime it must be investigated whether the blow was enough to kill, but in case of damages he must pay at any rate, or there is no difference and investigation must be had? Come and hear, it is stated above, as a pit of 10 spans depth, which is capable of killing, so also other things, etc. If, however, it was less deep, he is liable only for damages but not for killing. Is it not to be assumed that it means from the bottom to the top, namely, 10 spans deep is for killing, less than 10 is for damages? Hence we see that investigation is not necessary, as it must be paid even if it was only 2 or 3 spans. Nay, it means from the top to the bottom, namely from 1 up, but not including 10, is investigated for damages, but it must be investigated how many spans deep are necessary for such damage. Come and hear, concerning the 5 certain things it must be investigated, appraised, and collected at once, including healing and loss of time, which are also previously appraised as how long it will take before he will be cured. If, however, it was not so, for instance, during that time he grew worse, or, on the contrary, he was cured in a shorter time, it does not matter, and the appraisement remains the same. Infer from this that there is appraisement in damages. They were not in doubt that appraisement was necessary of the time needed for the injured person to be cured, etc., but they still doubted if the article which caused the damage must be investigated whether it was capable of causing such damage or not. Come and hear the decision of Simeon the Taiwanese stated above, from which is to be inferred that investigation is necessary also for damages. And so it is. The master said, if he was examined, and it was concluded that the healing must take a certain time, and he was healed before the time, he gets nevertheless the full amount. This will be a support to Rabha, who said that he who is examined, and it is concluded that his sickness will continue the whole day, and he becomes cured in half a day, so that the other half day he is doing some work, he is nevertheless paid for the full day, as it p. 203 is considered that his sickness was shortened by the mercy of heaven. If he spat in such a manner, etc. Said our Papa, on those parts of his body which were not covered, but not if the spittle fell on his garments. But let it be considered as if he caused him shame by words. In the West it was said in the name of our Jose B. Aben that from the above explanation of the Mishnah by our Papa is to be inferred that if one disgraces another by mere words he is free. Rank and station, etc. The schoolman propounded a question, the statement of the first Tana, shall it be construed leniently or rigorously? Leniently, if he was a poor person he must not be paid so much as if he were a rich one, or rigorously, that if he was of higher station he is paid more for the disgrace caused him. Come and hear our Akiba's statement in the same Mishnah, that even the poorest man must be considered as an independent man, etc., from which it is seen that the first Tana meant leniently. And so it is. It happened that one bared, etc. Do we, then, allow time for payment in such a case? Did not our Hanana say that in cases of wounding no time is given? Yet, we do not allow time in cases of pecuniary damage, but in cases of disgrace, where there is no pecuniary damage, time is allowed. He watched her when she was standing, etc. But the Boraitha states that our Akiba said to him, you dived into deep waters and brought up a fragment of a clay vessel, one may wound himself, but if others wound him they must pay. Said Rabha, this presents no difficulty. The Boraitha speaks of a wound which is not allowed, while the Mishnah speaks of disgrace, which one is allowed to cause to himself. But the Mishnah speaks of disgrace only, and still our Akiba said, although he is not allowed, etc. Our Akiba meant to say thus, it is not only in case of disgrace, which one may do to himself, and still if caused by another he is responsible, but even in case of wounding, in which he is not allowed to do it to himself, and after he himself did it others came and caused him other wounds, they are nevertheless responsible. One who cut off his plants, etc. Rabbi Bar Hannah taught in the presence of Rabbite, if the plaintiff says, you killed my ox, or, you cut off my plants, and the defendant answer, you ordered me to do so, he is free. Said Rabbi 2. p. 204. If so, you would not leave life to the people, must he then be believed that he was ordered to do so? Rabbi Bar Hannah answered, then ignore it. Said Rabbi to him, why should you not explain your Boraitha that it treats of an ox which was sentenced to be killed, or of a tree which the court ordered to be cut off? He rejoined, if so, then what is the complaint of the plaintiff? The complaint is thus, I wanted to do this commandment myself, as we have learned in the following Boraitha, it is written, then shall he pour out the flood thereof, and cover it up, etc. This means that the covering up must be done by the one who pours it out, and it happened of one who slaughtered a fowl and another anticipated him and covered its blood with dust, that Gamaliel made him pay 10 golden zuz. Rabbite said, a tree that contains a kabite of fruit is prohibited to be cut off. Said Rabbina, if, however, the tree be worth more in wood, it may be done. We have learned so also in the following Boraitha. It is written, only those trees of which thou knowest that means, a tree which bears fruit, that they are not fruit trees, one that means, a wild tree. Now as, according to this explanation, every tree which is needed may be cut off, why, then, the words that they are not fruit trees? To teach that if there are both wild trees and fruit trees, the wild trees have the preference to be cut off. But lest one say that even when the fruit tree is worth more in being used for a beam in a building than for its fruit, the wild tree must be cut off first, therefore it is written only. The gardener of Samuel brought him dates in which Samuel tasted a taste of wine, and to the question why it was so the gardener answered that the dates were growing in the vineyard, and Samuel said, if they absorb so much sap of the vines, uproot them and bring me their roots tomorrow. R. Hista, when he noticed young date trees in his vineyard, told the gardener to uproot them, saying, Vines are valuable and date trees may be bought from their income, while date trees p. 205 are only of slight value, and from their income vines cannot be bought. Mishnah v. All that which is said regarding payment for disgrace is only for the satisfaction of the pecuniary damage, but the hurt feelings of the disgraced are not forgiven, unless he prays and secures forgiveness from the plaintiff, as it is written, and now restore the man's wife, etc. And whence is it deduced that if the defendant does not forgive he is considered cruel? From, and Abraham prayed unto God, and God healed Abimelech, etc. If one says to another, blind my eye, cut off my hand, break my foot, he is liable, even if he told him so on the condition that he should be free. If he told him, tear my garment, break my pitcher, he is liable. If, however, he told him so on the condition that he should be free, he is so. If one says to another to do such damage to a third person, even on condition that he should be free, the defendant is liable whether it be personal injuries or injuries to property. Gemara, the rabbis taught, all that which was said concerning disgrace is only for the civil court, as to how much the plaintiff should receive, but there can be no satisfaction for the injury to the feelings, for which, if he would even offer all the best rams of the world, they would not atone for it, unless he prays the plaintiff for forgiveness, as the verse quoted in the Mishnah reads farther on, for he is a prophet, and he will pray for thee. For he is a prophet. Must, then, only a prophet's wife be restored, and not that of an ordinary person? Said R. Simeon b. Nahmani in the name of R. Jonathan, read thus, restore the man's wife, because he is a prophet, he will pray for thee, which means that another's wife must be restored. And your claim, Lord, wilt thou then slay also a righteous nation? Said he not unto me, she is my sister, etc., is of no avail, for if a stranger comes to a city, he is usually questioned only what he would eat or drink, but not who is his wife or relatives, as your habit is, and because he was a prophet and he knew what you were going to ask him, therefore he and Sarah were compelled to say so. Infer from this that one is punished even when he commits a crime through ignorance, because he ought to learn and know. It is written, every womb. Said the disciple of Arjana, even the hen of Abimelech's household did. p. 206. Not lay its eggs. Said Rabha to Rabba Bar Mari, one whence is the following saying of the rabbis deduced, he who prays in behalf of his neighbor for a certain thing which he himself needs, he is answered first? He answered, from the following verse. And the Lord brought back the captivity of Job, when he prayed in behalf of his friends. He said to him, you deduce it from this, and I deduce it from the following verse, and Abraham prayed unto God, and God healed Abimelech, and his wife, and his maidservants, etc., and immediately thereafter it is written, and the Lord visited Sarah as he had said, etc., which means, as Abraham prayed in behalf of Abimelech. Said Rabha to Rabba Bar Mari, whence do we deduce the following people saying, with the thorn the rose is also beaten? He answered, from the following verse, wherefore will ye contend with me? All of you have transgressed against me, saith the Lord. Said he to him, you deduce it from this verse, and I deduce it from the following, how long refuse ye to keep my commandments, etc. Ye includes Moses and Aaron also. The same said again to the same, it is written, and he took some of his brothers, 5 men. Who were the 5? He answered, so said Ar Yohanan, those whose names were mentioned twice in the benediction of Moses. But is not Jehuda's name also mentioned twice? Jehuda's name was mentioned twice for another purpose. He questioned him again, what is the origin of the following people saying, one misfortune follows the other? He answered, in the following Mishnah, the rich bring the first fruit in golden or silver baskets, while the poor bring it in willow baskets, and the baskets remain with the fruit for the priests. He said to him, you find it in the Mishnah, and I find it in the scripture, and p. 207. The leper. Unclean, unclean, shall he call out. He said again, where is the origin for the rabbi saying, arise early in the morning and eat something, in the summer because of the heat and in the winter because of the cold, and people say, 60 men were running after one who used to eat early in the morning, and could not overtake him. In the verse, they shall not be hungry nor thirsty, and neither heat nor sun shall smite them. Said he, I, however, find the origin in the following. And ye shall serve the Lord, which means the reading of Shema and prayer, and he will bless thy bread, and thy water, which means the bread and salt and the pitcher of water one takes immediately thereafter, I will remove sickness from the midst of thee. He said again, what is the origin of the rabbi saying, if your neighbor calls you ass, put on a saddle? He answered, in, and he said, Hagar, Sarah's maid. And she said, from the face of my mistress. He said again, and wherefrom is the people saying, when talking to a stranger, tell him first of all the position you are in? He answered, from, and he said, I am Abraham's servant. And wherefrom is the people saying, a duck while it keeps its head down, its eyes still look at a distance? He answered, from, and when the Lord will do good unto my Lord, then do thou remember thy handmaid. And wherefrom? The following people saying, for the wine furnished by the host to his guests thanks are due, the main thanks, however, receives the man who takes care of serving the same in a nice manner? He answered, from, and Joshua the son of Nun was full of the spirit of wisdom, for Moses had laid his hands upon him, etc. And wherefrom the following people saying, a tree bearing bad fruit usually keeps company with trees which do not bear fruit at all? He answered, this is written in the Pentateuch, repeated in the prophets, mentioned a third time in the Hagiographa, also learned in a Mishnah. p. 208. And taught in a Boraitha, Pentateuch, and Esau went unto Ishmael. Prophets, and then gathered themselves to Yiphthak idle men, and they went out with him. Hagiographa, every fowl associates with its kind and man with his equal. Mishnah, all that is attached to an unclean article is unclean and all that is attached to a clean article is clean. Boraitha, R. Eliezer said, not in vain did the cuckoo go to the crow, because it is of its kind. He said again, and wherefrom the following saying, if you advise your neighbor and he does not heed your advice, press him to the wall and let him suffer? He answered, from, because I endeavored to cleanse thee, and thou wouldst not be clean, thou shalt not be cleansed from thy uncleanness any more. And wherefrom the following saying, do not spit in the well from which you drank water? He answered, from, thou shalt not abhor an Edomite, for he is thy brother, thou shalt not abhor an Egyptian, because thou wast a stranger in his land. And wherefrom the following saying, if you will help me to lift the burden, I will carry it, and if not, I will not touch it? He answered, from, if thou wilt go with me, then will I go, but if thou wilt not go with me, I will not go. And wherefrom the following, when we were young we were considered as men, and now when we are old we are considered as children? He answered, it is first written. And the Lord went before them. And by night in a pillar of fire, to give light to them, and thereafter, behold I send an angel before thee, to keep you on the way. And wherefrom the following, if you keep in touch with oil, your hands will become oily. He answered, from, and Lot also, who went with Abram, had flocks, and herds, and tents. Arhanan said, whoso calls down divine judgment on his neighbor is punished first, etc. Aritzhux added to this, woe to him who cries for such, more than to him upon whom the judgment is called down. We have so also learned in the following Boraitha, both are punished, but the one who calls down the judgment is punished first. The same said again, do not hold light the curse of a common man, etc. Arabeo said, it is. Better for one to be of the persecuted than of the persecutors, as there are no more persecuted birds than doves and p. 209. Pigeons, and the scripture made them fit for the altar. Blind my eye, etc. Said Rac 1 to Rabbah, why in the first part the condition that he should be free is of no effect, and in the second part it is? He answered, because no one will ever forgive for the loss of the principal members of his body. Said he to him, does, then, a man easily forgive for pain? And nevertheless Aborithah states, if one say to another, strike me, or wound me, upon condition that you should not be liable for it, and if he does so, he is free. Rabbah remained silent. Thereafter he said to him, do you know how to explain this? He said, so said Arshis hate, the reason is for the indignity caused to his family. It was taught, Arashia said, for the reason just mentioned, and Rabha said, because one does not forgive for the loss of the principal members of his body. Ar Yohanan, however, said, one may forgive for all that was done to him, and our Mishnah, which makes him liable, although it was on the condition that he should be free, is because there is sometimes a nay which means ya and a ya which means nay. We have learned also in the following Boritha, if one says to another, strike me, or wound me, and the other asks, on condition that I should be free. And he answered yea. Hence this ya means nay. Tear my garment, and he says, and thereafter I should pay for it. And he answers, nay. Which means yeah, you may do so. 2. Break my pitcher, etc. There is a contradiction from the following Boritha, it is written, if a man to keep, etc., for preservation, but not when he says to him keep it for destruction or for charity. Said Arhuna, this presents no difficulty, the Boritha speaks of when it was delivered to the Bailey for, and he accepted it for. p. 210. Destruction then certainly he is free, and the Mishnah speaks of when he told him to break the pitcher when the same was yet in the hands of the owner. Said Rabbah to him, the words to keep in the scripture mean certainly that it was delivered to the Bailey, and nevertheless, if thereafter he told him to destroy it, without making the condition to be free, he is liable, unless he told him to keep it for destruction at the time of the delivery. Therefore said Rabbah, both cases treat of destruction after the delivery, but the Mishnah speaks of when he told him to destroy it after he received it for safekeeping, and the Boritha speaks of when he told him at the time of the delivery to keep it for destruction. There was an RNCS of charity which was sent to Pumbeditha, and R. Joseph deposited it with a certain man who did not take good care of it, and it was stolen from him. R. Joseph held him responsible. Said Abai to him, did not the Boritha state, to keep it for preservation, but not for charity? He answered, the poor of Pumbeditha receive each a fixed sum from charity, so that this money belonged to them, and they can be the claimants thereof. End of Volume 2. Footnotes 183:1 The verse reads, Yathane. Cain Unothan, of which the literal translation is should give. So should be given, and the Talmud takes it as it is, and infers from this that the expression give means money, which is given from hand to hand. The preceding verse, however, reads, Osa. Yase, the literal translation of which is, did. Should be done. Leeser translates in both instances done, according to the sense. 183:2 The Gemara continues with similar questions, is it not written, foot for foot, and similar answers, there is a superfluous verse, etc., are given. It also proceeds to cite other schools and individuals who deduce it from other scriptural sources, with a lengthy discussion, and finally arrives at the same conclusion, that this law must not be understood literally. We have omitted all this, as all the explanations are as complicated as the one translated in the text. And it seems to us p. 184 that all those who participated in this discussion well knew that at the time the Torah was given the law was literal in its meaning, as it was also at that time among other nations, but with the change of time it was positively necessary to change this law, and if it could not be deduced from the scripture it would not be accepted. 185-1 It probably means the use of a drug as an anodyne or anesthetic during the amputation. 186:1 The word healing is repeated in the text. Leeser translates it thoroughly healed, literally, it would be, concerning healing he should be healed. 188:1 The codifiers of the Halakha, as the Alpha-C, Maimonides, etc., have decided in accordance with the rule that all undecided questions found in the Talmud must be decided rigorously, i.e., that in both of the above cases the defendant pays for each injury separately and then for the whole body. 195:1 The text reads Ish v'okiv, which literally means a man and his brother. Leeser, however, translates it according to the sense, one with the other. 197:1 Here follows a discussion as to whether the usufruct is equivalent to the principle, which is omitted here, but will be translated in its proper place. 198:1 According to others, it means boxing the ear. We, however, have translated it in accordance with our method, after the second interpretation of Rashi. 199:1 One manna of zur is 25 sellas, each sella containing 4 zuz. A country manna is oneinth of a manna of zur, and also contains 25 sellas, so that a country sella is 1/2 of a zuz. 199:2 From here to end of paragraph is transferred from chap. 4, text, 36b. 204:1 The Talmud divides this verse into 2 parts, which in reality reads well as it is, and Rashi tried to explain it that because there are a few superfluous words it ought to read only a tree that bears no fruit, why, then, the words, which thou knowest. And this is the reason why the Talmud infers from this that even a fruit tree may be cut off when needed. 206:1 The following series of questions is placed here because of the verse quoted, and Abraham prayed unto God, etc., from which Rabbi Bar Mari delivered his statements in the text differing from Rab Ha, and at the same time he mentions here all other statements which each of them deduces from different verses, and casually also others. They wanted also to find the origin of even the ordinary adages of the people in the Holy Writ, on account of what is stated elsewhere in the Talmud, that there is nothing in the world for which there can be found no hint in the scripture. 209:1 This name is correct, according to Alpha-C, as the name mentioned in the text would be incompatible with the time in which Rabbi Hama lived. 209:2 Our Yohanan explains that our Mishnah speaks of when there was a question and an answer between the plaintiff and the defendant, and it was not clear whether it meant yet or nay. The Boraitha, however, speaks of when the plaintiff made the condition that the defendant should be free without any question by the other. This is Rashi's explanation. The text, however, of our Yohanan's saying mentioned above seems to us to be very simple. It must be investigated how the condition is to be understood, whether it is in the absolute affirmative form or in the form of a question. The Babylonian Talmud. Translated by Michael L. Rodkinson. Book 10. 1918. The History of the Talmud. Volume I Volume 2. Volume I, History of the Talmud. Title page. Preface. Contents of Volume I. Introduction. Chapter I, Origin of the Talmud. Chapter 2, Development of the Talmud in the 1st century. Chapter 3, Persecution of the Talmud from the destruction of the Temple to the 3rd century. Chapter 4, Development of the Talmud in the 3rd century. Chapter V, The Two Talmuds. Chapter 4, The 6th century, Persian and Byzantine persecution of the Talmud. Chapter 7, The 8th century, The persecution of the Talmud by the Karaites. Chapter 8, Islam and its influence on the Talmud. Chapter 9, The period of greatest diffusion of Talmudic study. Chapter X, The Spanish writers on the Talmud. Chapter 11, Talmudic scholars of Germany and northern France. Chapter 12, The doctors of France, authors of the Tosfot. Chapter 13, Religious disputes of all periods. Chapter 14, The Talmud in the 16th and 17th centuries. Chapter 15, Polemics with Muslims and Frankists. Chapter 16, Persecution during the 17th century. Chapter 17, Attacks on the Talmud in the 19th Century Chapter 18. The Affair of Rolling Block Chapter 19, Exilarchs, Talmud at the Stake and its Development at the Present Time Appendix A Appendix B. Volume 2, Historical and Literary Introduction to the New Edition of the Talmud. Contents of Volume 2. Part I, Chapter I, the combination of the Gemara, the Soprim, and the Eshkolath. Chapter 2, the generations of the Tannim. Chapter 3, the Amoraim or expounders of the Mishnah. Chapter 4, the classification of Halakha and Haggadah in the contents of the Gemara. Chapter V, apocryphal appendices to the Talmud and commentaries. Plate facing page 48, contents of the Talmud in Hebrew. Chapter 6, epitomes, codifications, manuscripts, and printed editions of the Talmud. Chapter 7, translations of the Talmud. Chapter 8, bibliography of modern works and monographs on Talmudic subjects. Chapter 9, why should Christians feel interested in the Talmud? Chapter X, opinions on the value of the Talmud by Gentiles and modern Jewish scholars. Part 2, Chapter I, Talmudical ethics. Chapter 2, ethical teachings of the Talmud. Part 3, method of translation. Plate facing page 100, page of the Talmud in Hebrew. Part 4, criticism. Appendix to Chapter 2. Part B, the arrangement of the 6 sections in their 60 tracts. Next, the history of the Talmud. From the time of its formation, about 200 BC, up to the present time. Divided into 2 volumes. Volume I, its development and the persecutions since its birth up to date, including all religious disputes and brief biographies of the separated sects. Volume 2 – the historical and literary introduction to the new edition, ethics, method, with illustrations, criticism, etc. By Michael L. Rodkinson. Volume I. Boston. The Talmud Society. 1918. Scanned at sacred-texts.com, August 2002, J.B. Hare, Redactor. P2. Copyright, 1903, by Michael L. Rodkinson. Copyright 1916, by New Talmud Publishing. P3. To him, who is a liberal donor to all philanthropic institutions. A friend of Israel's purest ideals, literature, and religion. Adolphe Louis Sohn, Esq. This book is most respectfully dedicated by the author. Michael L. Rodkinson. New York, in month ELUL, September 1, 1903. Next, Preface. Previous. Next. PV. Preface. The ancient authors used to begin the prefaces to their works with the proverb Sefer Bilo Hakdam Hakenf Bilo Nakamaha, which means a book without a preface is similar to a body without a soul, and, indeed, this proverb remains forever true. At the time we began our translation of the Talmud, we were aware that to the study of it a clear preface which should explain its nature and the character of the sages mentioned in it was necessary, as without it there would be great difficulty for students in catching the real meaning, and in some places the reader would be confused, not being aware of its history and of the names mentioned, who these were and when they existed. With this in mind, we had already prepared the present work in 1897, when only a few volumes of our translation had been issued. Although we gave a brief general introduction to the first volume of the translation, and also some prefaces and introductions in the succeeding volumes, they do not suffice for the student who desires to have a clear idea of all that he is studying. However, the translation has taken up so much of our time that it has hitherto been impossible for us to look up everything pertinent to our purpose that has been written and to submit it in presentable form. Now, after the completion, with the divine help of the 2 large sections, containing 27 tracts, and in response to many inquiries from the reading public for some explanations, we find that now is the time to put forth this work, and, instead of adding 2 more volumes to the translation of the Talmud in the current year, we have decided to furnish the 2 volumes which form our history of the Talmud. It may be inferred that what was written several years ago has had to be thoroughly revised and corrected, according to the literature which has appeared since that time. There is an p6. Old witticism, koshi atikami chadtha, i.e., it is more difficult to correct an old thing than to write a new one, and, as a matter of fact, it has taken a great deal of time to make the necessary changes and corrections in what we had written. As a natural consequence, the work is enlarged, and many chapters have been added since the issue of our prospectus. All this concerns the first volume of this work, as it relates to the history of the Talmud only, as to which there has been little new information. True, there have been some new dissertations on the Talmud in Germany, but they do not add much to our knowledge concerning it, and may therefore be ignored. The second volume, however, we have had to recast and rewrite. In this labor the wonderful work of that Western light which was recently extinguished, we mean the Rev. Dr. Mielziner Introduction to the Talmud, which has reached a second edition and has been so favorably received by all students of both continents, was of great service to us. As Dr. Mielziner's work contains essentially all that concerns the Talmud itself, we resolved to take it as a text for our historical introduction, adding and abating as we deemed necessary. We have done so, also, with the second part, the Ethics of the Talmud, which he arranged so admirably. Here, also, we have added whatever, according to our knowledge, there was left for us to bring to the attention of the reader. Now, the work being finished, we regard it as a suitable preface to our translation and one which will enlighten the understanding of the reader in many places. At the same time, it seems to us to be interesting to the general reader who has neither time nor inclination for the study of the Talmud. This is all we need say in the preface, referring the reader for more details to our introduction, which follows. The author. New York, September, 1903. Next, contents of Volume I. Previous next. P7. Contents of Volume I. Page. Preface V. Introduction 1. Chapter I. The origin of the name Talmud. The Samaritans. Antiochus Epiphanes. The Sadducees. 5. Chapter 2. The development of the Talmud during the last century of the Second Temple's existence. Shemaiah, Abtalion, Hillel, Shammai. The Princes of Israel. Ar Yohanan B. Zakal. Sanhedrin of Jamnia. The Jewish Christians. 7. Chapter 3. He destruction of the Temple. The fall of Bethel. The massacre of the sages of the Talmud, till the writing of the Mishnah in the beginning of the 3rd century. 10. Chapter 4. The 3rd century. The arrangement of the Mishnahs. The Talmudic colleges of Palestine and Babylonia. 13. Chapter V. The Talmud of Jerusalem, the Talmud of Babylonia, the character of their Halakha and Haggadah, the dates of their completion and their systematization. 17. Chapter 6. The persecutions of the Talmud in the Persian and Byzantine empires in the 6th century after the close of the Talmud. 23. P8. Chapter 7. Page. The 8th century. The dominion of the Jainim. The opposition of the Karaites. The establishment of a sect of that name. 25. Chapter 8. Islam and its influence on the Talmud. 33. Chapter 9. The victory of Karaism over the spiritual dominion of the Talmud and the mind of the Jewish nation. The last Jainim at Sura and Pumbedita. The center of Talmudic study transferred from Mesopotamia to Spain, the scholars of Caraban. The period of the greatest diffusion of Talmudic study. 36. Chapter X. The Spanish writers. A brief survey of their writings relating to the Talmud. 43. Chapter 11. The scholars of Germany and of northern France, and what they contributed to the studies of the Talmud. 50. Chapter 12. The doctors of France. Authors of the Tosfot. 57. Chapter 13. Religious disputes of all periods. 61. Chapter 14. Ryuklin, Pfefferkorn, and the Talmud in the 16th and 17th centuries. 76. Chapter 15. Polemics with Mussulmans and the disputes with the Frankists. 99. p. 9. Chapter 16. Page. The persecutions of the 17th century, the head of whom was Johann Andreas Eisenmenger. 104. Chapter 17. The polemics and the attacks upon the Talmud in the 19th century. 106. Chapter 18. The affair of Rolling Block 109. Chapter 19. Exilarchs, the Talmud at the stake and its development at the present time. 115. Appendix A. NOS 1-18 contains 18 explanatory notes to the text. 121. No. 19 contains an extract of the conclusion of our review to Dr. Kopf's book, mentioned in text. 125. No. 20 contains a translation of a few pages of our book, Der Schulchan Arak und Seinbesiehungen zu den Juden und Nicht-Juden, concerning the trial before the Landesgericht, at Munster, December 10, 1883, about the accusation of the Talmud and Schulchan Arak. 126. No. 21 Letter of the Theological Seminary 136. No. 22 Jewish Encyclopedia 136. Appendix B. Criticism to Chapter 7. The beliefs of Sadducees, Karaites, and of the Reformed Jews, and also about resurrection. 138. Next, Introduction. Previous next. P1. Introduction. The persecutors of the Talmud during the period ranging from the 1st century BC, when it began to take form, to the present day, have varied in their character, objects, and actions. In one respect, however, they all agreed, namely, in their general wish to destroy its existence. Careful consideration of its many vicissitudes certainly justifies the assertion that the Talmud is one of the wonders of the world. During the 20 centuries of its existence not one of them has passed without great and powerful enemies vying with each other and exhausting every effort to destroy it. Still it survived in its entirety, and not only has the power of its foes failed to destroy even a single line, but it has not even been able materially to weaken its influence for any length of time. It still dominates the minds of a whole people, who venerate its contents as divine truth, and countless numbers have sacrificed their lives and their possessions to save it from perishing. A review of its persecutors, before going into their history would not be amiss. They are the Seleucidae, in the time of Antiochus Epiphanes, the Roman Emperor Nero, Domitian, Hadrian, etc., the Samaritans, the Sadducees, Boethuzans, the followers of Jesus, and all the sects opposed to the Pharisees. Before the development of the Talmud had been completed, when hardly a single section had been arranged systematically and written down, it having been known merely as oral teaching in the mouths of the sages, and reconsidered and analyzed constantly by their disciples in the colleges, it was violently attacked. But no sooner had the Talmud been completed in Babylonia, and the Saburites had put their seal upon it, so to speak, deciding that nothing was to be added to or subtracted from, when Justinian decreed practically its death, that is to say, what amounted to the same thing, capital punishment to all those who were occupied in its study. Then followed the Karaites, in the days of the Jainim, who seriously threatened p2. its existence. Time and time again they triumphed over Talmudic rabbis and were near making an end of the Talmud and of them. The rabbis next encountered the popes. From the time of Pope Innocent III, the Talmud was burned at the stake in nearly every century from the 11th to the 18th, in Italy, France, Germany, Spain, and many other countries, and in the 18th, also in Poland by the Frankists, by Bishop Dąbrowski, where copies were dragged through the streets of the city, tied to horses' tails and then delivered to the executioner to be burned at the stake in Kamenetz, Lemberg, Brody, and elsewhere. In most places, before it was resolved what was to be done with Talmud, the Israelites were forced to dispute with its enemies, and had to pay heavy fines for arriving late to the dispute, as well as for being vanquished in argument, the judges being their enemies. Still, what has been the result? The Talmud exists today, and not one letter in it is missing. It is true, the persecutions against it are not yet at an end, accusations and calumnies by its enemies, under the new name of anti-Semites, are still directed against it, while the government of Russia legislates against and restricts the rights of the nation which adheres to the Talmud. No modern persecutions, however, can seriously endanger its existence, and it would appear that the Talmud will also survive them and continue as long as the sky spans the earth. A desire to know all that has befallen the Talmud and all its vicissitudes since its inception would require the reading of all the scattered passages in countless volumes which have been compiled in various ages, languages, and countries. Its history, however, has never yet been written by a single author. Treatises on the Talmud itself, or on certain subjects contained therein, have briefly related part of its history, each according to the subject and the aim of its theme. Such are the works of Zunes and Gratz, the one dealing with rabbinical literature, and the other writing concerning the history of the Jews. Similarly, the historians of the world, relating in detail the occurrences of every century, have briefly made mention of what happened to the Talmud in each century. Even in the year there appeared a pamphlet entitled Anklager und Verteidiger des Talmud, by Dr. B. Karain, of Frankfurt on the Main, apparently giving the entire history of P3. The Talmud from its origin to the present time, but it contains only dates and not occurrences. No mention is made of Karaites, who persecuted it in the times of the Jainim, or of the Frankists of the 18th century, of its fate during the 15th century. The Pfefferkorn and Ryuklin episode is mentioned only in part, and by no means satisfactory to the reader curious about the details, not to speak of the rolling block, at the end of the 19th century. It is, indeed, a matter of astonishment that hundreds of books have been written about the Talmud by exponents of all sects and in all ages, to say nothing of the extensive modern literature dealing with the Talmud in whole or in part, amounting to thousands of volumes. In particular, a work, Dikduk Sofrim, published in the last century, containing only the dates and publishers' names of the various editions of the Talmud, in 17 large volumes, with a comparison of all words and letters of the different editions and manuscripts, and this only of 2/3 of the Talmud. The fate of the Talmud, the charges brought against it, the repeated persecutions, the burning at the stake, have not been recorded in a separate work, as though unworthy of notice. It has been thus left for us to supply the deficiency. For we, who have taken upon ourselves the difficult task of editing the old Talmud, to punctuate it in conformity with works in other languages, to systematize and arrange it for a new edition, and to translate it into a modern language, deem it our duty to collect into one book all the records of the vicissitudes of the Talmud in a systematic manner, at the same time stating the causes of many occurrences. It is quite true, that in many places we have been constrained to be brief where a more ample account would not have been out of place, but it must be borne in mind that to expatiate on every incident would lead to the writing of a volume equal in bulk to the Talmud itself, perhaps even larger, and time would not permit such an undertaking. In one respect, however, we will do our duty, we will arrange all the events chronologically, and we have taken pains to denote the time and place of different events and likewise to name the persecutors of the Talmud. We trust this volume will meet with a favorable reception from the readers, for our work was done conscientiously, and to the utmost of our talents. To save space, we have not on every p4 occasion mentioned the authorities from whom we derived our facts, but only when we had to refer the reader for details to other books we gave the name and page of the book. We may state, however, that the sources on which we have drawn are all the books which speak of this subject, viz., the Talmud itself, the books of the Jainim, and those written on this topic in the Middle Ages, as well as the extensive literature relating to it of the last century, from Zunes, Jost, Herzfeld, Greetz, etc., to the pamphlet we have mentioned. At the conclusion of the book the reader will find an explanation of the method employed in the new edition and translation of the Talmud, and at the same time a full introduction. We made it as lucid as possible, and also endeavored to reply to some criticisms that have appeared in various periodicals since the new publication had first appeared. Michael L. Rodkinson. New York, August, 1903. Next, Chapter I, Origin of the Talmud. Previous next. P5. The History of the Talmud. Chapter I. The origin of the name Talmud. The Samaritans Antiochus Epiphanes the Sadducees. The name written law was given to the Pentateuch, prophets, and hagiographa, and that of oral law to all the teachings of the sages consisting of comments on the text of the Bible. The word Torah alone was applied to the entire Bible. The term Talmud was reserved for the oral law, though the meaning of these two words is identical, namely, teaching or study. Still, because it is written Velamdu, and teach it the children of Israel, the name Talmud was applied to what was styled by a long phrase oral law. This word designated all the commentaries of the sages on the scriptures which the Pharisees had begun to interpret figuratively. Figurative interpretation was inaugurated in the days of the Great Assembly when its members resolved to keep themselves distinct from the Samaritans, their inveterate enemies, who adhered to the literal interpretation of the text, which, in the opinion of the Pharisees, was falsified by them. This study, however, commenced to make progress at the time of the Sanhedrin, or from that of the Macedonian conquest of Judea, when the term Great Assembly was changed to the Greek Sanhedrin. It spread into every college where were assembled sages entrusted with the guidance of congregations, with instruction of the law, of ordinances relating to clean and unclean, to property. P6. To crimes. All sages who interpreted the biblical passages figuratively, unlike the Samaritans, were called Pharisees. The Samaritans of course persecuted those Pharisees, objected to their interpretation, and did them great injury whenever they had the power. At last, Janna, Hyrcanus I, overcame them, burned their temple, devastated their city, and compelled them by force of arms to conduct themselves according to the doctrines of the Pharisees, though he himself in his latter years became a Sadducee. Until the time of Antiochus Epiphanes, before which period all the high priests since the erection of the Second Temple had been of the family of Zadok, King David's high priest, and the priests had been also among the sages of the Pharisees, and no disputes arose between them as to the interpretation of the law. From the time of Antiochus, however, when the high priesthood passed from the descendants of Zadok to other families, finally coming into the possession of the Maccabees, who were not descendants of the house of Zadok, began to differ from the Pharisees in the interpretation of the Torah, and to explain the texts on the basis of oral tradition. They founded a distinct sect, styled Sadducees, and the dispute with the Pharisees and their teaching, i.e. with the Talmud, was begun. They persecuted the Pharisees to the utmost, being mostly men of wealth and rank, and in their hearts leaning toward the Hellenes, who then held sway in Palestine. They joined the Samaritans, the foes of the Jews, whose aim was to eradicate the study of Judaism. Thus united, they gave their aid to Antiochus Epiphanes, who was anyhow the enemy of the Jews, and who decreed on the pain of capital punishment that the Pharisees should discontinue their studies, that circumcision should be performed in a manner other than that prescribed by the Pharisees, that the Sabbath should not be observed according to the interpretation of the Sabbath law by the Pharisees, etc. The obvious intention was to destroy the Talmud together with Pharisees who adhered to it. These persecutions against the Talmud ended usually in favor of the Sadducees until the time of Simon ben Shaddai, and the above-mentioned Janna, Hyrcanus I. Then the Pharisees triumphed over their foes, and the oral law was the absorbing subject of the Sanhedrin, under the P7. Leadership of Joshua b. Prachiah, Simon b. Shaddai and Jehuda b. Tobai. The Talmud was then studied in all colleges of Palestine, Egypt, and wherever Jews lived. Owing to the enmity of the Samaritans and the opposition of the Sadducees, many laws and regulations were added to the Talmud of the Pharisees. From that time the Pharisees began to restrict their interpretations so as to make them agree with the deep though literal meaning of the texts, employing therein much sophistry. They counted all the letters of the Torah, and if they found a word or letter not absolutely necessary to the understanding of the text, they said it was placed there only to add to or subtract from the meaning. But at that period the Mishnah was not a separate and distinct thing from the Talmud, though many ancient Mishnahs already existed in writing, but without a separate title. The Pharisees studied the ancient Mishnayot, added to them, and explained the biblical texts. All this was entitled Oral Law, or, shortly, Talmud. Next, Chapter 2, Development of the Talmud in the 1st century. Previous next. Chapter 2. The development of the Talmud during the last century of the Second Temple's existence. Shemaiah Abtali and Hillel Shammai, the princes of Israel, are Yohanan b Zakkai, Sanhedrin of Jamnia, the Jewish Christians. After the triumph of Simon b Shada over the Sadducees, when he had finally cleared the Sanhedrin of them, and only the Pharisees remained there, the development of the Talmud progressed rapidly, for the number of the sages, the adherents, reverers, sanctifiers of the Talmud, increased greatly in the colleges of the Ashkaloth who succeeded to Ben Shada, Shemaiah and Abtalion, and, after them, Hillel and Shammai. And although at that time new enemies arose, in the Boethuzans, Essenes, and many other sects who were opposed to its particular doctrines, yet those had not the power to check its progress or to weaken its influence not only on all Israelites, wherever they dwelt, but also on many Gentiles, for at that time we see that prominent persons of other nations come to the chief men of Israel and express their wish to p. 8. Adopt Judaism. Hillel the elder received them with open arms. Helen the queen, and her son, Isides, also accepted the creed of the Talmud. All this was due to the fact that its morality came at this time to be before the world. The polytheists began to perceive the great difference between the teaching of their priests in the names of the gods, and the Torah as explained by its sages. From all places of the world came persons to learn the doctrines and the morality of the Talmud. This period of good fortune, however, was only of short duration, as the time of the destruction of the temple was nigh, and with it the victims of the sword and of hunger were many. Among these were the great sages who bore the banner of the Talmud, and their wisdom died with them. The Sanhedrin had been forced, while the temple was still in existence, to transfer their meeting places from the marble hall to the shops. Rabban Gamaliel the elder, the son of Hillel the prince, was persecuted by them, and his son Simeon was slain, together with many sages. Thus, if our Yohanan b Zakkai had not, risking his life, petitioned Vespasian to spare the Sanhedrin, who had been compelled during the tumults at Jerusalem to move with their college to Jamnia, there would have remained no vestige of the Talmud, since most of those who cherished it had passed away by the sword, by hunger, and by the plague. Besides, the disciples of Jesus, who then believed in his messiahship, but not in his divinity, began secretly to undermine the Talmud, which laid more stress on external ceremonies than they deemed necessary, and endeavored with all their might to weaken its influence among the populace. But our Yohanan b Zakkai and the Sanhedrin in Jamnia, with Rabban Gamaliel, the son of the slain Simeon, at their head, restored the Talmud to its prestige, and took pains to raise up others in the places of the murdered sages. Thus the study of the Talmud flourished after the destruction of the temple, although beset with great difficulties and desperate struggles. All his days, our Yohanan b Zakkai was obliged to dispute with Sadducees and Bathuians and, no doubt, with the Messiahists also, for although these last were Pharisees, they differed in many points from the teaching of the Talmud after their master, Jesus, had broken with the Pharisees. p. 9. And their doctrines in public. So our Yohanan b Zakkai was obliged to introduce many reforms, and Rabban Gamaliel of Jamnia, notwithstanding his office of Nasi, and his lofty bearing towards his colleagues and adversaries, was compelled to go many times to Rome to ask for mercy for his college and the Pharisaic sages. And this first Nasi, after the temple's destruction, also had to witness the evil consequences of quarrels in the midst of his own nation, added to the calamities from without. As the interpretations of every letter and vowel point of the written law had multiplied, and liberty had been given to every learned man to construe biblical texts at his pleasure, the differences of opinion multiplied, and the disciples of Shammai and Hillel, whose masters' characters differed to the utmost, split into two factions and studied in separate colleges. Thus the teaching of the Talmud was differently interpreted by two parties, and what the one permitted, the other forbade. This circumstance was of more danger to the Talmud than any external foe, for when there is no internal union, the whole fabric will go to pieces, and its influence will, of course, diminish. Therefore the sages of Jamnia, with Gamaliel at their head, strove not only to decide the law according to the school of Hillel, but also to decree that the words of Shammai's school in the place of Hillel's had no value at all. And what a world of difficulty the sages had to surmount before they succeeded. R. Simeon ben Gamaliel rightly says, if we proceeded to record all the troubles and calamities we had endured, time would not suffice. But in the long run they did succeed in widening and increasing the sphere of influence of the Talmud, for both the internal dissensions and external opposition only tended to sink more deeply into the hearts of the people its doctrines, legends, and morals. At the end of the 1st century it was to them a substitute for their destroyed temple, it was their stronghold, their entertainment by day and by night. It was only when they were occupied with it that they forgot all the calamities past and present. It was the sole bond which kept together the scattered colonies of Israelites, which strengthened them to bear the yoke of the Romans, to hope for brighter days, to be patient unto the end. Next, chapter 3, Persecution of the Talmud from the destruction of the temple to the 3rd century. Previous next. p. 10. Chapter 3. The destruction of the temple, the fall of Bethel, the massacre of the sages of the Talmud, till the writing of the Mishnah in the beginning of the 3rd century. The temple had been destroyed, Rabban Gamaliel and many of his colleagues were dead, the family of the Nasi extirpated, excepting only his son Simeon, who succeeded to his father as Nasi and established a college at Isha, and new persecutions, awful in their extent, were directed against those who were engaged in the compilation of the Talmud. The sages, the chief men of Israel, were slaughtered without pity by Trajan and his successors through the entire period of 52 years from the destruction of the temple to the fall of Bethel. Some of these founders of the Talmud who forfeited their lives for its sake are known to us only by their names, Ishmael, Simeon b. Azai, Pappus b. Jehuda, Yishbab the scribe, Huspath the dragoman, Jehuda the baker, Hananiah b. Tradian and Akiba, the last, the main pillar of the Talmud, and who contributed much to its diffusion and completion, died with joy at being enabled to sacrifice his life for it. One of the causes of the great revolt against the Romans at this time was the prohibition by the Roman government of the study of the Torah, wherein alone the Jews found comfort, since only in their houses of learning could they enjoy complete peace and freedom. But as the death penalty had been decreed against all who occupied themselves with religious study and observed its precepts, and as this prohibition deprived them of their only source of consolation, they rebelled, led by Bar Kokhba. Akiba was the first to become his adherent, who journeyed from town to town, inciting the Israelites to rebel, and bringing them the message that a Savior of Israel had arisen in Bar Kokhba, the Messiah. It is not surprising, therefore, that Hadrian, when he had ascended to the throne, was not content barely with the massacre of the sages of the Talmud, but was intent also on the destruction of the Talmud itself. Unable to find a pretext for killing all the sages who kept it tip, he decreed that if any of the old rabbis should p. 11. Qualify a young rabbi for Israel, both should be put to death, and the place in which such took place should be destroyed, believing that with the death of the elder generation the Talmud would be forgotten and Israel would blend with the nations and its memory be obliterated, because he very well knew that as long as the Talmud existed there was little hope for the assimilation of the Jews with other nations. This decree, however, was not executed, and his murderous plan was further frustrated by Yehuda b. Baba, who, forewarned of the decree and comprehending its consequences, betook himself to a place between two great mountains between Isha and Shprehem and licensed 6 of the older men of Akiba's disciples to be rabbis, Meir, Yehuda b. Ilay, Jose b. Halifta, Simeon b. Jacques, Eleazar b. Shemua, and Nehemiah. Having done this, and feeling sure that as long as these men lived the Talmud would be kept alive, he thus addressed them, "Fly, my sons, and hide from the wrath of the enemy. I alone will remain, and will offer my body to satiate their vengeance." And in fact the Romans pierced his body with 300 iron lances, so that it resembled a sieve, but the newly consecrated rabbis were saved, and with them the Talmud. Thus the efforts of Hadrian met with no success, so that at last he said to himself, "Great is the sheep that stands among 70 wolves." He saw the Talmud still existing, bringing to naught his plan for converting the Jews, uniting Israel into one people, and establishing it still more firmly as a national and a religious whole. For the 6 rabbis named above very soon became the soul of Talmudic study. Some of them were with Simeon, the Nasai, in Shprehem, and others founded colleges of their own. Through them the Talmud regained its former power and influence, and one of them, Ilai, became the chief teacher of Yehuda the Nasai, the compiler of the Mishnah. The translation of the Bible into Greek also contributed very much to the popularization of the Talmud. As long as the Torah was in the sacred language only, all Jewish sects and foreign scholars interpreted it in their own way. But a wise Greek, a convert of Judaism, Aquila the proselyte, who received the doctrines of the Talmud from the disciples of Yohanan b. Zakkai and also from Akiba, translated the Bible into Greek. This version was not acceptable to the Jewish believers in Jesus, who must already at that period have constituted a large sect, because their construction of many passages in the Messianic spirit was flatly disregarded by the new translation, nor to the Romans, because all expressions seeming to imply the materiality of the deity were translated in a figurative sense, as for example, the hand of the Lord, the glory of the Lord, which the statue-worshipping Romans could not endure with equanimity, and further because by this translation the nature and doctrines of the Talmud became known to many nations, who found no evil in it. In our opinion the version of Aquila was the sole cause of the dispatch of censors from Rome to revise the Talmud, and these censors avowed that its teaching was true. Be it as it may, in studying the history of the Talmud during the first 3 centuries the reader is easily convinced of the great courage and patience of the sages of the Talmud, for no year of that period passed without trouble from its external as well as from its internal foes, as Simeon b. Gamaliel, the Nasai of Jamnia, himself testifies. For even after the death of Hadrian it enjoyed but a short respite, for Antoninus Pius renewed the decree of Hadrian, and only with much trouble and at great risk of his life did the Nasai succeed in inducing Simeon b. Jacques and Josi to go with him to Rome to petition the Caesar to repeal the decree, which, according to the tradition of the Talmud, they effected only through the intervention of Ben Timalion. And yet, in spite of this, during this very period, the Talmud became so popular that every town wherein Jews had their habitation possessed also a house of learning for the study of the Talmud, so that everywhere it bloomed and flourished, and bore the fruit of the Mishnah, as we shall see in the next chapter. Footnotes 12:1 Cr. Pentateuch, its languages and characters, pages 16 to 17. Next, Chapter 4, Development of the Talmud in the 3rd century. Previous next. p. 13. Chapter 4. The 3rd century. The arrangement of the Mishnahs. The Talmudic colleges of Palestine and Babylonia. The sages, the commentators of the Talmud, differed in opinion as to the epoch when the Talmud began to be written down. The scholars of Spain, and their colleagues and disciples, said that it had been recorded from notes possessed since schools had begun in Israel, a long time before Yehuda the Nasai. The scholars of France, among them Rashi, however, declared that not a line was written till the completion of the Talmud, before which its study had been oral. Each school adduced proofs in behalf of its assertion. Modem scholars have made a compromise between these various versions, by asserting that during the first centuries the commentators of the Talmud in the beginning had taken notes of their studies, and later had written them out in a permanent form. It would seem that as the persecutions had at their commencement been very severe, and the sages felt that their lives were in peril, they decided to write its teaching in secret and to conceal it from its foes. No sooner had the Pharisees granted permission for this than the number of manuscripts became very great, and when Yehuda the Nasai came to occupy the seat of his father and had been confirmed in authority, he discovered that from the multitude of the trees the forest could not be seen, that is, from the multitude of the Mishnahs the people had lost sight of the Talmud. He therefore resolved to compile, selecting out of all the written and the unwritten law clear Mishnayot, and to systematize them. Indeed, the period was very favorable to this undertaking, for the Talmud enjoyed a respite from persecutors external and internal. The Jewish followers of the Messiah, Jesus, began at this time to gradually blend with the foreigners who adopted the new creed, hence their influence on their brethren who persisted in the old faith was weakened. Still he met with many obstacles. The chief one was the division of opinion among the students of the Talmud themselves. For although his grandfather, p. 14, Rabban Gamaliel the elder, had succeeded in fixing the law in accordance with Hillel's school, and declared, with the consent of many of the sages of the Talmud, the school of Shammai of no validity when at variance with Hillel's, still the decree was weakened, when later he was deposed for a short time from his office of Nasai, and in his college were assembled 400 students more, of diverse opinions. In view of this, and it was decided again that individual opinions, even those of the minority, should be considered, the differences between the students and the sages of his college were renewed with greater vigor. This state of things continued till the time of Rabbi, and in order that his Mishnayot might be accepted he was compelled to give due weight to all the varying opinions, slighting none, even of those who were in direct contravention of the decision. The second difficulty was in selecting, from among the mass of incongruous doctrines and laws many of which had become obsolete, and others found to be unnecessary or impracticable those which were both practicable and of direct application. The third difficulty was that as the subject had been studied in divers places, differing in dialect or language, all the Mishnayot had to be made uniform in their dialect. Added to all this, he was forced to clear the Mishnayot from the insertions incorporated into it by the Messianists, for being many and considerable persons, and in close alliance with their colleagues the Pharisees during 2 centuries, they could not have failed to introduce into the Mishnayot their own peculiar opinion and beliefs, many such passages, indeed, being found in the Gemara. Reason compels us to admit, at least, that there were passages in the Mishnayot concerning Jesus and his teachings, for how is it possible that an occurrence which holds so important a place in the history of Israel, and which has spread its influence among the nations for centuries, should not be even hinted at in the Mishnayot? We must, therefore, conclude that Rabbi thought it well to clear the Mishnayot of any reference. p. 15. To the occurrence itself, as well as to the adherents of the new faith. In this he acted wisely, for he knew beforehand that the Mishnayot would be the foundation upon which Judaism and the Talmud should be built, and that the interpretations of it would be many, each interpreter following the bias of his mind. Therefore it was deemed best by him to avoid all mention of the new event, to treat it as though it had no existence. Nothing can withstand a strong will. When once he had resolved to carry out his project at any cost, all difficulties vanished. He went from college to college, in cities far and near, in places where the great masters taught and learned, and though they surrounded him as cocks of Beth Bukia, he was not shaken in his resolution, and with the help of his many friends and sympathizers he was finally enabled to arrange in order 6 sections of Mishnayot, condensed from hundreds. Each section is given up to a general subject, and is subdivided into tracts dealing with matters which come naturally within the scope of the section. The tracts are further divided into chapters. The subjects of the sections and the tracts are as follows. 1. The section of seeds. The general subject of this section is the law relating to vegetables, heave offerings, tithes, the sabbatical year, kilayim, etc., and at the head of this section he placed the tract on benedictions which man owes to his Maker every morning, beginning with those of the evening, which commences the day according to the Jewish custom. 2. The section of festivals. This treats of the Sabbath holidays, and incidentally also of the duty of taxes before the holidays, and of mourning during the festivals. 3. The section of women. This deals with laws having reference to women, marriage, divorce, in separate tracts, and thereto are added laws concerning vows and Nazarites, as women's vows are dependent on the decision of their fathers and husbands, and Nazarites depend on women, who may legally consecrate the child previous to its birth, as for example, Hannah and the mother of Samson. 4. The section of damages. This section treats of laws of property, of the judges, of the penalties which the court may prescribe, and is divided into the tracts Sanhedrin, penalties, p16, etc., but as the first part treats only of damages and their prevention, it is divided simply into 3 parts without distinct titles, but as first, second, and third geths, and as it treats of damages for which men are responsible, a tract on morals has been added abath. 5. The section of sacred things, divided into tracts on sacrifices firstlings, and by the way also kulin, it treats of slaughtering, and examination of the slaughtered animal used for profane purposes. 6. The section of purifications. This deals with the subject of defilements and purifications in general, and has for special topics the defilement of vessels, of plagues, of tents, etc., and a tract relating to Anida. Thus he arranged all the laws relating to the Hebrew religion and to civil matters, and called his entire work Mishnayot, i.e. meaning teaching to distinguish it from Torah and Talmud, and probably because it is written Vishinantam and thou shalt teach them diligently to thy children. In the original version, which signifies really to explain and comment upon it. Thus the Mishnah is an explanation of and a comment upon the Pentateuch, and teaches men how to conduct themselves in relation to their fellow men, and incites them to all good and praiseworthy. In the short introduction to Sabbath we have already described briefly the character of the Mishnayot which Rabbi arranged, and how he succeeded in imparting to it the sanctity of the Pentateuch itself, so that nothing is to be added to them, and what was done later after Rabbi's death, is not the place to expatiate on this subject. We may, however, state briefly that as soon as the Mishnayot was completed, colleges were founded in Palestine and Babylonia to explain the meaning of the Mishnayot and develop their laws to their ultimate consequences. After Rabbi's death, when Boridhoth and Tesephteth were discovered which did not form part of his p17 compilation and which in many places contradicted the Mishnayot, these colleges busied themselves in reconciling them with the Mishnayot and with each other. They accounted for contradictions in Boridhoth by saying that one spoke of a case under same circumstances, while another meant a like case under different circumstances. So they explained the differences in the Mishnayot themselves, often dividing a Mishnah, whose parts seemed to contradict each other, and giving as explanation of the contradictions that the first part was according to one Tana, but the latter part according to another. These discussions and comments on the Mishnah they called Gemara, which also signifies teaching in Aramaic, which was the spoken language of the sages of the Gemara, and to the combined Mishnayot and Gemara they gave the old name, Talmud. Next, Chapter V, the 2 Talmuds. Previous next. Chapter V. The Talmud of Jerusalem, the Talmud of Babylonia, the character of their Halakha and Haggadah, the dates of their completion and their systematization. The sages of the Gemara, called Amoraim, and the commentators of Mishnayot were of different characters. Some were intent only on diligently collecting Mishnayot and Boridhoth, wherever found, to compare them with each other, to correct their reading in conformity with Rabbi's Mishnayot, and to separate the wheat from the chaff, i.e. to decide which Boraithoth was valid and which was not worthy of consideration. On the other hand, there were others who devoted themselves to ingenious construction of the Mishnayot and the Boraithoth itself, without adducing proofs from elsewhere. This consisted in scrupulously examining the letters in the Mishnah, to eliminate or to amplify it where they judged necessary, to trace laws to their origin and to discover what Tana agreed with this Mishnah and what differed from it, whether the same Tana contradicted himself at different places, and whether it was incompatible. p. 18. To explain them in various ways, and the like. In the language of the Gemara they are distinguished by different titles. Those who studied the Mishnayot were styled Sinai, the master of the wheat, and the dialecticians the uprooters of mountains or acute men, and although the preference was given to the former, as it was said, all must resort to the master of the wheat, yet the study of the Babylonian Talmudists being based on scholasticism, their acuteness is evinced in their so harmonizing the contradictions and disagreements, that they appear to point to the same meaning. Not only did they interpret the Boraithas at variance with the Mishnayot, but when even one of the great Amoraim appeared to differ from the Mishnah they so distorted the latter that it should seem to agree with the Amora. A similar difference existed among the authors of the Haggadah. Some gave to biblical texts a new reading remote from the plain meaning, interpreting them in strange and marvelous ways, and basing on them legends of natural impossibilities, while some adhered closely to the literal meaning of texts, without adorning them with exaggerations. Though in the Palestinian and the Syrian, as well as in the Babylonian colleges, there were many scholars who assisted each other in their studies and comments on the Mishnayot, the Palestinian differed from those of Babylon in this respect, that in the former the chief labor consisted in the collection of halakhas, without profound researches into the deeper meanings and implications, even in the study of the mere Mishnayot, all of which was totally unlike the manner of study in the Babylonian schools. Indeed, the Palestinians were inferior to the Babylonians in scholastic profundity and ingenuity, and but few of them distinguished themselves therein, except R. Yohanan, R. Simeon b. Lachish, and several others of that period. Therefore, in the schools of Palestine, scholasticism was esteemed of little value, and in them the study of halakhas fell into decay, so that finally the Haggadah came to occupy the principal place, the halakhas holding a subordinate position. In addition to this, they found themselves compelled to give their attention to the biblical texts, as the Messianists, who had grown in numbers, construed these texts favorably to Christianity, and challenged the Jews to dispute with them. Therefore, the sages found themselves obliged to give the preference. p. 19. To the study of the Scriptures and Haggadah. As at that time the impression was general that the most important element in the study of the Torah is ingenious reasoning on halakha, it is not surprising that the Babylonian Talmud came to be received as the important and essential part of the oral law, while that of Palestine held a subordinate position. It is difficult to describe accurately and clearly the mode of thinking and ways of reasoning of the Talmud, which in truth is known only to one who has made it the study of his life. It is easier, however, to give a picture of the Talmudists' views and notions, as gathered from the Haggadah. In this respect the Haggadah of the Palestinian Talmud is superior to that of Babylon, as it had its birth in Palestine, and was borrowed thence by the Babylonians. Many books of Haggadah had existed in Palestine, whose contents were incorporated later in various midrashim, and some also in the Talmud, and even at that period there was a difference of opinion as to their value. Some valued them, and some despised them. The Haggadahs consist of two elements: first, the external garment of the thought, the tradition, and secondly, the internal idea, allegorically shadowed forth, which constitutes literary value. The latter can be divided into three kinds: Peshat, the interpretation of the meaning of biblical words; Drash, a free untrammeled interpretation of the scriptural texts; Sod, the deep mystic, religious meanings construed from the texts. By these three kinds of construction of scripture, all subjects, topics, and times are embraced and discussed. The Haggadah, with its mystic and veiled religious wisdom, has exercised a great influence in the Oriental and heathen world, which has borrowed from it many precious gems of profound religious thought, having Palestine for their birthplace. And indeed we find that the multitude of legends based on the Bible which have been current in, and reverenced by, the Mohammedan world for 1200 years, delighting both sages and the unlearned, are to be found in the Talmudic Haggadah. Whether entire or only in the leading idea, their identity is recognizable. Many also of the legends of the Middle Ages to be found in the works of Dante, or those of Boccaccio, Cervantes, and Milton, are taken, consciously or unconsciously, from their original source, the Talmudic Haggadah. p. 20. The Fathers of the Christian Church have likewise drawn on it, as Basilius of Cappadocia, Hieronymus, Chrysostomus, and many others who construed passages in the Bible in accordance with the Haggadah. The moral code contained in the Haggadah teaches man how to conduct himself toward all men and in all situations of life. We shall deal with this moral law in a future chapter on the ethics of the Talmud. The two Talmuds contain, then, halakhas, Haggadahs, references to all branches of science known in those days, but without any system or order. Many times a Haggadah is interpolated in the middle of a halakha, and again in like manner a digression on a scientific subject extraneous to the halakha is inserted in it. The compiler of the Talmud, whether from careless method or from the great labor involved, could introduce no order. In this respect there is little difference between the two Talmuds, nor is there much difference in the sources whence each drew its material. Sayings from the Talmud of Palestine are quoted in that of Babylonia, sometimes under the name of their author or their citer in Babylonia. Other passages are stated to emanate from the West. In the West it was said. In the Talmud Palestinian, similarly, the Babylonian authority is often given, example there they learn or say. It is clear however that when the Babylonian Talmud was compiled that of Palestine was unknown to its compilers, although, according to the opinion of many, the Talmud of Palestine was arranged by R. Yohanan and concluded by R. Jose Barbun about 100 years before the Babylonian. Others, however, affirm that the Talmud of Palestine was concluded only in the 8th century or even as late as the 9th, and adduce evidence in substantiation. We may assume, as a compromise, both assertions to be true. The greater part had indeed been arranged and systematized in the time of Hillel, the last of the Nassais in the West, but it was not employed to any extent in the colleges remaining in Palestine and Syria, because the Babylonian Talmud had spread until it reached the West. But in the time of the Karaites many things were added to the Talmud of Palestine by those who wished there. p. 21. Words to be held as of equal sacredness with the Talmud, as was then customary. The bulk of the Palestine Talmud, after all the additions, is much less than that of the Babylonian, albeit it contains Gemara on 2 additional tracts and fragmentary chapters of other tracts. This is owing to the fact that the discussion of the Mishnayot is not so elaborate, and there is less of scholastics. We have already stated that its quality, as regards the halakhas, is also inferior. It was not as popular as that of Babylonia, therefore fewer copies were made of it than of the latter. For this reason, since its conclusion its opponents have been less numerous, though it was very much persecuted at the time when it was studied in the colleges. The government rulers persecuted Israel and its Torah, since the death of Rabbi, and the persecutions did not stop until the death of Hillel, the last of his descendants, with whom the office of Nassai ceased to exist. This was alone one of the causes why the Talmud of Palestine spread less widely than its younger brother of Babylonia. The lot of the Talmud in Babylonia was better, since from the time of the death of Rabbi Tilmar br Ra'ashi, one of the last of the Amoraim, it was not persecuted by the Persian rulers. For about 100 years, the heads of the exile were diligent in their studies, uniting thereunto its political power. If it sometimes happened that some kings were ill-disposed to the Jews, still they did not interfere with their studies. For this reason the study of the Talmud flourished in the colleges of Sura, Nehardea, and Pumbeditha, and the number of its students was counted by thousands. And so the Talmud became a vast sea, and its waves rose with might. Ar-Ashi saw, therefore, that the time had come for revising, systematizing and concluding it, when he came to restore the college of Sura, which had fallen into decay on the death of Rabbi. About this Ar-Ashi it was said that from the time of Rabbi to his time there is not to be found a man who was unique in the possession of wisdom, riches, and glory. He, p. 22, was in favor with King Isjadar II, rich and long-lived. Therefore, he undertook in the course of 1 year to systematize 2 tracts. Whether he arranged them in the order in which they are found in the Mishnayot, or differently, or whether he revised and improved them, is not known to us, but this, at least, is clear, that some tracts he revised twice, and the second time in a manner opposite to the first. Be this as it may, it is also certain that the Talmud which we possess is not that which came from Ar-Ashi's hands, since additions by 7 heads of the colleges who succeeded him in Sura, and by their colleagues, Mir Mar, Edi bar Abin, Nabman bar Huna, Tabiomi his son, Rabbatosfoa, Rabbina bar Huna, Rabbina Jose, who presided together 125 years, are mentioned in the Talmud, none of which are found in Ar-Ashi's edition. Perhaps they also made eliminations in his edition, though they did not attain the learning and religious wisdom of Ar-Ashi, except his son, Tabiomi. The latter filled the place of his father in learning and wisdom, though not in his breadth of view, for in his time reigned King Peros, the son of Isjadar III, who persecuted the Jews, the Talmud, and those who cherished it. Therefore, even if we suppose that his son Mar was diligent in arranging and revising the Talmud, as traces of his insertions and corrections are found in it, yet he did not succeed in completing it, owing to the persecutions of the government, especially as he did not occupy his office long, and thus the Talmud has remained uncorrected. But as the sages became aware that the times were changing, the number of learned men diminishing, they began to fear lest in the course of time, passages would multiply in the Talmud which would rather detract from than add to its value, therefore they concluded it, and decreed that thenceforth nothing should be added to it. They also ordered that the sages should no more be called Amoraim, but Sabaraim. Thus the Talmud was concluded in the age of Rabbina Jose, without further revision or rearranging. In reality, however, these sages achieved almost nothing, for, despite their decree, the Saburites as well as the Jayanim, and the p. 23 rabbis succeeding them, added to and eliminated from it and altered in many places its version, as 1. H. Weiss has proved beyond dispute, and also we ourselves in our book El Baker Mishpat and in the journal Hakol many times, as will be mentioned further on. Footnotes 21:1 Getzau, Al-Naharath Babel. 22:1 Vidi Last Gate, 356b. Next, Chapter 4, the 6th century, Persian and Byzantine persecution of the Talmud. Previous next. Chapter 6. The persecutions of the Talmud in the Persian and Byzantine empires in the 6th century after the close of the Talmud. In the reign of Kobad in Persia, a fanatic reformer named Mazdak desired to introduce the doctrine of the community of property and wives, thus modifying the Zoroastrian creed. The king became an adherent of the new doctrine and decreed its acceptance by the people. The lower classes eagerly availed themselves of the license thus granted. To this communism, the Jews, led by Marzutra II, son of Arhuna, the young exilarch, offered an armed resistance. The occasion of the revolt was the murder of Mar Isaac, president of one of the colleges. It is related that they established an independent Jewish state, having for king the prince of captivity, with Machuza as the capital. At last, after 7 years, Marzutra and his grandfather, Marchanina, were taken prisoners, executed, and their bodies nailed to the cross on the bridge of Machuza. On account of the ensuing persecutions, the office of exilarch remained for some time in abeyance. The colleges were closed, as the teachers were compelled to conceal themselves, and Abuna and Giza, 2 of the most eminent, fled. When peace was restored after Kobad's death, the college at Sura received Giza as president, and that at Pumbeditha, see Muna. A third name of eminence survives, that of Rabbi or Rab, of whom little is known. Men of religious mind of the period devoted themselves to the study of the Talmud, the love for which persecution had but increased, which satisfied religious zeal and promoted tranquility of mind, and the knowledge of which raised its possessor to positions of honor and trust. The original development of the Talmud had at that period p. 24 ceased. Giza and Simuna conceived the desire to fix the laws for practical use, casting aside theoretical speculation, for it was necessary that there be no doubts or wavering. Their activity in this work was but a continuation of that which had begun at the close of the Talmud. The labors of the presidents of the colleges were confined to this task and to assembling, as of old, the disciples in Adar and Elul and instructing them by lectures, and to assigning themes for private study. To fix the laws, the arguments pro and con needed to be weighed, therefore they were called saburines. Many points of practice in the ritual, the civil law, and the marriage code were settled at this period. Giza and Simuna gave chief attention to committing the Talmud to writing, making use of oral traditions and of notes made to aid the memory by various individuals. All legends were incorporated, and the obscure passages elucidated by their additions, for everything emanating from the Amoraim was thought important. In this form it has reached us. The vowel points to the Bible were also invented at this time, according to Greets. The names of the immediate successors of Giza and Simuna have not been preserved either by chronicles or tradition. Forgotten in the persecution visited on the colleges during this century by both Christian and Zoroastrian churches. Hormisdas IV, Chosroes Nushirvan's son, was unlike his father. Led by the Magi, who strove to check the approaching dissolution of their religion by persecution of the adherents of other faiths, he vented his wrath upon the Jews and Christians of his empire. The Talmudical colleges at Sura and Pumbeditha were closed, and again many teachers fled this time to Firouzshabad, where, under an Arabian governor, they were less exposed to espionage. New colleges arose there, among which that of Mari was eminent, and there they continued their Talmudic labors. A general, Babram Chubin, who had experienced the ingratitude of the king, usurped the Persian throne. In this he was assisted by the Jews with money and men, and in return granted them many favors and concessions. As a result, the colleges of Sura and Pumbeditha were reopened. Chanan of Ischia returned from Firouzshabad to Pumbeditha, and restored the college there. It is also probable p. 25 that the president of Sura, which was of far greater repute, was elected at that time, though his name is not mentioned in the chronicles. With Babram's fall, the vengeance of the lawful heir to the throne, Prince Chosroes, was visited on the Jews. With the aid of the Byzantine emperor, Mauritius, and the loyal portion of the Persian people, he defeated the usurper, putting to the sword also the greater part of the Jewish population of Machuza, and probably of other cities as well. Next, Chapter 7, the 8th century, the persecution of the Talmud by the Karaites. Previous next. Chapter 7. The 8th century. The dominion of the Jainim. The opposition of the Karaites. The establishment of a sect of that name. The Pharisees had been victorious over the Sadducees and the other sects opposed to the oral law, but had not annihilated them entirely, since only because these latter could not withstand them, they kept silence and were discontented in their hearts, as the Talmud gained strength and became more severe in its decrees against the Sadducees and Samaritans, so that in the end the Kuthim were declared as idolaters in all respects. Then their indignation burned and they awaited a favorable time for revenge. In the time of the dominance of the Jainim, who carried out the Talmud in practice, the measure became full, and Anan, the nephew of the Jayan at Sura, when he was not elected as Jayan, for the reason of his liberal ideas and his opposition to the Talmud, established the Karaite sect. Those who hold that the Karaites were a new sect founded by Anan, are mistaken, for a small sect under the name of Karaites, or adherents of the text, had existed already in the days of the Talmud, where they are mentioned in many places, as adherents of the text, or once the Karaites ad. Doubtless the remainder of the Sadducees assumed this name, having lost political influence since they had been vanquished, and the word Sadducees being hated by the people. Therefore the remains of the sect called themselves Karaites, i.e. p. 26. Those who occupy themselves with the text of Scripture, and endeavor to understand its real meaning. Owing to their small numbers, or to the lack of a great man to head them, this sect kept secret its hatred of the Talmud, though it existed so long as to outlive even the close of the latter, and the Talmudic sages paid no attention to them. Finally, however, chance gave them a man fit to be their leader, who publicly opposed the Talmud so that all its enemies made one league against it, and they were at first a great power, and in the course of 700 years they did not cease to persecute the Talmud and almost destroyed it. Finally, however, they lost their influence which they never regained, and today are decayed so that small numbers only live in Austria, Crimea, and many other places in Russia, numbering in all today no more than 4,000 or 5,000 souls altogether. This man was Anan ben David, nephew of the Exilarch Solomon, in Baghdad, who had died childless. Anan expected to be elected as his successor, but his younger brother was chosen instead, and he was rejected because of his liberal ideas and want of sympathy with the Talmud. Then he publicly began to make war on the Talmud and Talmudists, and became the head of all its opponents and ill-wishers. He made his headquarters at Jerusalem, after having been, it seems, obliged to leave Babylonia. There he assumed the title of Exilarch, and around him were assembled a great multitude who made war on the oral law, its scholars, and in particular on the two colleges of Surah and Pumbeditha. By his general precept, search well in the scriptures, he declared as naught the whole oral law. And wishing to find favor in the eyes of the caliphs, who fixed the dates of their festivals by observation of the new moon, he also renewed this custom, once in force among the Jews while the temple had existed, repealing thus the calculation of Ar-Adha received among all Talmudists. He openly said to the Caliph Almanzor that the Jews had been guilty of persecuting Jesus and opposing Muhammad, though both these men did much to drive idolatry out of existence, and cannot be attacked without guilt. Of the first he said that he had been a holy man who did not want to appear as a prophet, or a god, but only desired to reform the faith which the Pharisees had perverted. Of the second, p. 27. He said that he really was a prophet for the Arabs, only he does not believe that the law is repealed by Mohammedanism. His first work was to separate himself from the Jews by fixing the date of Pentecost to be 50 days after the first Sabbath after Passover, as the Sadducees fixed it formerly. The dates of New Year and the Day of Atonement, Passover, and the Feast of Booths were determined by watching for the new moon, which did not agree with the Jewish dates. As in the leap year 1 month is added to the year, he allowed, in case of need, to begin Passover when barley is ripe in the fields. The phylacteries, the 4 species of the lulab and the semi-holiday Hanukkah, he abolished. On the other hand, he made the observation of Sabbath more burdensome, so that the lighting of candles was prohibited on the eve of Sabbath, even by a non-Jew, also the leaving of one's house during Sabbath when most neighbors are not Jews, i.e. Karaites. The dietary laws he also made stricter, so as to prohibit his adherents eating in company with Jews, for the latter are not careful enough and oftentimes eat with Gentiles. Soon Anan saw that if everyone were left to interpret the biblical text according to his own mind, etc., his sect would be split, and not endure, and that a fixed commentary is needed at least for those passages which can by no means be interpreted literally. Therefore he claimed many great authorities, long deceased, as Karaites, and declared that Ar-Jehuda b. Tobai, the colleague of Simeon b. Shada, etc. Shammai the elder, the colleague of Hillel the elder, and other such, were some of the founders of their sect, and he ascribed to them some interpretations of passages which he claimed to have received by tradition from them. Abandon the Talmud and Mishnah, he said to his followers, and I will make you a Talmud of my own, according to the traditions I have. Though in reality he took the rules of the Mishnah as basis, Yet he said that as far as details are concerned he is as wise as the sages of the Mishnah, or more so, and can construe the biblical texts by his own intellect. His hatred of the Talmud became so great that he said that if he could have swallowed the Talmud, he would cast himself. p. 28. Into a limekiln, that it might be burned with him and leave no vestige of its existence. Thus the people of Israel separated itself then into two hostile hosts. The Talmudists declared the Karaites not to be Jews, and forbade to give them any holy ceremony to perform, while the Karaites said of the followers of the rabbis that they are Jewish sinners, and it is sinful to intermarry with them. The city of Jerusalem witnessed for the third time a splitting of Israel into parties. Of Anan's writing we know nothing, although according to the Karaites he wrote some comments on the Bible and prayers. From the compositions imputed by them to him, we can see that only the love of resistance and victory absorbed him. How great his learning was we cannot judge, as in general his biography is unknown to us, but it is known that he was not given to philosophy, nor ingenious in interpreting scripture. One good effect we can ascribe to him, that, owing to his opposition, the Talmudic rabbis were also forced to pay more attention to the scriptures, and make researches and learn the niceties of the Hebrew language, so that Anan and his sect were the prime cause of all the compositions on grammar, Masorah and vowel points, and even poetic compositions that the Talmudists gave birth to in the course of time. After Anan's death Saul, his son, succeeded him as exilarch of the Karaites, but Anan's disciples separated from him, as they did not agree with him about some ceremonies, according to Saul's interpretation of biblical passages. They became a distinct sect calling themselves Ananites, so it also happened after the death of Saul, who was succeeded by Josiah, his son. And so almost every age sprang a new Karaite sect with a name of its own, each interpreting scripture in its own way. Some of them will be mentioned presently. It is self-evident that an attempt to get at the profound meaning of the scriptures was the business of every such sect. Through their activity the knowledge of Hebrew grammar, of Masorah, the vowel points and punctuation marks, was diffused. Theological philosophizing was also not strange to some Karaites, as they had to explain such words as God's hand, eye, finger, which they were unwilling to take literally and materialize God, just as the other Jews. Thus gradually a large literature sprang among the Karaites, not inferior, taken as a whole, to the Talmud itself in bulk. p. 29. At all events, the Talmud was menaced by a much greater danger from these internal enemies than from its external foes. For the latter did not attack the Talmud itself, except so far as it was an obstacle in their way, but their main and avowed object was to convert the Jews to another religion, or even merely to fill their own pockets with Jewish gold, given to avert the persecution instigated for that very purpose. The Talmud was then attacked only incidentally, not for its sake, while the main object was something else. But the Karaites made it their great aim to drive the Talmud itself out of existence, to direct their arrows against it for its own sake, and endeavored to bring about, that the Jews should become Christians, or Mussulmans, or join any sect whatever. The Karaites did not care which, provided that the Jews should forsake the hateful Talmud, and its halakhahs and haggadahs should get lost. Therefore the struggle with them was very great, especially as they pretended that their traditions were based on the great authorities of the remnants of the nation. As their doctrines, however, were not fixed, and as almost every age the Karaites were split into diverse sects, therefore they could not resist or make headway against the Talmud, whose strength is, to those who rightly understand it, that it has never purposed to make fixed rules, to last for all ages. Deliberation and reasoning concerning the halakhahs according to the circumstances, is the principle of the Talmud, and the saying of the Talmud, even when they say to you of right that it is left, and of left that it is right, thou shalt not swerve from the commandment, shows the opinion of the Talmud, that the practice of the ceremonies and precepts is dependent on the time, place, and other circumstances. With this power the Talmud combated all its enemies, and was victorious. The controversies between the Jews and the Karaites are recorded in many books, Karaite and Talmudistic, from the age of Arsadia the Jayan, and his opponent Sahel ben Mosliah to the present time. In them can also be found a history of their alternate triumphs. But this is not our task here. We will remark only that from the days of Arsadia the Jayan, when the rabbis had begun to have polemics with them, can be seen the deep mark the Karaite literature left on the rabbinical. p. 30. 1. Philosophy was from that time used in conjunction with the Torah. Many Jayanim followed Arsaadia's method of harmonizing the Torah and the philosophy of that time, that they should seem as mutual enemies. So the Karaites charged such men with infidelity, but others were themselves compelled to imitate them, and called in the aid of philosophy, of the divinity, to interpret the texts of the Holy Scriptures. The effect of the Karaites on the Talmudist rabbis is made evident also in this, that since their time the rabbis also began to write down fixed halakhas taken from the Talmud, that the readers should not otherwise by error adopt the Karaite rules, made by the Karaite leaders, which they might mistake for the rules of the Talmud itself, since they could not know the whole Talmud by heart. They composed, therefore, the Halak Hot Dolath, Shiltath Tirababai, for the sake of the students, who could not themselves wade through the whole Talmud. But thereby they opposed the spirit and object of the Talmud itself, that the halakhas should be matter for discussion, and modified in accordance with the requirements of the time and place. As soon as the Jayanim had permitted to propound decisions of the halakhas, and to fix them, those Jayanim, who succeeded them, were compelled to teach that these decisions of the former Jayanim, even though given without proofs, are holy for the people, as if given from Mount Sinai. This circumstance added fuel to the quarrel of the Karaites, and gave them new points of attack. The hope of some great men of the nation to reconcile the Jews with the Karaites became naught, for although the Karaites quarreled among themselves, and split into rival sects, yet they all equally hated the Talmud, reviled it, and insulted it, styling the two colleges, Atzura and Pumaditha, the two harlots spoken of in Ezekiel, who referred to these colleges in his prophecy. According to Makrazai, there were among the Karaites 10 sects, differing from each other in their opinions, practice, and festivals. They had no permanence, some rose, some fell, and in the 10th century only 5 large sects were found, named 1 Jadanim or Jajanim, 2 Makrites or Magrites, 3 Akbarites, p. 31, 4 Abn Amronites or Tiflicites, 5 Balbicates. The reader will find in the books of Jost, Gratz, First, Geiger, and in Hebrew, in Bequarath el Toldath Hakarim, an account of the particulars about which the various sects of the Karaites differed, and also the names of their leaders. We do not think it necessary to give these details in this place. We will mention for illustration the latest sect, which wished to fix the Day of Atonement only on a Saturday every year, because it is said Sabbath Sabbathan, which means a Sabbath of rest, and they translate as Sabbath of Sabbaths, and the first day of Passover on Thursday. Thus each Karaite sect celebrated the biblical festivals on different days, for each sect construed the texts in the Pentateuch by preference without being able to come to an agreement. Thus also in respect of the observation of Sabbath, for some Karaites, their houses were during the Sabbath their prisons, where they did sit in darkness, and which they could not leave when their neighbors happened not to be Karaites like themselves. In this we see the power of the Talmud, that even those who were inimical to it or hostile to a large portion of it, halakhas never had different opinions concerning the festivals and other such things, important to one particular nation, for they could not deny its general tradition. The effects of Karaism are also traceable in some religious practices, which had not been usual among the people of ancient times. Thus phylacteries, which it had not been customary to use, in spite of the literal interpretation of the Talmud of the passage, and thou shalt bind them for a sign upon thy hand, and they shall be as frontlets between thine eyes, perhaps for the reason that Hillel had said, leave Israel alone, if they are not prophets, they are children of prophets, for after all, the arguments of the Talmud in favor of the literalness of that passage, the people felt that it was only a figurative expression, and the Talmud itself prohibited the use of phylacteries to the people, permitting it only to confirmed scholars. But when the Karaites interpreted the passage figuratively, the Jainim permitted the use of tefillin to the people also, to show their difference from the Karaites. The opposition of the Karaites affected also that the p. 32. Jainim should declare that the Haggadah of the Talmud is not obligatory to believe for any man, and that it is not to be taken literally, but as allegorical. Leave to every one the right to hold what opinions he chooseth about the Haggadah of the Talmud, says R. Samuel B. Hani, father-in-law to Hai Jaon, to ward off the attacks of the Karaites and opponents of the Talmud generally, who made it responsible for many Haggadic things cautioned in it. And indeed we see that the collections of holocaust from the Talmud, as Rab Alfasi and his colleagues inserted but little of the Haggadah, as if to show that the Haggadahs are not minded. Though in truth the Haggadahs of the Talmud relating to morality are the main element of the Talmud, mostly require no change, addition, or subtraction, even in our age. While on the other hand, the absence of the ethics of the Talmudic Haggadah is painfully felt in Karaite literature to the present day. In points of morality their opinions are as various as concerning the Holocaust, in the course of time issued from the Karaite ascetics who abstained from meat and wine, left their homes, dwelt in deserts, and mourned over the destruction of Jerusalem. The Karaites styled them the 60 heroes who are around Solomon's bed, for there were 60 in number. And called them the great teachers, for they had been taught by them that it is not legal to eat meat in exile, since a text says one should not slaughter outside the camp. In contrast with these, from among the Karaites came also Hiri Hakelhai or Habilki who, owing to his opposition to the Talmud, denied also Moses' Torah, providence, creation, etc., so that the Karaites repulsed him also. There were among them also some who believed in a material God, eating something of the sacrifices, and enjoying the agreeable flavor of them. Such was the destiny of those who rejected tradition, and relied on their own intellect. The issue was that, though among the Karaites were also great men and great sects and many times they triumphed over the Talmudists for centuries, the following peculiarities made them a sect secluded from the whole world: their scrupulousness about cleanliness and uncleanliness, their separation from anybody who was not a Karaite Jew, so as not to take from him bread and other articles of the bakery, and so as not p. 33. To eat anything that had been touched by a non-Jew. Gradually their numbers diminished, so that now they number only about 4,000 souls in the world, and even these few differ among themselves in their usages and festivals. To this day the Karaites in Egypt and the East remain in the dark during the eve of Sabbath. The dates of their festivals are not alike every year, and by their attacks on the Talmud they not only failed to weaken its influence or diminish the number of its adherents, but brought about its increased influence and accepted holiness. Though the rabbis kept apart from them, and said to those who wished to make peace between them, the Karaites, never became joined, still they did not forbear to borrow from them what seemed to them good, adopting the Masorah and vowel points of Ben Asher, who was one of them. About the Judaized Shazars, of their time, the Karaites say that they had the Karaite form of Judaism, but modern scholars contradict this. They say that the Shazars were Talmudic Jews, and A.B. Gottlober has written admirably about this subject. His argument seems to savor of the truth. But there is no doubt, that among the Jewish tribes of Arabia, and those of the Judaized Arabian kingdom, there were Talmudic Jews who rendered many services to the Jews of the Byzantine Empire, but as these matters do not pertain to our subject, we will not speak further of them, and conclude hereby the present chapter. Next, Chapter 8, Islam and its influence on the Talmud. Previous next. Chapter 8. Islam and its influence on the Talmud. In 622, the Hebrew religion gave birth to a second daughter, Mohammedanism, founded by Muhammad of Mecca among the tribes of Arabia, who had lived unprogressive for ages in the large peninsula between the Red Sea and the Persian Gulf, keeping by the usages received from their ancestors traditionally. Hundreds of years had passed without making any impression on the development of this people, until Muhammad arose, and in the space of 20 years subdued with the p. 34. Sword and by the tongue the whole great land of Arabia. and like a stream of mighty waters the Arabs burst from their bonds, animated by a spirit of war, and fired by religious zeal, tore away from the Byzantine Empire the whole of Syria and Egypt, and conquered also Persia, extended their empire to India and Caucasus, on the one band, and to Western Africa, on the other, spreading, at last, over Spain and southern Italy to the heart of Christendom, preaching Islam and bearing the banner of their prophet wherever they stepped. For the second time, after an interval of 600 years, Judaism witnessed a new faith born, all whose choice portions, all whose good and beauty, were taken from the storehouse of the Talmudic Haggadah. When Muhammad arose to say that through Gabriel, the angel, the Lord had destined him to confirm the truth of the divine revelation previously to Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, Moses and the rest of the saints who had been on earth, he borrowed only the foundation of his idea from the Haggadah of the Talmud. Likewise he borrowed many sayings, traditions, and historic legends from the same source, and these materials served him as the foundation of the principles he prescribed for the guidance of his people. All the Hebrew plants succeeded speedily on the Arabian soil, as if they had been native. Islam grew in power and soon made progress, political and ecclesiastical, for new forces joined it. It reared a new civilization on the ruins of the heathen culture of Syria. During the first century of its existence it likewise exercised an influence on the scholars of the Talmud. As the Greek spirit had formerly been wedded to the Jewish spirit, so now the Arabian was wedded to it. It might have supplanted Jewish thought altogether had not the many sages, adherents of the Talmud, written excellent books in Arabic, extolling the Talmud, its system and its spirit. When the Jewish tribes of Arabia, some of these powerful and independent, had refused to believe in the inspiration of the new prophet, Islam arose on its parent Judaism, as Christianity had done before. Persecutions, massacres, blood, and fire and exile were visited on the adherents of the Talmud. As long as Muhammad had entertained the hope of gaining Jews for converts, his treatment of them was favorable and p. 35. He enjoined in the Quran not to be inimical to adorers of one God. He even wanted to make the date of the fast of Ramadan on the 10th of Tishri, as well as to make Jerusalem the center of the pilgrims instead of Mecca. Perceiving, however, that notwithstanding all this, Islam gained few Jewish converts, he turned the enemy of the Jews and became wroth against them and persecuted them with fury and bloodthirstiness as infidels. But at his death his hatred and intolerance died with him, the Jews found peace and protection under the caliphs, and the Jainim could establish their colleges. When Spain was added in 711 by the general Turik ibn Zara, bright days ensued for the Jews. They were able to devote themselves to spiritual activity undisturbed, also to take a large part in the culture of science which flourished in Spain. Great offices and high posts were given to Talmudic Jews, counselors, authors of law articles, court physicians, and ministers were taken from among them. Together with their civic prosperity their spiritual activity made progress, and they made great contributions to Judaism, and benefited their co-religionists. Rarely were they visited by storms, as in Granada, in 1603, and at Cordova, in 1157, and then they suffered only as citizens. In Egypt, Syria, Fez, and Morocco, wherever Islam dominated, Jewish communities flourished. In contrast to this, the study of the Torah decayed in the East, and from Babylonia it changed its place to Spain. The prosperity and the power of the Jews called forth envy and opposition, resulting in the desertion of some Jews to Islam, and this spirit of opposition was kindled yet more by false messiahs arising frequently, as Shirani in 720 and Abu Iii in 1464, in the reign of the Caliph Marian, who opposed themselves to the Talmud with all their might. In spite of all that, the Talmud was honored as before. For the Jainim and the two colleges at Sura and Pumaditha were as beacons to all the exiled Jews till the second half of the 10th century. Only a singular accident, which happened about 960, put an end to this unlimited and undivided dominion of Babylonia over the Jewish minds. 4 scholars had left Sura with the purpose of collecting money. p. 36. Among their European brethren, for the benefit of encouraging a more assiduous study of the Talmud at the College of Sura, the vessel being captured by an Arab pirate, the 4 sages were sold as slaves. 1. Arshimariah b. Elhanan was then brought to Alexandria. There the Jewish community ransomed him, and appointed him as supervisor of religion and teacher of the Talmud in Cairo. The second, Arhushiel, was sold into slavery at the African coast, and brought to Caraban. The third, Moses b. Enoch was ransomed from his owners after many hardships, at Cordova, where the community chose him as rabbi. The name of the fourth has not transpired. It is possible that he reached France. The 4 men, not having attained their object of collecting money for Sura, and its college having been closed 700 years after its foundation, brought to an end the spiritual dominion of Babylonia over the Jewish mind and scattered the seeds of Talmudic study throughout all lands. The College of Pumbeditha, though it continued to exist for some period after that of Sura, spreading the light of the Torah among all the exiled, sank from its preeminent rank, gradually, till its existence came to an end. With it was extinguished the light of the Jainim. From that time the center of religious activity for the Jews was in Europe. The Talmud had its home in Spain, whence it spread to other countries, as will be seen in the coming chapters. Next, Chapter 9, the period of greatest diffusion of Talmudic study. Previous next. Chapter 9. The victory of Karaism over the spiritual dominion of the Talmud and the mind of the Jewish nation. The last Jainim at Sura and Pumbeditha, the center of Talmudic study, transferred from Mesopotamia to Spain. The scholars of Caraban, the period of the greatest diffusion of Talmudic study. Though Rabbinism came out victorious from the struggle with Karaism, it cannot be denied that in one respect the latter triumphed. The unlimited dominion which the Talmudic spirit of the colleges of Sura and Pumbeditha had at that time on the minds of the nation of Israel in general in all places of p. 37. Their abode, this spiritual dominion waned greatly. The glory of these colleges irresistibly declined, in spite of all efforts to the contrary, even of a supreme man like Sa'adia the Jayan. The spirit of investigation and free thought at Baghdad induced the disciples, to whom the religious teachings of their master Sa'adia gave the example, to engage in the study of philosophy, grammar, and the interpretations of the text of the scripture, and to abandon the hard and exhausting studies of Surah. A slight cause, the voyage of the 4 scholars mentioned above to Europe, sufficed to hasten the end of this college, which did not exist long after the death of our Sa'adia the Jayan, so that it was closed forever after centuries of its existence. The college at Pumbeditha continued some time longer. It put forth its last efforts, before the lights of its Jainim and exilarchs were extinguished, before the glory and religious and spiritual preeminence of Babylon departed from there to honor Spain, and as the light of a candle blazes up before it is extinguished, so there shone on the Babylonian horizon 3 Jainim, Sherera b. Hananiah, Hai his son, and Samuel b. Hophni the father-in-law of the latter. The activity of these men in the field of Talmudic literature persists and exercise their influence yet. R. Sherera placed the Talmudic studies too much above all other studies, whereas in the college at Sura, in accordance with the spirit of Sa'adia the Jayan, the sciences also stood in the first rank of studies, and a critical spirit reigned in studying scripture and in commenting on the Talmud. At Pumbeditha the Talmud was the only dish offered to the students, the only subject of the curriculum. R. Sherera was the first who fearlessly taught and said, the utterances of the Jainim require no demonstration. Whoso rebels against their decisions, rebels against God and betrays his Torah. His book Megillat Harim, which was undoubtedly written in this autocratic spirit, is lost. But, on the other band, he has bequeathed to us a fragment which enlightens us at present, being the chief basis of all Jewish literary and theological history. This is the letter he sent to the congregation of Caraban, termed R. Sherera's epistle, which treats of the history of the Talmud and of the Jainim and is the key to the otherwise mysterious history of that epoch. From this letter only can p. 38. We take the essential information for arranging the history from the close of the Talmud to his time. Without this document, many and important periods, from the time of the Maccabees to those of the Jainim, over 1,000 years, would remain to us obscure and unknown. The epistle is wonderfully accurate in respect to chronology, and is free from any bias. Only by means of it, and of other compositions of this class, as the Megillat Tanith, Seder Olam, the Sedar Tanam and Amoraim, together with the remnants of information of our Nathan Bar Isaac the Babylonian concerning the colleges at Sura and Pumbeditha, and the methods of study at their time, can the modem scholar compile the known histories, so very necessary to the understanding of the Talmud and its literature. R. Hai, his son, was indeed more inclined towards the sciences than his father. He was proficient in Arabic learning. Nor was he averse to philosophic studies. He opposed himself with all his might against speculation about the hypothesis of religion. In theological and Talmudical knowledge, Ar-Hai surpassed all his colleagues and stood alone in his age. From northern Africa and Spain, whither sparks of Talmudic literary activity had just penetrated and kindled, came to him questions in great number. He replied to them in Arabic or in Hebrew. The spirit of reconciliation between philosophy and theology is in all his answers. His list of Hebrew roots, commentaries on the Mishnah, and compositions examining scriptures exist mostly no longer, and only fragments of Talmudic jurisprudence, as laws of buying and selling, of oaths, etc., which he attempted to methodize in verse are preserved. So also is ascribed to him a didactic poem entitled Muser Haskell, very excellent in its thoughts, matter, and intention, albeit we cannot extol the style or the poetic form. At all events, this Ar-Hai, the last of the Jainim, is the first of all Talmudic scholars even at this day, and his words are oracular for all commentators and all those who decide halakhas according to the Talmud. His father-in-law, Samuel B. Hopney, held of the same opinions as he, but was more free in his criticism of the scriptures than all his colleagues. Of his many works only fragments of his commentaries to the scriptures remain. But his compositions about halakhas and essentials of religion are all lost, and only their names survive. The fundamental principle of this thinker was, things opposed to human common sense should not be admitted. He combated violently also the Karaites and was attacked desperately, as they mocked and scoffed at him and even wrote satiric Hebrew poems about him. Those three were the last of those remaining at these colleges, and at their death the sources of wisdom in Babylonia were stopped off. After the decease of Ben Hopni the college at Sura was abolished, and 2 years after the death of Ar-Hai the college of Pumbeditha was closed. The wisdom of Israel removed to North Africa and Spain and bore fair fruit there. The city Caraban had a great reputation. In an antique commentary, imputed to a disciple of Ar-Saadia the Jayan, this city is mentioned as the city of great sages. As is known, one of the 4 above-mentioned rabbis, Ar-Hashiel, who with his colleagues had been voyaging to collect money for the college of Sura, was cast thither. All 4 introduced mental activity in all places they visited. Ar-Hananel, the son of Ar-Hashiel, succeeded to his position and surpassed his father in wisdom and in energy. He bequeathed to us fragments of commentaries on scriptures and the Talmud, which were of great help to the study in the conditions at that time, when Talmudic activity was diffused among Jews. He and his contemporary, Nisim B. Jacob, who also resided in Caraban, renewed the youth of the Palestinian Talmud, which had been neglected. Especially did the latter contribute to bring about this. He also issued the book Maftia for several tracts of the Babylonian Talmud, and in it he cast light on many difficult passages in the Palestinian Talmud by comparing the 2 Talmuds. Hananel also wrote a commentary on the Talmud, which was published in separate parts. Therein he explains the subject and meaning of the words in Hebrew, and draws a parallel between the Babylonian and Palestinian Talmud. He wrote also a book containing abstracts arranged in Talmudic order of the halakhas concerning service and pecuniary matters. p. 40. A careful examination of the books of the two men will show that they were in unison with their opinions with Saadia the Jayan, and diffused his teaching and ideas among the Jews. Friendship existed between these two men and high and the learned men of Spain, as is seen from their large correspondence. There is also a third one of the sages of Caraban, who contributed to the study of the Talmud. He is Hepatzbi. Jotzbiah, held in great esteem by his contemporaries, and upon whom all titles of honor that great men receive were bestowed. Of his works nothing is known except the name Sefer Hepatz, which he wrote as a commentary to the books of duties. The sages of Caraban witnessed the end of the two colleges and the extinction of the Jainim, but also the flourishing of Jewish literature in Spain, whither it had been spread from northern Africa. After the decease of these learned men, the glory of Caraban became also extinct, and Jewish intellectual activity left the East and emigrated to the West. An examination of the literary period after the death of the Jainim shows that it surpassed by far the preceding period. Whereas, in the time of the Exilarchs and the Jainim, only the Talmud had been the subject chiefly studied, and only to it had contributions been made which helped to perpetuate the spirit of Judaism. Now, when Jewish learning removed to Spain and southern France, it blossomed and became split into many branches, to each of which many good books were contributed. On the study of the scriptures shone forth the light of free criticism, the studies of Masorah reached perfection, grammar and linguistic researches came to the front rank, the Talmud and Midrash, long ago concluded, were subjected to the analysis of commentaries and abridged into systematic abstracts. The basis of the philosophic conception of the Jewish faith was laid, and religious and ritual poems succeeded, when treated by the sublimely inspired Spanish poets. A broader and deeper comprehension of the Talmud was also the result of the intellectual awakening. It is true that the cause of this intellectual activity were the Arabs, while the polemics with the Karaites enhanced it, and made it penetrate through the wall of Judaism, but, taken up by the Jews, it made progress and continued to do so even when both Arabs and Karaites had abandoned knowledge. p. 41. Altogether, this spiritual awakening caused even the remotest branch of Israelite stock, from which almost all life had fled, to bloom up and to awake to new life. Even the small community of Samaritans, whose existence had been quite forgotten, came to life and took part in the Jewish culture. The book of Joshua of the Samaritans, the reminiscences of Abulpada, the Samaritan version of the Pentateuch, and the Arabic version of the scriptures by Abu Laid appeared at this time. Also fragments of ritual composition there are a few left of many, but their value is small and they are not as ancient as had been at first thought. On the new Jewish literature the Samaritan sect never made any impression, but the intellectual movement of the Jews involved also the remnant of the Samaritans and aroused it from its slumber. But in the time of the Jainim, when the bearers of the banner of the Talmud ranked themselves to battle with the Karaites, they did not condescend to notice the Samaritans. When we say that this period surpassed the former, we are far from disparaging the great Jainim, and from thinking them men inferior to their successors. In truth, these men were only dwarfs who stood on the shoulders of giants, for had they not stood on the shoulders of those giants they could not have investigated deeply all those subjects to which in time of the Jainim no attention had been paid. For, in spite of the precept of Sherera, above mentioned, that the utterances of the Jainim require no demonstration, they did not cease to give proofs, reasons, and to advance arguments in their replies to questioners. Only by means of thorough and deep research in the Talmud, by comparing and by reasoning, did the Jainim bring the ideas of their time in accordance with the ancient halakhahs, thus increasing the practical importance of tradition and giving to the Torah a living interest. The Spanish and French scholars took up their work and carried it on, extending it to all branches of science. Then literature, therefore, attained its highest development, so that this period has been termed the Golden Age of Jewish learning. The replies of the Jainim only were the basis of their superstructure, reared when intellectual activity had removed from the banks of the Euphrates to the banks of the Tigris and the Rhine. p. 42. Their explanations of halakha were of two kinds, either those induced by the bare love of knowledge, or answers which had to be given to question arising from practical exigencies, which occasioned the analysis of the Holocaust and the investigation whether the spirit of the Holocaust held good only at their time or applied to other times also. 5 compilations of this kind, termed Replies of the Jaanim, exist in the Jewish literature, which have been compiled from the beginning of the 7th to the 11th centuries. The first of the authors of those replies was the Jaon Hanani and the last Hai the Jaon. This literature of the Jaanim's replies is a large field for scientific researches in literary history in general, of historic events, and of intellectual progress. In all their replies and decisions we see that their aim is knowledge, not authoritativeness as is usual in the case of priests or even of Jaanim. For their decision they gave reasons and advanced arguments, and also forbade no learned or ingenious man to object to them. This spirit of employing reason found in this literature of replies still continues. By it the present is linked with the past and the future with the present. These replies touch almost all branches of thought as well as all practical questions, viz., the value of the Aggadah in Talmudic literature, the value of the studies of the mysteries, opinions on philosophy, on the rights due to sciences, answers to questions about chronology and calculations of time. History, geography, and mathematics in some of their replies are also discussed. There are also answers with reasons to questions about laws of marriage, Gentiles, proselytes, testaments, mourning, sermons, divorce. They also explain to those who question them different passages in Mishnah and Talmud questions even without any practical aim, only to increase and advance the Torah by the discussions made in the house of learning. p. 43. Next, Chapter X, the Spanish writers on the Talmud. Previous next. Chapter X. The Spanish writers. A brief survey of their writings relating to the Talmud. Although the aim of this, our work, is to give a history of the Talmud alone, not of the whole Jewish literature of that period, we cannot, however, skip over the writers of Spain and France of that time, who extended the literature according to the fundamental principles of the Talmud, and shine in history, the admiration of succeeding generations. We will not, however, speak at length of their work or examine it minutely, but merely mention the names. Only those whose main work was elevated to Talmudic subjects we accept from this rule of brevity, and shall speak about their work as far as is necessary for the purpose of this work. The first of the distinguished men of Spain, whom the Babylonians honored with the title of Resh Kala, was Ar-Hizdabi. Itzhak ibn Spurt, who was counselor and physician to the Caliph Abdul Rahman III, and he was the one who helped his co-religionists to rise from their degradation. Besides his diligence in other sciences, as the translation of the botanical books of Dioscorides, the Greek, for his sovereign, the Caliph, he carried on a correspondence with the Jaanim of the colleges of Sura and Pumbeditha, and through them succeeded in bringing scholars and books to his own country, and to found a college for Talmudical studies. He wrote the well-known letter to the king of the Chosars, in which his love for his co-religionists and his zeal for their welfare are manifested. Menahem b. S. Rook and Dunsby. Labrat, the grammarians known through their polemics about the roots and the grammar of the Hebrew language, were invited by Ar-Hizdabi to come to popularize the study of Hebrew. Jehud b. David Chilvag, Isaac b. Capron and Isaac Jigdaliah were the disciples of Menahem, and Jehuda b. Sheshate was the disciple of Dun. These men by their controversies about the grammar carried it further and perfected the study. Jonah ibn Ghana surpassed even those. p. 44. For he composed 7 books about grammar in Arabic and Hebrew which are preserved to the present time. Samuel Hanajid was a patron of Jewish learning in Spain, as Ibn Spurt had been before him. He was the author of 22 books, but not even one of them survives completely. Even from his great book Introduction to the Talmud only a small portion is preserved, but this testifies to the greatness of his knowledge and the acuteness of his intellect. With all his adherence to the traditions and to the cardinal principles of the Talmud, he did not exclude the use of common sense and human judgment. He says, Every comment in the Talmud on passages of scriptures other than commandments we have to admit only so far as seems to be rational, but as for the rest, it is not authoritative. From this we see that in his ideas about the Haggadah of the Talmud, he went a step in advance of the Jaanim, Saadia, and Hai. His poems and prayers in his works Ben Thilim and Ben Mishal are based on the tradition of the Talmud. But of his Ben Kahilath nothing was preserved by us. He was held in great esteem by the contemporary learned men. Many wrote poems in his praise, among them is The Orphan, by R. Joseph B. His day. The poets at that time used to say, in the days of our his day, the Nasai, they began to twitter, and in the days of Samuel the Najid, they lifted their voice. He was succeeded by the lofty poet Solomon b. Gabaral, 1012–1070. In his time, Jekuthiel ibn Hassa, who was high in the court of King Jaya ibn Mundhir at Saragossa, was also a patron of all Jewish learning, especially of Ben Gabaral. The latter's poem, Kether Malchuth, was very favorably received by all who bore the banners of the Talmudic and Kabbalic studies, and also by Christian priests, so that it was translated into Latin by the priest Dominicus Gondizalo and also into Hebrew by him, with the assistance of Yohannes Abudalu. The fact that his name Ibn Gabaral was altered to Abizatrol or Abizabran has been illuminated by Salomon Monk. p. 45. Baha'i Ib. Joseph ibn Pikira, judge in Saragossa, his contemporary, is the author of the wonderful book The Duty of Hearts in Arabic, which has been translated by Samuel ibn Tabun into Hebrew, and accepted as a guide in life by Israel everywhere they were found. This teacher Baha'i absorbed himself wholly in the Talmud and gave it the preference to Arabic or Grecian philosophy. His object in this, his wonderful work, is the following: to conciliate morals with commandments and the duties of the heart with those of the other members of the body. The duty of the heart is purity of thought, that of the other members to carry out the commandments. 5 sages bearing the name Isaac lived at that time, viz. 1. Isaac b. Reuben of Barcelona, great in knowledge of the Talmud and an expert at translating. He translated the decisions of Ar-Hai Jayan, about buying and selling, from Arabic to Hebrew. 2. Isaac b. Jehuda ibn Gaiath, who composed prayers and ritual poems considered remarkable at that time. 3. Isaac b. Moses Sakni, who emigrated from Spain to the east, where he was qualified as Jayan and became the successor of Ar-Hai. Only his fame survives, his writings, however, are all lost. 4. Isaac b. Barakabudali, who was a sage and astrologer to Caliph al-Mahmud. The latter made him Nasai over the Israelite communities in his domain, Seville. He wrote a commentary to difficult halakhas in his book Kupath Haruchim, which, however, he did not complete. 5. The greatest of all, Isaac b. Jacob al-Fasi, who came from North Africa to Lucena and there founded a college for the study of the Talmud, in which he surpassed all his colleagues in Spain. Al-Fasi was the first to abridge the Talmud, compiling only the necessary halakhas, transcribed textually. Sometimes he appended his opinions, and by this work is immortalized among all Israel in exile. In times of misfortune, when it was difficult to procure the Talmud, students occupied themselves with his work, called after him Al-Fasi, to which they wrote many commentaries. His decisions, called Questions and Replies of Haruf, have been accepted for all times. It is true that he wrote in Arabic and that it was translated into Hebrew. He also wrote p. 46. 3 great halakhas with an extensive commentary in Arabic, which was also translated into Hebrew, as well as 320 of his decisions above mentioned. The spirit of deep research, distinguishing the Spanish period, is also found in his works. The most difficult subjects in the Talmud and all intricate questions he explains easily. He strove in his books to smooth the contradictions between the Torah and wisdom, reconciling them. His decisions extend over all provinces of the Torah in all questions concerning law and judgment, to all laws, both written and traditional laws. His reasons, based upon sound logic, were stated in a concise and ingenious manner. In the same way, he also explains the Haggadah, to bring it in conformity with reason. He, Alpha C, did not devote himself to theological philosophy and criticism of the scriptures, like his contemporaries, but to Talmudical studies, thus giving an example to those thinkers not to presume to give their religion a philosophic garb. At his death, all Jewish scholars, wheresoever found, lamented him. R. Yehuda Halevi, whose muse began then to shine, mourned for him thus. Mountains on the day of Sinai for thee quaked, for angels of the Lord met thee and inscribed the Torah on the tablets of thy heart. The glorious crown was placed around thee. The wise had not power to stand if they did not from thee wisdom beg. Moses b. Samuel ibn Jictali and Jehuda ibn Bilan were free thinkers in his age and his opponents, but many of those scholars who explained the Talmud by simple logic were his disciples. Among these was also Isaac b. Barak al-Balia, mentioned above. The greatest of his disciples, however, was Joseph ibn Migash b. Meir, who succeeded to his position in his college and inherited his greatness in Talmudic wisdom. His new contributions to Talmudic study, called by him Megillat's Theorem and the queries and answers collected into one book under the title of Questions and Replies of Ibn Migash, bear testimony to his ingenuity, loftiness of spirit and gentleness. Most of his answers and questions were written in Arabic and translated later into Hebrew, only his explanations were written in Hebrew and in the Talmudic idiom. Particularly wondrous is his manner of examining all sides of a subject, so that not one possibility remains unconsidered. As Ibn Migash was the greatest rabbi after the death of his master, Alpha C, questions were addressed to him from all sides, and he, always following his disposition, answered them according to his inclinations, leniently. Let us cite one of his answers as an example. A question was addressed to him by one who had vowed to abstain from meat and wine till he shall have reached the Holy Land, and found the project too difficult to carry out, but could find no ground for repenting. Ibn Migash found for him a ground for repentance, that, while he vowed he undoubtedly was ignorant of a saying in the Talmud, whoever afflicts himself is guilty against a life. Many were the disciples who trod in Ibn Migash's footsteps and carried on their activity in his spirit. Among these was his son who succeeded him also in his college. Of his contemporaries, who distinguished themselves as philosophers or poets, it is proper to mention Rabbi Joseph ibn Zadok of Cordova, author of Olam Katan, a religious philosophy in which he is of the opinion that man must know himself in order to attain to the knowledge of divinity. The rabbi who was his predecessor at Cordova, Joseph b. Jacob ibn Saul, was a poet and ritual author. In the north of Spain were also then found scholars and poets. Abraham b. Haya, a minister in a Mahometan ruler's court, was a great astronomer and mathematician, who wrote 4 books on astronomy, 3 of which were printed, viz., The Form of the Earth, the Book of Leap Years, of the third, only the latter part, treating of mathematics, optics, and astronomy was printed. Next to him is Jehuda b. Barzillai, author of the book Hoatim. We have reached to the 3 great poets, who enjoy a worldwide renown, Moses b. Ezra, Abraham b. Meir ibn Ezra. p. 48. And Jehuda Halevi, all of whom were bearers of the banner of the Talmud, and contributed to diffusing its ideas and morals among the nation. We think it, however, superfluous to expatiate on them, as they are well known to every cultured person, and, as many books have been written about them at different epochs, we cannot refrain, however, from giving briefly their biographies, as far as they bear on no subject of this work. The dates of the birth and death of the first of these, Moses b. Ezra, are unknown to us. It is known only to us that he lived later than Ben Gabaral. His opinions in his poems and other works vacillate. He composed ritual poems and lamentations, which have a place in the prayer books of the Spanish Jews, also the Arugath Habasem, on theological philosophy, and the Sefer Hasikoth v'Hazikronoth, about the poems of Ben Gabaral and his character. The second, Abraham Ibn Ezra, was one of the most wonderful phenomena of his age. His commentaries on the Bible, his poems and ritual poems, are known to everyone, but the contemporary scholars found it impossible to know his real opinions, nor can modern scholars fathom them. The third, Jehuda Halevi, the father of poets, before whom none lived equal to him, and who knows whether after him any one like him will live. Besides inspiring with a very exalted national spirit every reader of his poems and lamentations, he powerfully defended the Talmud in his book the Josar, where the eloquent defender of the Talmud is represented by the disputant arguing with the king of the Josars, and which to the present time is a shining example of compositions of this kind. After them is distinguished Abraham B. David Halevi, who died as a martyr. He defended the Talmud in his book Emunarama and in his great work HaKabbalah, in which he powerfully argues against all the deniers of tradition, and shows them in the wrong, supporting his logical arguments by historical facts, proving the continuance of tradition from the time of Moses to that time. In his polemics against the Karaites, he is so irritated that he styles them dumb dogs. p. 49. With Moses b. Maimon, the Spaniard, called by all Maimonides or Rambam, the Spanish period concludes. With him died the mental activity in Spain, after having flourished there for 3 centuries. About this great man we have nothing to add to what the historians who have preceded us have written about his life, and disputed about his opinions. But we do not think it superfluous to remark on 2 points, viz., 1. That the opinions of Maimonides are found to differ in the 3 different periods of his life. Thus, in his commentary on the Mishnayot, they are not the same as in his work Yad HaShazaka, nor are they similar to that of his last work, Mor Nebuchim, which he wrote in the evening of his life. For in all of them we see a development of his ideas according to the increase of his studies and knowledge. It is not true as some affirm that there is no change in his opinions. We have made it evident, long ago, in our book Phylacterine Redus, that his decisions in his Yad HaShazaka or Mishnah Torah, do not accord with those in his commentary on the Mishnayot, and, it is needless to say, that his statements in the Mor are at variance with things said in all his former works. And in truth, this is the case with all great thinkers, that they cannot remain at a standstill from their youth to their old age, and to this we may apply. Multitude of years shall make wisdom known. 2. That Maimonides has omitted all references in the Talmud which treats of witchcraft, demons, interpretation of dreams, etc., not only because they were considered by him as vain superstitions and follies, for this reason alone he would not have ventured to omit them, in spite of the Talmud, for he left all that is found in the Talmud of halakhas and moral haggadahs, even with which he himself could not agree, but his motive was, that, in his opinion, they had originally not been found in the Talmud, and that only the later men inserted them, according to their own ideas, for whatever purpose it might have been. So also, about the apology advanced by many for the words p. 50. Of Maimonides at the head of his work Mishnah Torah, that he had chosen this title, because if a man first read the Pentateuch, and then this work, he will know the entire oral law, and need read no intermediate book. That by these words he did not mean that his work should be a substitute for the Talmud, etc., etc., we do not think this apology needful, even if he meant this. For as Maimonides had observed that much had been suprad to the Talmud, also things opposed to his general opinions, no wonder if he wished to prevent those who could not distinguish between the good and the evil, from reading the spurious passages, to which they would attach as great importance as to the Talmud itself. After he had sifted it, and arranged all that is found in that the Talmud, in 14 volumes, of his Mishnah Torah, there is no preemption or oddity in these words, whereby he merely sought the real good of the students. To enumerate in detail all his books, writings, epistles, polemics, and apologies, we think superfluous here, as all biographical and critical facts have already been given in detail in the above-mentioned works. We will only remark, that after all the great things which Maimonides had done and accomplished, he did not attain his object. As the study of the Talmud did not cease in any of the colleges, and, on the contrary, they who desired to criticize Maimonides, brought the rabbis to study yet more profoundly and attentively the Talmud, and to add new commentaries, decisions of halakhas, etc., etc. Next, Chapter 11, Talmudic Scholars of Germany and Northern France. Previous next. Chapter 11. The Scholars of Germany and of Northern France, and what they contributed to the studies of the Talmud. At the time, when Talmudic study flourished in Spain, and made progress, and diffused itself in all corners of the earth, shone the luminary of the exile in Germany, who constructed a strong fortress around the Talmud, in his great wisdom, which was accepted in all places of the exiled as though canonical, and which not only contributed to strengthen the Talmud, but also to prevent all its adherents from perishing. Like Rabban Yohanan b. Zakkai formerly, when he saw that p. 51. The end of Jewish civic independence approached, founded by his wisdom a Jewish spiritual kingdom, which nothing could ruin, and by saving from the jaws of that lion, Vespasian, Yanmia and its sages, saved the existence of the Jewish people itself, so did Gershon b. Jehuda, who came from Carabi to Mayence, where his great teacher Jehuda b. Meir resided. This most important task he found to be his prohibition, which he made in the name of the Talmud, and at once all Israel hailed this luminary, and accepted without protests or hesitation his prohibition and made it a permanent law. He saw and understood that the Jews scattered among Christian nations, among whom divorce is prohibited and polygamy regarded as a sin, will not exist long, if they persist to permit themselves these things, according to their laws, and, as he had not the power to forbid what was permitted in the Torah expressly, he strove to remove the causes leading to divorce, and thereby he made his co-religionists so far like the Christians that they should be able to live side by side. He decreed, on pain of excommunication, and without revocation or qualification, that polygamy be prohibited to every Israelite, and only monogamy should be legal, and as long as the first wife lives, it is prohibited to add to her another, in the capacity of wife or concubine. Thereby, the main cause for divorce was also removed, but he did not content himself with this decree alone, but added thereto a decree opposed to the Pentateuch, that divorce cannot take place without the assent of the divorced wife. If the man and his wife should find it impossible to live together, then only if the woman is also willing, the husband can divorce her. Whereas, till then, the woman was dependent on the will of her husband, for good or for ill. It is superfluous for us to expatiate on the consequences of these two decrees, or rather reforms of how much utility they have been to social life and the feeble sex, as every thinking man can understand this. Added to these prohibitions, he permitted Jewish apostates, who are penitent, to return to their faith, and also prohibited, on pain of excommunication, to open a strange man's letter and read it, without the assent of the person to whom it is addressed. His energy, great wisdom, and deep observation of his p. 52. Nation's life, and strong wish to ensure its existence, we can see from these reforms, which we do not find made by any rabbis of his predecessors, and he was justly called, afterwards, the luminary of the exile, as he illuminated in truth the eyes of all Israelites and gave to them a new life. He composed commentaries on several tracts of the Talmud, which became distinguished in his age, and the commentator on the Torah, Rashi, borrowed from him much. R. Makir, his brother, was also a Talmudic scholar and the author of a Talmudic dictionary. Several ritual poets were also found in Germany and northern France, as Meshulam bar Kleinmas, R. Simeon, b. Isaac, b. Abun of Mayence, who lamented the miseries of their Paytanim in ritual poems and prayers for mercy, but their work in the study of the Torah was small, and only in Metz and Mayence in Germany, and Reims, Leurath, In northern France and Narbonne, Montpellier and Béziers in southern France were many scholars, whose active occupation was mental activity in the field of the Talmud, who has edited and systematized many subjects and speculations of the Talmud, a list of the Tannaim and Amoraim, and the answers of the Jaanim, and our Elijah the Elder, both men of that age, were esteemed as poets, but did not approach those of Spain. What is worthy of notice, considering the various countries at that age, is that whereas the scholars of Spain exerted their great powers and displayed their knowledge in collecting halakhahs of the Talmud, the scholars of Germany devoted themselves wholly to collecting Haggadahs and Midrashim, so that various compilers rose. Of the distinguished compilers of Midrash are Moses of Narbonne, Jehuda of Toulouse, Simeon, author of Yakut. p. 53. Simoni, where he compiled words of wisdom, morals, and Haggadah, from 50 various ancient works and arranged them according to the portions of the Pentateuch. This Yakut is a comprehensive reference book for Aggadic lore, and drove out of the field the Aggadic compilation Lekek Tab, or Sigthazutra by Tobia B. Eliezer, his contemporary, who lived in Greece at that time. We will skip over a number of lecturers and Pushtanim for want of space, and we will come to our great teacher, through whom only we are enabled to comprehend the Talmud, and to read it and study it, namely, our Solomon b. Isaac of Trays, called Rashi. He was the first who gave a complete piece of work in his commentary on the Talmud. He is one of the most wonderful phenomena given by nature, perhaps once in 1,000 years. His advantage over Maimonides, his peer, is in the fact that he met with general acceptation in the whole world, and no one presumes to study the Talmud without him. The influence he has on Jewish students has met with no opposition or discontent. The generations subsequent to Rashi, styled him Parshandata, that is, explainer of the law. Justly was he called thus. In truth no man arose after him with such ability to shed light on the intricacies of the law or on obscure passages in Scripture. His comprehensive intellect embraced that mighty and eternal structure, the whole vast province of the theological literature of Israel. By his commentaries he has introduced common sense into the study of the vastest and profoundest subjects. The study of the tracts lacking his commentary, although many different other men have attempted to supply the deficiency, gives us many pains and much trouble, till we come to understand the real meaning. As what Rashi elucidates in a few words, or sometimes even by one word added to the text before us, has to be commented upon by others in many laborious lines to make the student understand the simple meaning of the Talmud. The life of Rashi has been written by many scholars, who have discussed at length his commentaries, legal decisions, and ritual poetry. The latest, A.H. Weiss, in the periodical Beth Talmud and in separate pamphlets. We think it therefore p. 54. Superfluous to repeat them, as this is not our task here. We have to remark, however, on several points relating to the Talmud here, on which those scholars have left something for us to add, an examination of Rashi's commentaries on the Talmud, on the Bible, and legal decisions in his Hoperides, and so also his ritual poems, will show that they differ in their nature totally. In his commentary on the Talmud, which general criticism places above his other writings, we see that he is very cautious to decide any halakha, and to draw from the statements of the Talmud definite conclusions as to a law or custom. We do not remember in his whole commentary on the Talmud, any place where he should decide that such a halakha prevails, or even, so was the custom in his days, as we find on many occasions in the commentaries of his disciples Tosfot, and we have long ago shown in our work about phylacteries, that he has interpreted an obscure passage in the Talmud in contradiction to the custom and halakha accepted among the Jaanim, because, according to his method, it is the plain meaning of the passage. Everywhere he bewares of dialectics, and of contradictions between some passages of the Talmud and others, but he explained the subject of the passage according to its simple meaning in its own place. In case of a Gaddoth he also was careful to give only an explanation of the words, literally without any remark or opinion of his own, even hinted. This is his custom in his whole commentary on the Talmud. Where he found the text corrupted, he corrected it according to his opinion, and in accordance to his profound knowledge of the Talmud, of its style and language, and, if necessary, removed the old version, not fearing additions or eliminations, provided the real meaning of the Talmud he comprehended, without resorting to forced and far-fetched reasoning. His commentary on the Bible, however, is different, as mostly he construes according to the halakha, i.e., as the sages had explained the biblical passages in the Talmud and Midrashim, without regard to the fact that the literal meaning of the biblical texts often does not bear out these constructions. Often he was not averse to interpret the text according to the Talmudic interpretation, even when its meaning is manifestly contrary thereto by all the rules of language. His p. 55. Object in this is unknown to us, and it can only be conjectured that he did not like that his commentary should be at variance with the Talmudic interpretations and conclusions, which correctness and justice he forces himself in his commentary on the Talmud to make manifest. Not so in his decisions, he endeavors always to interpret the laws leniently, and is averse to rigor. There he also avoids dialectics, tries not to attain his object by strange and eccentric reasonings, but is only intent on finding the real deep meaning of the law, and to interpret it as mildly as it is in his power. It is true, that most of his decisions are written by his disciples, and we cannot find there that clearness of language and wonderful felicity of expression which he displays in his two above-mentioned commentaries. The replies of the Jainim and their works served to him also as a guide, but he did not tread in their footsteps blindfold, but he sifted their statements and construed them ingeniously into accordance with his own opinion. This we witness in his book Pards, one which has been accepted as a great authority for all poskim deciders of the law subsequent to him. We do not possess his commentary on all the tracts of the Talmud, for of 3 tracts we know with certitude that the commentaries are not his, and in the case of other tracts, criticism is doubtful whether they are from his pen. And it may be that they got lost in the course of time, either because he did not compose his comments on the Talmud in the natural order, but in the order in which they were studied in the great college at the head of which he was, and whither pupils flocked from all places of the earth, after the decease of the celebrated scholars of Lorraine, or perhaps he left this world before he had completed his commentary on the whole Talmud, as he did not complete the commentary on the Bible, for those on the books of Chronicles, Ezra, and Nehemiah, and a part of the commentary on the books of Ezekiel and Job have not issued from his pen, though they bear no name, for they are easily distinguishable from his version in their style and by their nature. What Rashi had done to the Talmud, his disciples have p. 56. done to his commentary, which they have surrounded by comments and remarks on the margins, sometimes to make plainer his meaning, and sometimes they also made additions to amplify his statements by agatas and halakhas, and in the course of time they crept into his own commentary and were interpolated into the words of Rashi, but to separate them from his own words it is very difficult, even for the lancet of sharp criticism. Modem criticism has rightly thought that Rashi began his labor of the commentary on the Talmud, which was composed gradually, by the lectures which he delivered to the students. After this he turned to the Midrash, and from it passed to the books of Scripture. And as soon as his commentary was heard among the living, an echo sounded in the camp of Israel that if not Isaac Ides who laid his hand upon it to investigate and to commentate it, it would remain almost neglected as its brother, the Palestinian Talmud. No wonder, therefore, that after a short time, some 50 commentaries on the commentary of Rashi sprung up, which examine nicely every word and syllable that has proceeded from him, and the last, Kabbalist, R. Samson, of Astropol, was not incorrect when he said in his book, Likut Shoshanim, that every drop of ink that has come forth from Rashi's pen it is needful to sit 7 days and to examine with one's whole attention. Thus while Alfasi illuminated Spain by his elucidations of the halakhas, another son, Rashi, rose also in France to shed yet more light, to comment on the Talmud, its halakhas and agatas. And the latter had more success, in so far that his commentary was accepted in all the world by universal assent. And therein also is France superior to Spain, that though the latter has been studying diligently Torah, even from the ancient times, while the colleges at Sura and Pumaditha existed yet, and after their fall, assumed preeminence in the usages and literature of Israel, their scholars could never agree, and were forever disputing. But in France, since Rashi's commentary, p. 57, began to shine, no voice dissented from the universal approval, and those who sometimes were at variance with him, did not withhold the great honors which were justly due to him, and endeavored to reconcile their own opinions with his. For 200 years continuously, after Rashi's decease, his disciples were diligent at the holy work of spreading the study of the Talmud and a correct understanding of the great work of their master. They called their labors only additions, i.e., their thoughts which suggested themselves to them to add to his commentary, and to explain it. Footnotes 55-1. It was also reprinted by us at Warsaw, 1870, with our preface and a few notes. Next, Chapter 12, The Doctors of France, Authors of the Tosafot. Previous next. Chapter 12. The Doctors of France. Authors of the Tosafot. Through the Tosafot, which were begun by Rashi's own descendants as his two sons-in-law, Meir b. Samuel and Jehuda bar Nathan, and the sons of the first Samuel and Jacob Tam, the activity of the scholars of France and Germany assumed great proportions and was exalted, so that all Israel in the Middle Ages accepted them unanimously, and in the course of time the numbers of their disciples and the pupils of their disciples increased. So that more than 200 great Talmudists are known to the historian, but whom it is needless to enumerate here, except a few which we deem necessary for our work. His grandson, R. Samuel b. Meir, or Rashbam, did not content himself with the commentary of his grandfather on the Bible, as well as on the Talmud, and tried his strength to explain them after his own method, that is, according to their deep literal meaning, and leaving ingenious but forced constructions to dialecticians, even when the literal interpretation will thus be in direct contradiction to the halakha, however, without any opposition to the traditions expressed. He only added in his commentary according to the deep literal meaning, but leaves one to think that even the traditional interpretation about the halakha can find place. To the Haggadah, however, which tries to interpret biblical texts according to its legends, he opposes with all the strength of his intellect, and makes manifest their contradiction. p. 58. So as to demolish the Haggadah to the foundation, in his commentary on the Talmud, however, he is given to lengthy reasonings and dialectics, and also endeavors to arrive at decisions of halakhas, which his grandfather took care to avoid. Whoever sees critically, Rashi's commentary on Tract Baba Bathra up to 29b, and from there onwards, Rashbam's commentary which is its substitute from that place onwards, will be astonished at the great difference between them, if but at the relative quantities of Rashi's comments and Rashbam's. From his commentaries and compositions we see that he had much knowledge of diverse languages, and of the manners and customs of nations and their modes of life, and gave human reasons for many commandments of the Pentateuch. In northern France his commentaries were accepted in the colleges and it became their main authority. But his younger brother, Jacob, styled Rabbenu Tam, devoted his whole mind to studies of the Talmud chiefly, and he became the center of the authors of the Tosafot. To him flocked men with questions from all ends of the earth, to whom he was as an oracle. Justly we may entitle him the pillar of the Talmud. He went to the depths of the sea of the Talmud, and made it his first task to reconcile apparent contradictions therein. He likewise mended many corrupted texts in the Talmud, though of him it has been said that he decreed on the pain of excommunication not to amend any text in the Talmud, and in many places he disagrees with his grandfather. Aside from this he did not at one's own conjecture, neglect commentaries on scriptures and grammatical studies, and decided in favor of Menachem b. Srook against Dunsby. Labrat in his book Ha-Hakrath, he also tried his ability for poetry. As his biography has been written by the learned A. H. Weiss in a separate book, it is unnecessary to expatiate on it. Here is the place to remark that in late generations the second pair of phylacteries which Pietists put on after the prayer, have been styled after him on account of 2 or 3 words which he wrote in his commentary on an obscure passage in Tract Minahath in opposition to Rashi's commentary, on account of a hair-splitting discussion in the language of the Gemara, though he had never the intention to decide so. The p. 59. Halakha, as his grandfather Rashi had also not intended in his commentary on the Halakha, still those phylacteries are called after him. In truth neither the one nor the other was used yet as phylacteries, as testifies the greatest among the authors of Tosfot, are Isaac the Elder. Among the faithful disciples whom Pashi had in the college at Troy it is proper to mention are Joseph b. Simeon Kare, who was revealed to us recently by modem criticism, and R. Joseph Korshor, who was a disciple of Rabbeinu Tam, and composed a commentary on the Pentateuch in the spirit of that of Rashbam. The other commentators on Scripture among the authors of the Tosfot and their disciples, however, as the author of Hagan a commentary on the Pentateuch, which is to be found in 2 different versions, and some more commentaries by R. Hezekiah b. Mano, R. Isaac Halevi, R. Jehuda b. R. Eliezer, R. Jacob d. Ilisks, do not cling to the principle of literal interpretation, but of drash and mysticism. Rashi's commentary was, however, their model. The chiefs of the authors of Tosfot in the period of from 1167 till 1300 were, R. Isaac b. Samuel, called R. Isaac the Elder, from Dampire, the nephew of Jacob Tam, his son Elchanan, Eliezer b. Samuel of Metz, author of Sefer Urim, Isaac b. Abraham, Jr., his brother, Simsan of Chans, his great labors are called Tosfot of Chans, Jehuda b. Isaac from Paris, called Serlin, Ephraim b. Isaac from Rugsburg, and Nathan Official, who will be mentioned by us further in a separate chapter. Among the latest of the authors of the Tosfot, however, we may name the Rabbi Moses of Kasi, author of Smag, who is also mentioned in Tosfot thrice, and R. Jacob of Korbil, to whom have been attributed the questions and answers from heaven, and we doubt whether Isaac of Vienna, author of the well-known book or Zerua, who also lived at that time, has also been mentioned in Tosfot, by the name of R. Isaac simply, as not every time when the name R. Isaac barely is mentioned in Tosfot. R. Isaac the Elder is meant. p. 60. This last, R. Moses of Kasi, contributed much to restore the study of the Talmud to its former splendor in his days, when in Spain it was almost stopped, and along with it many ceremonies, as phylacteries, mezuzot, and tzitzith, which were not seen in his time in any part of Spain or other countries. Owing to the oppression of the other religions by the dominant religion, the Israelites began to blend with the nations, and thousands of them embraced ostensibly the dominant religion, and some even conscientiously, having despaired of the former hope of Israel. Moses of Kausi therefore devoted himself to his work and traveled from city to city, and from land to land, to encourage Israel in the study of the Talmudic literature, and restore the activity, and he is the first who required help for his aim from Gentiles, his friends, though not co-religionists, and that his works should find acceptance he backed them by dreams and natural phenomena that took place at the time, which he warned the people that they were signs from heaven, and also by astrology, to arouse the people to return to the study of the Talmud and its commandments. As he testified himself in his book which he wrote in his later days, Sefer Mitzvoth Gadol, whose title is abbreviated Smag. After writing the sermons in exile, he concludes, after the year 4995 after creation, an event took place from heaven to chastise. And in the year 1236 I was in Spain preaching to and reproving them. God strengthened my arms by Jews and Gentiles' dreams, and visions of the stars, and extended his mercy to me, and the earth trembled and there was general terror, great repentances were made, and thousands as well as myriads accepted the sacred ceremonies of Tefillin, Mezuzot, and Tzitzith. So I was afterwards in other countries, and they were accepted in all places, and I was asked for a commentary on these commandments in brief. Not only in France and Spain were such books written about the practical ceremonies in the spirit of the Talmud, but also in Germany. R. Barak of Germisa composed Sefer Hatruma, and R. Isaac from Vienna, his book Diffused Light, which all treat of ceremonies and holocaust after the rules of the Talmud, which those sages saw. p. 61. A great necessity to renew and arouse the nation to observe them, after the holocaust of Al-Fasai and Maimonides had become already too ancient in their tone, and the violent persecutions then directed against the Talmud diminished the number of the students. It would seem that at that time was composed also the small book Questions and Answers from Heaven in the name of R. Jacob of Corbel, who was known as a holy man, to show to the people that its hope was not yet at end, that in heaven all words of the Talmud are venerated, and so are all sages who occupy themselves with it, as seen from the contents of the questions and answers given from heaven, especially in case of R. Isaac Al-Fasai, about whom from heaven it was answered, not in an old man is wisdom, nor in schoolboy's counsel, but my covenant I shall fulfill with Isaac, and this may be a kind of basis for the program made by Shem Tov, Joseph Falkara, that diligent study of Al-Fasai may substitute the study of the Talmud. Footnotes 60:1 Cr. Phylacterine, page 85, concerning the trembling of the earth, mentioned here. Next, chapter 13, Religious Disputes of All Periods. Previous next. Chapter 13. Religious Disputes of All Periods. From the earliest recorded times there have been disputes between men on faith and religion. When, in pagan countries, the idols had become great in number and each man considered his own the right one, he strove to convert his fellows to his own opinion, whether through benevolence or from wrath that the idol of his neighbor should be considered greater than his own. Traces of such disputes are found in the prophets. To the Jewish people was probably due the increase in the violence and frequency of such disputes, since its mission was always the annihilation of idol worship. Being monotheistic, it could not live at peace with any gods besides its own. No historical importance can be attached to such disputes among and with the heathen, because the number of idols was often as large as that of the worshippers. But when Christianity, whose great aim was to convert all humanity and to extinguish all theologies, began to spread over and to dominate the world, the matter of religious disputes assumed a new and baleful aspect, for persecutions and trials were mercilessly inflicted on. p. 62. All who opposed it, whether those who took an active part in the controversies or those who refused to enter into them. In recording the history of the Talmud and of its persecutions we cannot pass over the disputes concerning it from the time of its birth, and continuing throughout its troubled history in succeeding ages. A minute history of all these controversies, however, their dates, the names of the disputants, the topics of the disputes, as well as the consequences to the Talmud, would require a volume twice the bulk of the Talmud itself. We will therefore content ourselves with devoting to it a separate chapter, mentioning only the greater historical controversies and giving a resume of the subject matter of the disputes as we deem them of value to our readers. Already in the 1st century we have seen that the disputes between the Jewish Christians and their brethren who did not believe in Jesus' messiahship were many. In the Talmud are given the names of many sages and Amoraim who were compelled to enter upon disputations with their Christian brethren. But in the 2nd and 3rd centuries, houses for disputations had already been established, as well in Palestine as in Babylonia, and doubtless also in many other places where Jews dwelt. Those known to us by name are the house of Abidan, the house of Abiani, and that of Nitzrafi. The Talmud relates that the Jews were forced to come hither, or to furnish sufficient explanation for not so doing. We have no record of the results of these disputes, but in the 6th century we see Priscus, a Jewish officer of King Eilprich, forced to a controversy. When ordered to embrace Christianity he naively replied that he could not believe that, to save sinners, God was compelled to enter into marital relations with a woman, and finally, in order to redeem the world, underwent the death agony, when at his command were hosts of angels not needed in heaven. For this he was imprisoned. Henceforward in almost every century of the Christian era there arose fanatics who forced the Jews into controversy. In the 7th century these disputes were used as weapons against the Jews of Spain in documents issued by Isidore, Bishop of Seville. These and other writings against the Jews. p. 63. Added to the verbal disputes, finally resulted in the 9th century, during the reign of Charles the Bald, in invectives promulgated by the Bishop of Amulo, denouncing the Jewish creed as superstition and inciting all Christians to their duty in eradicating the error from the minds of the Jews, to force them to accept the gospel in place of their belief in the two Messiahs, one a descendant of David and the other a descendant of Joseph. It is remarkable that in these documents the bishop complains that the Jews, by their eloquent sermons and lectures, made more impression on their hearers than did the preaching of the Christians, as he was convinced by personal experience. And, indeed, in this he was not mistaken, for where the Jews' lot was ameliorated, as in the reign of Louis the Saint who, as well as his wife, Judith, honored the Jews, so much so as to change for their sake the fair day from Saturday to Sunday, many Christians came to the synagogues to hear the rabbis and the scholars among them read with pleasure the writings of Philo and Flavius instead of the Gospel, and likewise learned from Jewish scholars the interpretation of Scripture, as Rabanus Morris of Fulda avows in his commentary on the Bible. The Jews in Arabia also were forced to dispute with the Mussulmans, who assured them that the teaching of the Talmud had its day and Islam was even then usurping its place. When Basilius, the Macedonian, ascended the throne of Byzantium, he summoned learned Jews to argue with Christian priests, who strove to convince them that Jesus had become the center of the law and prophets. But these disputes are insignificant compared with those of the last 4 centuries of the Middle Ages. During this period the number of Jewish apostates increased, who challenged their brethren of the old faith to arguments. Massacre and pillage were the results of these disputes, the invitation to which was, briefly, as follows: if ye be willing and obey, the good of the land shall ye eat, but if ye refuse and rebel, by the sword shall ye be devoured. And, as if no loophole should exist through which the Jews might evade persecution, if a Christian were converted to the Jewish faith and mocked his former religion, the Jews were held responsible and punished. Thus in the 9th century the priest Boda accepted Judaism and ridiculed. p. 64. The Christians, going even so far as to beg the Mohammedan rulers in Spain to permit residence in that country only to Jews and Mussulmans, and not to Christians. Coistin Bacellalonis in 1005, in the reign of Henry II, wrote a pamphlet in which he addressed his former co-religionists thus: fools, read the prophet Malachi, who says in God's name, I am God, without change. How then can you believe that the divinity underwent any change? The culmination of all this was a renewed outburst of wrath and persecution directed against the Jews. The Christians did not consider the fact that he who exchanges his religion for another, from any motive whatever, by so doing is held in enmity by his former co-religionists and his affirmations esteemed of no value. They declared that the spirit of Satan had seduced the Jewish proselytes, while at the same time they gave credit to all the calumnies uttered by the Christianized Jews and granted them power to compel the Jews to enter into dispute with them. For this alleged guilt of Satan they punished the Jews with restriction of rights, confiscation of property, or total exile. An instance is recorded of the conversion in London in 1275, during the reign of Henry II, of the great Dominican preacher Robert de Redinge to Judaism, who adopted the name of Haggai. The Christianized Jews of France and Spain were also the cause of great trouble to the Jews in those countries during the Middle Ages, though Christianity had been the dominant religion but for a short period. Of the more prominent controversies of that time may be mentioned that of Rabbi Nathan Hochneil, one of the writers of the commentaries called Tisfoth, known among Gentiles as Nathan Official, the colleague of Rabbeinu Tam and perfect under the Archbishop of Sens, with this same Archbishop, and, near the close of the 12th century, with Pope Alexander and the King himself. At this epoch the status of the Jews of France was one of peace and prosperity, and our Nathan and his colleague, Rabbeinu Tam, were honored at court. The bishop attempted to prove by the passage, let us make man in our image, that the Trinity is meant, since the plural is used. Our Nathan's answer was, before replying to this, I p. 65. Desire to ask of you a question in law concerning myself. You are aware that I loan no money at interest. I gave to a friend a sum of money with which to purchase merchandise, and in the profits arising from which I was to share. He transported the goods to Paris, but finding that their market price had greatly diminished, he threw all into the Seine without consulting with me. I am therefore of opinion that I may demand of him to return to me the whole sum, for by what right did he inflict on me a financial loss without first asking my consent? The bishop replied, You may without doubt, and according to my opinion you are entitled to additional compensation besides, since how dared he destroy your property? If that is so, answered R. Nathan, you will of course grant that God is at least as just as men, and if, according to you, he had created men with the assistance of the other two persons of the Trinity, how comes it that he declares, I will destroy man whom I have created from the face of the earth, without first consulting the other persons of the Trinity? They also were entitled to a part in disposing of man. On another occasion, being asked why the Jews were obstinate in refusing to worship Mary, the Mother of God, R. Nathan replied, Tell me, you who are so learned, whether the question never occurred to you, how was it possible that the idea of worshipping the golden calf entered the Jews' minds after they had been witnesses, shortly before, of all the signs and wonders of the Eternal, and the thunders and lightnings on Mount Sinai? The bishop replied, True, whenever I read this passage it seems a great problem to me. But I am not in the least surprised, answered R. Nathan, with hidden irony. The Jews saw that the gold when thrown into the fire was made into a calf, and they doubted not that the Holy Ghost had clothed itself in this precious metal, but you who affirm that the Holy Ghost became incarnate in a woman must needs remember that when God wished to give to the Israelites the Decalogue he warned them, For 3 days you shall not approach a woman. How, then, can the Jews believe, after this, that when he desired to endow Israel with a New Testament, he should himself approach a woman? Replies of this kind were numerous from R. Nathan, as well as p. 66. From his sons Joseph and Asher. Thus it is also told of R. Joseph Gorshore that to the question, Why did God choose to appear to Moses in a thorn? He replied, Because from it no image can be made, nor can it be used to form a cross. These disputes, however, did not bring about the terrible calamities which usually followed those in the Middle Ages. Judith, the queen of Louis the Saint, protected the Jews and their studies, preventing the priests from taking vengeance for such ironical expressions as those given above. When Bishop Bodo perceived that his aims were not furthered by the disputes, he prohibited altogether such controversies with the hated Jews. A few decades passed, and not only was this prohibition ignored, but the Jews were again constrained to dispute in the presence of Louis IX. and his wife, and the chief civil and ecclesiastical dignitaries, the latter representing Pope Gregory IX. It fell to the lot of the 4 rabbis, Archgiel of Paris, the disciple of Jehuda the Pious, R. Moses of Coucy, the famed traveling lecturer, R. Jehuda B. David of Melun, and R. Solomon B. Samuel, to dispute with the apostate Donan, who took the name of Nicholas. This man while yet a Jew had evinced a tendency, as it appeared to the rabbis, to rebel against Judaism, and therefore they had excommunicated him. In revenge, he went to Rome in 1239, and charged that the Talmud contained sacrilegious sayings as to Jesus Christ and his mother, and so distorted the scriptures by its interpretations and comments that thereby the deity was blasphemed. He further charged that it gave license to illegally deprive Gentiles of their property and granted permission to deceive them. The sum of his libel, which contained 35 points, was that the Talmud was the enemy of Christian truth and the sole cause of the refusal of the Jews to recognize the divinity of Jesus. It will be in place here, before further consideration of the character and consequences of this and many other disputes in which Jewish apostates were the accusers and disputants, to speak of the Jews of the Middle Ages, what they were, and, having in view only the truth, to expose their faults. For by their great intolerance, and their conduct towards all who entertained opinions of the least liberality, differing ever so p. 67. Slightly from their own, they brought down upon themselves, as it were by their own hands, terrible calamities. There was at that period, as is well known, a division of opinion among the rabbis themselves concerning the books of Maimonides. Many rabbis excommunicated him after his death, and even defaced his epitaph, and the intolerant R. Solomon of Montpelliers, with his colleagues and disciples, resorted to the Flagellants and Dominicans for aid, saying, "Behold, there are among us heretics and infidels, for they were seduced by Moses ben Maimon of Egypt. You who clear your community of heretics, clear ours too." They assented gladly, and the books of Maimonides were burned at the stake in Paris and Montpelliers. From the conduct of these fanatics towards that Lion of Israel we can conceive their terrible vengeance against an ordinary man or scholar when he ventured to express opinions in any degree at variance with their own, or to transgress the Sabbath by carrying a handkerchief or drinking of Gentile wine, which in their opinion is against the law. Who, then, could resist their terrible weapon of excommunication, which they used for the purpose of making a man a ravenous wolf whom every human being fled from and shunned as though plague-smitten? Many who drank of that bitter cup were driven to the grave, and many others went mad. But woe to the excommunicators if the excommunicated afterward received baptism from the Dominicans. Then the vengeance of those who had been banished was fearful, like serpents they stung their former brethren, and caused misfortunes to thousands of souls who became as sheep for the slaughter. Thus on the 24th of July, 1240, the complete Talmud was brought by Donin to the royal palace, and Archchiel, who, because of the fact that he had disputed with many priests, had been elected head of the disputants, was asked by him, in the presence of the king and the whole assembly, whether he believed in all that was written in all these books, now more than 400 years old. To this Archchiel replied, addressing the king, "Our Talmud is not 400 years old, but more than 1500, and this alone suffices to prove that the controversy concerning what is said in it is superfluous." p. 68. For up to this time there have been Jewish apostates and many learned Christian priests who were conversant with its contents and found no evil in them. Hieronymus, continued the rabbi, known to all as a wise and devout Christian writer, who was familiar with Jewish literature, much better than this apostate sinner, would doubtless have sought the destruction of the Talmud, if he had found therein such terrible things as this apostate alleges. Therefore I feel sure that this liar, who seeks our lives, will never attain his object. He may indeed deprive us of our lives, but not of our Torah, dear to us as the pupil of our eye. If you vent on us here in France all your anger, still will the Talmud be found in Spain, Greece, Babylon, Media, and Mesopotamia, in possession of the Jews of these countries, and there you cannot reach to destroy it. The king was not satisfied with this, but bade Archchiel give a direct answer to Donin. To this the rabbi answered that the moral and legal doctrines of the Talmud were held sacred, but that full credence need not be given to the Haggadah, which should not be taken too literally, since it is for the most part allegorical. The Ramban gave expression to a like opinion, but it would be superfluous to quote him entire. To the other accusations of Donin, that the Talmud terms the followers of Jesus Christ minim, that it condemns Jesus, that it allows ill usage of people of other nationalities, etc., he replied, in the Talmud there is no mention of Jesus Christ, but only of another Jesus who was a disciple of our Joshua b. Prachia, who lived 200 years before Christ, that the term minim in the Talmud includes all who deny the oral law, that it grants equality before the civil law to all men, idolaters included, and commands visitation of sick idolaters, support of their poor, and interment of their dead even in Jewish cemeteries. He also proved that according to the Talmud, the Christians are not included among idolaters, since the prohibition as to sharing in divine power is directed only to Israel and has not been enjoined on other people, and, moreover, since the Christians abhor idolaters, they cannot themselves be counted among them. There is no distinction drawn between them and Jews by the criminal laws of all civilized lands, as well as in the Talmud. p. 69. Thus 2 days passed in disputing with Archchiel, whose replies were written down by a disciple and collected later in a book, Joseph Hamkane. On the third day, Arjehuda b. David, having been prohibited from holding intercourse with Arjcheel the first 2 days, was called to the dispute, and when his assertions were found to agree with those of Arjcheel, the controversy came to an end. The second dispute which must be noted is that started by the apostate Pablo Christiani, in July, 1263, with the rabbis of Spain. This was the reverse of the previous dispute, in that the first charged the Talmud with despising Jesus and Christians, while this dispute endeavored to prove from the Talmud itself the messiahship of Jesus, Pablo claiming that the book contained many such passages. Rabbi Moses ben Nachmani was selected as disputant. This controversy also took place in the royal palace in Barcelona, and lasted 4 days. The principal topics for discussion were, whether the Messiah had already appeared or was still expected, whether he would appear as a warrior, to restore the kingdom of the Jews, or as God's Son, as Jesus. The passage, "The scepter shall not depart from Judah until Shiloh come," Pablo adduced as proof that after the destruction of the temple and the fall of the Jewish kingdom it must of necessity be considered that the Messiah had arrived. Again, the Talmud itself says, the Messiah was born when the temple was destroyed, and Elijah said to Joshua the son of Levi, the Messiah sits at the gates of Rome, among the sick, etc. Thereupon Nachmani addressed the king. "No," said he, "we possess 3 different books, before every other, the Bible, in which we implicitly believe, then the Talmud, which we hold sacred as an indispensable commentary on the biblical laws, but the third book, which we call Midrash, comprises mere sermons or speeches, which are listened to by the Jews but which exercise no authority over them. The Haggadah," he continued, "is, as its name indicates, a mere collection of legends, fiction, a creation of fancy, communicated by one person to another, but not held by the Jews as dogma, and which I myself do not believe." Then turning to Pablo, "I will reply directly to you as to the question at issue. If the Talmud, as p. 70, you assert, regards the founder of your church as the true Messiah, why have not the Talmudists believed in him? Why did they not avow him, as you, Pablo, have done? For 500 years have men been at work on the Talmud, and none had been convinced or induced to enter the church. Where," he asked further, "is it to be found in the Bible or the Talmud that the Messiah will suffer at the hands of men? On the contrary, it is said of him, he will reign from sea to sea, dwellers of the desert will kneel before him and nations will adore him, which certainly was not the case with your Messiah, who, by the way, was born long before the destruction of the Temple of Jerusalem, and therefore the Talmudic passage can have no reference to him. Rome had not your alleged Messiah to thank for its greatness, on the contrary, its power and dominion gradually declined after his advent, and since the birth of your religion a new creed, the world-dominating Islam, has arisen. Further, were the omens and prophecies of the Messianic time fulfilled? Of this the prophets predicted that homicidal war will cease, a universal peace reign in the world, the swords will be beaten plowshares, the spears into pruning hooks, and the harmless animal will graze by the side of the wild one, that no injustice will occur, a moral elevation will ennoble men, God's Spirit will enlighten all peoples, and a universal purified knowledge will be introduced. But since your Messiah appeared, numberless wars have disturbed mankind, justice, morality, and brotherly love have not yet become the ruling principles of the world, your religious truths have not satisfied the adherents of Islam, and one God does not as yet reign on earth. If you make of your Messiah a God, then we cannot believe at all in him. The Messiah must be, according to the prophets, a man out of the stem of Jesse, he must be sprung a child born of ordinary parents, not a son of God need he be. Nay, the passage in the Talmud which you bring forward as favoring the messiahship of Jesus, that Messiah sits on God's right, and Abraham on his left, shows him not to be a God, else could not the Talmud say directly after this that Abraham's countenance darkened on account of the favor shown the Messiah. Were he God's son, surely Abraham would have known him as divinity and have yielded to him, with no feeling of jealousy, the first place. The language of p. 71. The Talmud is peculiar, and by its assertion that the Messiah was born with the temple's destruction must be understood the revival among the Jews, through this barbarity and injustice, of the hope of a Messiah. They assuredly do not accept him as Messiah who saw the light of day fully 100 years before this event, and who, in spite of his sufferings, brought to the world neither salvation nor redemption. And how stands it with your assumption that your Messiah redeemed the world from original sin? The penalties decreed for that sin still exist. Women still suffer pain in childbirth, in the sweat of the brow must the ground be plowed, and death still thins the hosts of the living evils which, according to your construction of the Bible, result only from original sin. As to the passage quoted by you from the Bible, this is its significance: the scepter shall not depart from Judah eternally, ad being equivalent to load. The clear meaning of this is that Judah's dependence, if he be condemned to it, will not last forever, for the Messiah will come and restore to him his independence, simply, that he will appear, but is not yet come. For the rest, continued Nachmani, I do not long for the Messiah. With us it is accounted as of greater merit if we, living in foreign lands, among strange people, and under the protection of the king, worship our God, than if we, as free masters, adhere to the law in our own land. Pablo was no match to Nachmani and his striking proofs. The next Sunday, King Jacob I of Aragon appeared with Pinaforte in the synagogue. The general of the Dominicans resumed the dispute, and sought to prove the Trinity by the simile of wine, which also contains a trinity in it, color, flavor and odor, and yet is one thing. Nachmani, however, refuted him, and demonstrated that to accept this argument would be to assume also a fifth person in God. Pinaforte became perplexed and replied that the Trinity is so deep a mystery that the angels are unable to comprehend it. When Nachmani had asked the modest question, why, then, should men raise themselves above the angels to dispute about and to hold fast to so deep a mystery? The king dismissed him with rich presents, adding these strange words, I have never yet heard a wrong cause so masterfully defended. Nevertheless, Nachmani was banished, he did not, as contemporary. p. 72. Ecclesiastical chronicles affirm, flee in deep shame, but was expatriated through the intrigues of the clergy, and emigrated to Palestine, which, in his opinion, should be a Mecca for every Jew, and arrived there shortly after Jerusalem had been reduced to ashes by the Mongols. There he continued his labors in behalf of Judaism and compiled his commentary on the Bible. To his disciples whom he left behind it is related that he said, on their asking of him a sign of the day of his death, that his mother's gravestone would be rent in twain. After seeing, however, that the dispute led to no satisfactory results, and that Nachmani and other Jews were not convinced by the argument of no salvation outside the church, Pinaforte changed his tactics and impeached the Talmud before Pope Clement IV, claiming that it abused and blasphemed the founder of the church. The Pope appointed a committee to examine the matter, and on their adverse report the obnoxious passages were stricken out, the erasing stylus was drawn through the pages of the Talmud by ignorant Dominicans, and for the first time it was subjected to the judgment of a censor. What a sad concurrence of historic events! 20 years later the writings of Maimonides were again consigned to the stake at Akko through the efforts of the Kabbalistic fanatic Solomon Petit, in Tiberia the tombstone of Moses B. Maimon, the greatest thinker to whom Judaism had given birth in 1,000 years, was shamefully dishonored and its epitaph replaced by the words, "Here rests an excommunicated heretic." Of far more importance were the attacks on Judaism and the Talmud in the dispute which took place at Tortosa, in Aragon, in 1413, under the supervision of Pope Benedict XIII, and which required no less than 68 sessions. Long before this time the Jews had held polemics with Christian scholars, and the Jewish literature in defense of the faith which had been current in the 13th century, and which included also attacks on Christian dogma, was now in full bloom. Raymond Martin, a Dominican Hebraist and one of the censors of the Talmud appointed by the Pope, who treated the Talmud with comparative leniency, wrote against Judaism 2 hostile books under the titles Religious Dagger and Scourge for the Jews, wherein arguments in p. 73 favor of Christianity were adduced both from scripture and from rabbinical writings. These books were imposing not less from their powerful logic than from their exhibition of profound scholarship, and the renowned Talmudist, R. Solomon B. Adareth, was called to refute them. The apostate Abner Alfonso Burgensis, a polemic of more danger to Judaism, at the commencement of the 14th century, wrote a number of controversial works against his former religion, to whom Isaac Pulgar replied with a trenchant satirical poem as well as an argumentative work. In 1375, Moses Cohen de Tordesillas disputed in the church at Avila with the renegade John of Valladolid, and soon after this proselytizing Cardinal Pedro de Cunha challenged Shemteb b. Isaac Shaprat to a public religious discussion. The latter published in 1380, a comprehensive defensive work, Eben Bakan, and also translated the Gospels into Hebrew to enable his co-religionists to arm themselves from the Christian arsenal. They subsequently found themselves obliged to use these weapons only too often. In 1391 occurred the first great persecution of the Jews in Spain, during which many, to escape the sword, embraced Christianity. Whereas the greater part of those who were forced into conversion usually returned to the fold of Judaism, some of these new Christians were, conversely, possessed by a great zeal for proselytizing, as, for example, the physician Astrok Ramak, and particularly the former rabbi, Paul Burgensis, the latter of whom was a source of much mischief to his people. The satirical poet, Solomon Bonfed, the ingenious thinker Shaste Cresques, the physician and philosopher, Profiat Duran, indited convincing replies to the attacks of these apostates. But in the foremost rank of these polemic writings stands the circular letter of Joshua Lorky, which he addressed in an apparently submissive tone to his former teacher, Paul Burgensis, wherein, along with keen attacks on Christian dogma, he tells Burgensis that as a thinking and learned man he could not have accepted Christianity through conviction. When one reads this letter he must hold it almost a psychological impossibility that the man who adopted such an attitude towards Christianity should in later years have gone over to the Christian church and become a scourge to his co-religionists of the Jewish faith, and yet this Joshua Corky was, with scarcely a doubt, identical. p. 74. With him who later assumed the name of Geronimo Santa Fe and came forward to impeach Judaism and the Talmud at the dispute in Tortosa. Benedict XIII, one of the three popes who were then striving for dominion, had a particular interest in this dispute. This pope had been deposed at the Council of Pisa as a heretic and perjurer, and had been excommunicated. In Spain, however, he was recognized as pope, and from that place he set in motion his plans to make himself universally recognized. If he could succeed in breaking the obstinacy of the Jews and effecting finally their conversion as a people, it would be a great triumph for the Church, and for himself personally. From these motives he willingly permitted King Fernando of Aragon to invite Jewish rabbis and scholars to a theological discussion at Tortosa. 16 of the most prominent appeared at that memorable dispute, which lasted, with many interruptions, from February 1413, till November 1414. The apostate Geronimo, the physician in ordinary of the Pope, had arranged previously the following program for the controversy. First, he desired to prove from the Talmud that the Messiah must already have arrived. Should this argument be ineffectual, however, then a war to the death was to be declared against the Talmud, which sustains the Jews in their unbelief. When the Jewish notables appeared in the session hall on the first day, the 1,000 there assembled, presided over by the Pope, made upon them an overwhelming impression. The Pope himself opened the session with an address, wherein he laid emphasis on the fact that the question now was not as to the truth of Judaism or Christianity. Judaism once had been true, but was replaced by the later revelation. The discussion must turn only on the point whether, according to the Talmud, Jesus is the promised Messiah or not. Thereupon, Geronimo delivered a lengthy speech, which he concluded with the text, "If ye be willing and obey, ye shall eat the good of the land, but if ye refuse and rebel, ye shall be devoured by the sword." In his reply, Don Vidal Benvenisti placed the apostate's wickedness in its true light, inasmuch as he had threatened with the sword before any proof for or against had been brought. In the subsequent sessions, Geronimo cited passages, more or less familiar. p. 75. From the Talmud and Midrash, to prove to the unbelievers that the Talmud itself, when rightly understood, attested Jesus' messiahship. But as the representatives of the Jews explained these passages according to their real meaning, and at the expiration of 62 sessions evinced not the slightest inclination to be converted, Geronimo, at the Pope's bidding, came forth as impeacher of the Talmud, asserting that it contained blasphemies and abominations of all kinds and must therefore be unconditionally condemned. To prove this, he wickedly or ignorantly perverted many passages. The Halakha teaches, for example, in relation to the verse in Exodus XXI. 15, "He that smiteth his father or his mother shall be put to death, that he only is guilty of death who wounds his parent by beating." From this Geronimo inferred that the Talmud allows the beating of parents. The Halakha also teaches in reference to blasphemy that only he who blasphemes God by his name of 4 letters is guilty of death, and from this Geronimo concluded that the Talmud permits blasphemy. Geronimo was also the first to affirm that the Jews may break oaths, in conformity to the prayer Kol Nidre. Everyone at all familiar with this prayer knows that it is for forgiveness for the non-fulfillment of vows and oaths, taken unconsciously or broken through forgetfulness, and is but an argument in favor of the Talmud's scrupulousness in this matter. The Jewish delegates defended themselves, it is true, with skill against these accusations, but were finally so hard-pressed that they divided into 2 parties. Most declared that the passages of the Haggadah brought forward by Geronimo had no authority, whereas Don Vidal Benvenisti and the religious philosopher Joseph Albo declared that the Haggadah was held by them as of full authority, but must not be construed literally and then judged. At all events, the Pope did not succeed in causing even one of the delegates to waver or in effecting the hoped-for general conversion of the Jews. Driven to anger at his failure, he dismissed them in a very unfriendly manner, and soon thereafter issued a bull in which he interdicted the reading or study of the Talmud by the Jews, and ordered that search be made for copies of the book and they be then destroyed. He also directed that in Spain the Jews should live separately from the Christians, fill no official station. p. 76. Practice no trade, nor devote themselves to medicine. Fortunately the hostility of the Pope had no effect. The Council of Costnitz deposed him, his former protectors, King Fernando and Emperor Sigismund, renounced his cause, and the fanatic flagellator and preacher, Vincent Ferrer, preached openly that such a man as this Pope deserved to be persecuted to the utmost and to be killed by any good Christian. Filled with rage at the issue of the dispute, Geronimo published later a voluminous book against the Talmud, and the apostate Paul Bergensis, who was elevated to the bishopric, composed in his 80th year, a work hostile to Jews and Judaism. To these and similar attacks the Jews were free as yet to reply without restriction. Answers were published by Joseph Albo, Vidal ibn Lobi, and Joseph ibn Shemtab, defending their own creed and winging arrows at Christian dogmas also. Several decades later the Jews of Spain were attacked not with the pen, but with the fist, not with spiritual weapons, but with physical force, and met with bloody persecutions till finally, in the total exile of 1492, the proud Spanish Jews were compelled to empty the cup of misery to the dregs. Chapter 14. Reuchlin, Pfefferkorn, and the Talmud in the 16th and 17th centuries. Joseph or John Pfefferkorn was a German Jew, who lived in the beginning of the 16th century. He was ignorant of worldly knowledge, and had but a very limited acquaintance with Jewish literature. He became a Roman Catholic to escape the penalty for a theft. The Dominican monks of Cologne, subordinate to Hochstrater, the judge of the Inquisition, received him into their community with great honor. Hochstrater was a great fanatic and the enemy of everyone who bore the name of Jew. His colleagues were Arnold Tangersky and Arthur Gracia. This latter had committed to a Jewish apostate, Viktor Karbensky, the task of writing a pamphlet against Judaism. In this pamphlet the author brings various accusations against the Jewish people, the responsibility for which he places on the Talmud. He recounts fabulous p. 77 charges of Jewish persecution of apostates, and complains that even the poorest and most criminal and hardened Jews subject themselves to all manner of hardships rather than embrace Christianity. The pamphlet concludes with these words: "All this is due to the Talmud, which is the source of all evil, and which the Jews hold in greater reverence than the 10 Commandments of God." The Dominican monks found that this pamphlet failed of due effect, and asked Pfefferkorn if he could write a better one. He wrote the Warnungspiegel, wherein he pretended to be a friend of the Jewish people, and, for their own good, desired to introduce Christianity among them. He urged them to convince the Christian world that the Jews do not need Christian blood for their religious rites. He also tried to induce his Christian brethren not to persecute the Jews unto destruction, for, he said, the Jews are also, in a way, human beings. Along with these pretenses of friendliness he evinces in the pamphlet the desire to take the Talmud by force from the Jews. The causes which hinder the Jews from becoming Christians, said Pfefferkorn, are 3, first, usury, second, because they are not compelled to attend Christian churches to hear the sermons, and third, because they honor the Talmud. Therefore he appealed to his co-religionists and the rulers to remove the first 2 causes. As to the third, he advised the government to take the Talmud from the Jews and burn it. But even this pamphlet was not wholly successful, because the rulers and the people understood that depriving the Jews of the Talmud would inure to the benefit, financially, of the Dominicans, for these latter, being the judges of the Inquisition, possessed the power of declaring the books harmless and of returning them to the Jews for a consideration. Therefore Pfefferkorn hastened to issue another pamphlet, in which he used harsher expressions, and tried to convince the people that the hatred of the Jews for Christianity was due solely to their religious books. He issued also a third pamphlet, on Jewish history, in which he contradicted what he had written in his first pamphlet. He said plainly that every Jew considers it a good deed to kill, or at least to mock, a Christian, therefore he deemed it the duty of all true Christians to expel the Jews from all Christian lands. p. 78. Even if the law should forbid such a deed, they need not heed or obey it in this respect. It is the duty of the people, he said, to ask permission of the rulers to take from the Jews all their books except the Bible, as well as all the pledges of Christians to be found in Jewish hands, also, that Jewish children should be taken away from their parents and educated in the Catholic religion. He concluded his work thus: "Who afflicts the Jews is doing the will of God, and who seeks their benefit will incur damnation." Although the religious hatred of the times of the Crusades was then far from extinguished, Pfefferkorn's books did not find favor with the rulers, as the Jews were their chief treasurers, from whom they at all times exacted enormous taxes. Therefore they did not desire to drive them from their territories, and to compel them to embrace Christianity did not suit them either, as most of the Christians disliked Jewish apostates and looked upon them disdainfully, since they well knew that in most instances they did not accept Christianity through belief in the religion, but from more worldly reasons. In addition to this, all the Jews of Germany, as also the physicians of the rulers, who were for the greater part Jews, did all in their power to prevent Pfefferkorn's advice from being carried into execution. Many Christians, too, asserted that they were convinced that Pfefferkorn was bad at heart, a flatterer, and that his sole object was to enrich himself at the expense of the Jews. Therefore Pfefferkorn wrote a fourth pamphlet, in which he reiterated all he had written previously, and declared that the only way to be rid of the Jews was either to expel or enslave them. The first thing to be done was to collect all the copies of the Talmud found among the Jews and to burn them. Arthur Gracia, who was the censor of art, revised and corrected Pfefferkorn's works and rendered them into Latin and German, and sent them to all the rulers of the period. Besides this, the Dominicans addressed themselves to the sister of the Emperor Maximilian, Princess Königund, who was a nun in a Dominican convent at Munich. They begged her to intercede with the emperor in behalf of Pfefferkorn. They eulogized Pfefferkorn, telling her of his knowledge of Jewish life and of his good character, and urged her to confide in him. Finally they persuaded her to give a p. 79 copy of his pamphlet to the emperor, who was then at war in Italy with the Venetians. As a result of all this, Pfefferkorn at once set out for Italy, and succeeded in obtaining from the emperor a decree that all the Jews of Germany should yield up their books to him, to be revised by him. If he should find in them anything relating to Christianity, it should be destroyed. In this task he was granted the power to call to his assistance, in each city, a priest and 2 of the civic rulers. The Jews were warned under severe penalty not to resist the royal command. Pfefferkorn and his party of inquisitors first visited Magdeburg, for in that city dwelt rabbis who were renowned throughout the Jewish world, and although they resorted to every device to prevent the surrender of their literary treasures, even the Bible, the removal of which was not included in the royal mandate, was also taken away, every Jew was compelled to surrender his entire store of religious books. But many Gentile scholars, to whom Pfefferkorn's conduct did not appeal, assisted the Jews by testifying before the emperor that Pfefferkorn was ignorant on many subjects, and that he wrongfully deprived the Jews of books containing no allusions to Christianity. Besides, they referred, in their request to the emperor, to the privileges accorded to the Jews, by previous emperors and popes, of worshipping in their own way. The Elector of Mayence, Archbishop Uriel, enraged at Pfefferkorn's action, summoned him to the city of Aschaffenburg, and informed him that the emperor's decree was in opposition to the law of the land, as it made him prosecutor, witness, judge, and executor in one. Therefore, the Jews or the people, in disregarding the decree, would be guilty of no crime against the law. He counseled him, in fine, to ask the emperor to alter the mandate to conform with law. Pfefferkorn agreed to do so, and the Dominicans of Cologne advised him to find a prominent Gentile who would actively interest himself in the matter. This man they found in Ryuklin, at that time very popular and respected all over the world. The Dominicans told Pfefferkorn to get a letter from Ryuklin to the emperor, before going again to see the latter. John Ryuklin, of Pachsim, had a great p. 80 reputation as a scholar. In addition, he had a benevolent heart. He devoted himself especially to the study of Hebrew, in which his interest was enhanced by Count Pic de Marsundela, who opened up to him the study of Kabbalah, i.e., Jewish mysticism. Even this did not satisfy his desire to be master of Hebrew. He formed the acquaintance of Jacob Lonson, a Jewish physician at the court of Frederick III, from whom he acquired a further knowledge of the language. At this court he came in contact with many Jewish scholars, and attained to such skill in the study that he afterwards wrote a book wherein he praised Hebrew as the best of all languages. He claimed in this work that the dogmas and rites of false religions were due to the ignorance of Hebrew, and to the misconception of the meaning of significant Hebrew terms. As for the Kabbalah, he ranked this study with any other branch of learning, and stated that he himself was far from understanding thoroughly its sublime mysteries, for a complete knowledge of which even a lifetime would scarce suffice. Afterwards, when he became the ambassador of the Elector Palatine to the court of Pope Alexander VI, he became acquainted with the physician Obadiah Ipmanah, the renowned commentator on the Mishnah, and it was interesting to see the celebrated German scholar, whose discourses in Italian were greatly admired by the Italians themselves, stooping to ask a Jew to be his teacher of Hebrew literature. It was always his habit, when he came in contact with learned Jews, to obtain some useful knowledge from them. Nevertheless, Ryuklin was not entirely free from prejudice against those of the Jewish faith. In a letter to a knight who desired to convert the Jews of his dominions to Christianity, he wrote that the whole trouble with the Jews was they were disbelievers, who did not care for Christ and his apostles, and that they held in general contempt all Christians, although it is true that later he repented of having written this letter, as will be seen further on. The Dominicans relied on Ryuklin, knowing that the words of one so thoroughly acquainted with Hebrew literature would be respected by all the rulers of Germany. But Ryuklin declined to take an active part in the matter, although he commended the project of destroying all books written against Christianity. He also called Pfefferkorn's attention to the p81 injustice of the emperor's decree, and told him it was doubtful whether it could be executed. Despite his not securing the wished-for testimony, Pfefferkorn succeeded in persuading the emperor to ignore the petitions of the Jews and their defenders, and to give him the power to deprive the Jews of their books, in a new decree, while harshly reproving them for failing to strictly obey the first. This time the emperor commissioned Archbishop Uriel to carry out the decree. He also ordered him to seek, and to follow the advice of the German universities of Cologne, Mayence, Erfurt, and Heidelberg, and also to take counsel with Ryuklin, Viktor Karbensky, and Hochestrater. Uriel commanded the director of the University of Mayence, Hermann Hesse, to visit all the cities of Germany, and to remove all the Jewish books. Hesse did so. He traveled through Germany accompanied by Pfefferkorn, and in Frankfurt alone 1,500 manuscripts were taken away. They did the same in Worms, Lorch, Bergen, Lamöven, Mayence, and Dürz. Pfefferkorn said that the Jews, to save their literary treasures, offered to enrich him, but he claimed he did not care to sell his soul and therefore did his duty. The Jews, on the other hand, did not cease in their efforts to prevent their despoliation. They secured testimonials from the more prominent among the Gentiles, and sent a committee to the emperor to petition him to prevent these attacks on their religion. They adduced proofs to show that their books contained nothing against Christian communities. They brought forward the privileges granted to them by former emperors and popes, enabling them to worship their God without the interference of the church or state. These facts so favorably impressed the emperor that he commanded that all the books should be returned to their owners. The joy of the Jews on learning of this decree cannot be described, since thereby not only were they granted possession of their books, but a peaceful residence in Catholic countries was accorded them. This joy, however, was only momentary, as both the Dominicans and Pfefferkorn still continued their malevolent activity. To add to the misfortune of the Jews, an event befell. p82. Which the Dominicans were not slow to utilize as a weapon in their warfare against the faithful, with the aid of which they hoped finally to bring about the latter's destruction. Sacred vessels were stolen from a Christian church by a Gentile, who was arrested and who thereupon confessed that he had sold them to the Jews. As a result, all Jews were severely persecuted by the Bishop of Brandenburg. At the same time, or somewhat later, the Jews were accused of having killed a Christian child in the performance of their religious rites, and at the command of the same bishop the accused Jews were removed to Berlin, and 38 of them were burned at the stake after suffering tortures on the rack. These events the Dominicans made use of to arouse the fanaticism of the people of Germany. They addressed themselves to the emperor's sister, Kunigund, to whom they painted these occurrences in the blackest colors, at the same time extolling Pfefferkorn as a converted Jew conversant with Jewish customs and manners. They stated that the Talmud contains the evil teachings which had become rooted in the hearts of the Jews. They represented to her the danger to Catholicism in the latest command of the emperor, and placed all their hopes in her keeping, as she was the only one who could save Catholicism from injury. At the same time they strove to find favor in the eyes of the people who protested against this persecution. A new pamphlet was prepared, in Pfefferkorn's name, which was dedicated to the Emperor Maximilian, praising him for his zeal for the Catholic religion. This pamphlet, after complaining that the Christians do not give full weight to the activity of the Jews against Catholicism, and charging that the whole fault lay with the Talmud, since its teachings prevented the Jews from embracing Christianity and permitted usury, affirmed that the one thing necessary was that the emperor should deprive the Jews of his books, and that it was the duty of all good Christians to help him in this matter. Furthermore, that this cause met the approval of the emperor's sister, the nun Kunigund. It further stated that all Christians who defended Jews should be treated as heretics, and Jewish apostates who did the same should be presumed to have taken up Christianity, not from belief in the Holy Trinity, but for baser reasons. The Princess Kunigund actually interceded. p83. For them, and, presenting herself before the emperor, she begged him on her knees to grant the request of the Dominicans. The emperor again ordered Archbishop Uriel to hasten to seek the advice of the above-mentioned German universities, and especially to get the opinion of Ryuklin, Karbinski, and Hochstrater, and transmit the same to him, so that he might be prepared to judge whether or not the Talmud should be destroyed. Ryuklin did not hasten to give his answer, and when, after 3 months his answer was composed, and delivered to the emperor, it was found to be unfavorable to Pfefferkorn. In this answer he divided Jewish literature into 6 classes, exclusive of the Bible, as follows: poetry, fable, and satire, commentaries, sermons, songs, and prayers, philosophy and science, the Talmud, and Kabbalah. In the first class, said Ryuklin, are to be found books which deny or criticize the Christian religion, but he could name but 2 of them of his own knowledge, and these were the pamphlet of Lippmann and the Life of Jesus. He declared, however, that the rabbis themselves prohibit the possession of them by Jews and threaten severe penalties upon anyone venturing to read them. It is self-evident, he stated, that this class of books must be destroyed without scruple. With regard to the second class, he affirmed that they not only contain nothing harmful to Christianity, but, on the contrary, they are of great value in the interpretation of the scriptures. Many Gentile scholars could not, in many cases, fathom the depths of meaning of the Bible, because of insufficient knowledge of Hebrew. It is true, he said, that scholars had been heard to declare, "We do not care for the Jewish commentaries, as we have a sufficient number by Christians." He compared these same to a person wearing a light garment in cold weather, since the basis for right understanding of the scriptures is the knowledge of the original language wherein they were written. As for books of the third class, it would be an injustice to deprive the Jews of them, because they had received from emperors and popes the privilege of unmolested worship. Regarding the fourth class, he said, they stand on an p84 equal footing with books of the same class in Latin, Greek, or German. But of the Talmud I must own that it is to me a sealed book, and it is evident that those who pass judgment upon it have as little knowledge of it as I. They have no idea of its nature, or of its history, nevertheless they talk as if they knew and understood clearly all that it contains. I can only compare such people to those who would venture to criticize algebra while they are totally ignorant of the rudiments of arithmetic. The fear is expressed that the Talmud might injure Christianity. This is absurd, for nothing can withstand the proofs in its favor that are found in the Bible. If the Talmud really were as bad as they affirm, then our ancestors, who were much more religious than we, would long ago have put an end to its existence. He declared that the testimony of Pfefferkorn and Schwartz against it, being inspired by unworthy motives, should not be given consideration. Moreover, if we would but study the Talmud we would not destroy it, but rather encourage the Jews to hold it in still greater reverence and study it the more assiduously, for as a consequence there would be copies not alone in Germany, but also in Italy and Turkey, where many colleges for its study exist. To what purpose is the burning of a few copies of the Talmud, if you are unable to annihilate it entirely? Besides, by such action we should commit a breach of faith, for we would thus abrogate the privileges granted to them by former emperors and popes. Regarding the sixth class, he praised the Kabbalah in the highest terms, and cited Count Pico de Mirandela, who, he says, induced Pope Sixtus VI to study it. The latter discovered in it so much in support of Christianity that he translated Kabbalistic books into Latin. Ryuklin concluded that to deprive the Israelites of their books could only be likened to a duke challenging a knight to combat and then taking away his weapons. He advised the German rulers who were desirous of having the Jews embrace Christianity, to establish in all the German universities for a period of 10 years, chairs for the study of the Hebrew language. Then the students, having a thorough knowledge of the language, could convince the Jews, by proofs from their own Bible, of the truths of Christianity. Returning again to the apostates, he said, of what value, p. 85, is advice given by people who abandon Judaism through jealousy, animosity, fear of persecution, penury, revenge, ambition, love of pleasure, or even through mere recklessness. Such individuals bear the name of Christians, but in heart they are not Christians. I know of some whose faith in both religions, Christianity and Judaism, is weak, and who, if their schemes were brought to naught, would become disciples of Mohammedanism. The Jews have been citizens of Germany for 3 centuries and should be protected by the law. It would be ridiculous to adjudge them heretics, for they were not born Christians, but have been Jews from a time antecedent to the birth of Christianity. However, the answer of the German universities was different. The theological faculty of Mayence replied that not only were the Talmud and all rabbinical books full of falsehoods and heresies, as Christian scholars testify, but that the Hebrew Bible also was not altogether free from error on points of Christian doctrine. The faculty deemed it advisable, therefore, that the books be revised by Christian scholars, and if anything be found contrary to Christian belief it should be burned. The University of Erfurt counseled in like manner, but the faculty of Heidelberg advised the emperor to select a committee from the faculties of all the universities of Germany to judge the Talmud and all Jewish literature, and let their decision be final. Reuchlin sent his answer under seal to Archbishop Uriel, but by some means not recorded its contents became known to Pfefferkorn before it reached the emperor. When he and the Dominicans had perused it they were greatly perturbed. They were aware of the esteem in which Reuchlin was held by the emperor, and the weight his answer would be given to by the latter, and resolved to do something to weaken the effect of this answer on the emperor and the public. A pamphlet was issued under the title of Handspiegel, in Pfefferkorn's name, couched in flowing sentences, giving prominence to all the weak points in Reuchlin's answer, charging p. 86. him with ignorance, abusing him and ridiculing his theory and misrepresenting it to the common people. The pamphlet stated that Reuchlin himself understood nothing of the Hebrew language, and that his book on Hebrew grammar was written by other hands. Therefore, they asked, how can such a man counsel the emperor in matters of which he himself is ignorant? It stated, further, that Reuchlin's declaration that the Jews must be protected by the law proves the utter absurdity of his whole answer, and that it may be justly suspected he did not do this for nothing. To add force to their contention, they published a letter which Reuchlin himself had written to a knight 5 years before, and called upon Reuchlin to deny his statement in this letter that the Jews slander Christianity. His refusal to do so would indicate a desire to wantonly mislead the emperor and all good Christians. It said, moreover, that the fact of Reuchlin's renown among the Jews alone showed that he had fallen a victim to their wiles. At the end of the pamphlet, Pfefferkorn charged Reuchlin with having accepted money from the Jews, and blamed him for defending them, since it was his duty to regard them only as heretics. He also charged Reuchlin with countenancing usury. As Reuchlin was well known and much respected in Germany, this pamphlet made a commotion, and the people evinced a desire to read it, to learn of what Reuchlin was accused. As it was written in the popular jargon, many went on fair days to Frankfurt on the Main to purchase the pamphlet from Pfefferkorn. Reuchlin himself was astonished at Pfefferkorn's impertinence, and annoyed at the imputation on his honor. He therefore complained to the emperor. The latter, angry at the action of Pfefferkorn, promised Reuchlin that he would entrust the task of the revision of the Jewish books to the Bishop of Augsburg, but the emperor being at that time deeply occupied with matters of state, this affair was for the moment forgotten. Meanwhile a second fair was held at Frankfurt, and Pfefferkorn hoped to distribute the remaining pamphlets among the people. As soon as this point in the contest was reached, Reuchlin resolved, since the quarrel had from a religious become a personal one, to uphold his wounded honor. He wrote a work entitled Agenspiegel, in p. 87, which he complained that a Jewish apostate should endeavor to destroy the Talmud. He told the public how Pfefferkorn had come to him, asking his cooperation, and how by despicable means he became aware of the contents of his answer to the emperor, so as to be able to heap more calumnies upon him. He charged that there were 34 lies in Pfefferkorn's pamphlet. He said, further, that he had not lost hope of facing Pfefferkorn in court, and that the latter had merited the sentence of death for inciting the people against the Jews. He declared the charge that he had received money from the Jews, a false one, adducing many proofs to show that the Dominicans and Pfefferkorn merely intended to stain his name. He further proved that he himself had written the Hebrew grammar. To the main accusation, that he had learned Hebrew from a Jew, he replied that Christianity did not forbid Christians from having dealings with, or learning from, Jews, especially as this was often productive of good in the conversion of the Jews. Now, instead of Pfefferkorn's pamphlet, Reuchlins was distributed at the fair, and was sold in large quantities to the people. The Jews, it is fair to believe, greedily bought the work and did their utmost to spread it among the people. A preacher named Peter Meyer, of Frankfurt on the Main, while reading Reuchlin's pamphlet in the presence of Pfefferkorn, exclaimed that it ought to be burned at the stake, and, with the sanction of the Archbishop of Mayence, he prohibited its sale. But the priests of Mayence, all friendly to Reuchlin, at their convocation begged the Archbishop to recall the prohibition, and he consented. In a short time all Germany was in possession of copies of the work, and Reuchlin received many congratulatory letters. However, the strife was not yet over. His enemies did everything they could to overthrow Reuchlin. Paul Meyer, after his attempt to suppress the sale had proved futile, announced that Pfefferkorn would lecture on Reuchlin's books in the Catholic Church during the coming holidays. As Pfefferkorn was a married man, and not a priest, and therefore unable to preach from the pulpit, he lectured in the hall of the church in the popular jargon, holding a cross in his hand. The burden of his lecture was that the Jews should be persecuted unless they accepted Christianity. It was the first time in the p. history of the Church that a Jew had stood in the corridor of a church with a cross in his hand and preached against the Jews. The monks meanwhile gave Reuchlin's work to Arnold Tangersky for revision, and he naturally, being himself a Dominican, denounced it as heretical. The Dominican, Ulrich of Sternheim, wrote a letter to Reuchlin, in which, speaking as a friend, he says, "The scholars of Cologne are not yet united in their opinion as to what should be done with your work. Some of them maintain that it should be burned, others say the author should be punished, and still others are stronger in condemnation of it." This letter did not fail of its purpose. Reuchlin understood full well that if the Dominicans openly declared against him, he would be in great peril, since at that time their power was supreme and they were feared even by the emperor himself. The Pope, Alexander VI, himself exercising a power to which kings themselves were subject, declared he would offend a rule sooner than the humblest Dominican. Reuchlin hastened, therefore, to indite, in Latin, a letter to Tangersky, the reviser of the book, in which he modified his previous statements. He said he judged the Talmud, not as a theologian, but as a layman, and he could not know, when writing his book, that the scholars of Cologne would disagree with him. He also stated that he had not intended to cast blame on anyone in his pamphlet, and besought Tangersky to show him his errors in the Augenspiegel and not condemn him before doing so. He wrote a letter of a different tenor to his teacher, Köln. In this he ventured to blame the head of the Dominicans, Hochestrater, whom he charged with having written the pamphlet under Pfefferkorn's name, and he begged him to explain his words to the faculty, so that they would see the truth and not blame him unjustly. The response to this letter to Köln was not sent to Reuchlin for a long time. The Dominicans obviously sought, by delaying it, to furnish him a pretext for committing an overt act. He finally received together two letters, one from the Cologne students and the other from Köln. The faculty scolded him for interfering in a quarrel which did not concern him, and at the same time preventing the emperor from performing a meritorious act in suppressing the Jewish books. This fact, they claimed, and his writing the Augenspiegel, went far to confirm the p. suspicion that he inclined to Judaism, and therefore it was their duty to punish him severely. They could not, however, refuse the request of Arnold Tangersky and of Köln to defer punishment until he was given opportunity to write a second pamphlet, retracting all his words in defense of the Talmud and in blame of Pfefferkorn. Coln wrote him that he should feel grateful to him for inducing the faculty to withhold his sentence and for pacifying the Dominicans. At the same time, he reminded him of the danger which hovered over him, and advised him to hasten and repair his error by another pamphlet, contradicting all his previous statements. As to Reuchlein's accusation that the pamphlet Handspiegel was from the pen of Hochestrater, he maintained complete silence. Reuchlin at once answered his enemies in 2 letters. He thanked them for their intercession in his behalf, but claimed that as a married man he could not be longer counted among theologians, and therefore knew very little of the teachings of faith. He also cited proofs showing that he was not a friend of Judaism or the Jews. Nevertheless, he refused to contradict the statements contained in his first pamphlet. On the contrary, he reiterated them, but asserted his willingness to write a commentary on his Augenspiegel, explaining any ambiguous passages therein. He again urged them to point to him the passages because of which they accused him of heresy, saying that only then could he either defend his assertions or confess that he was in error and revoke them. The Dominicans, seeing that correspondence was of no avail, commanded him, first, to stop the circulation of his pamphlet, secondly, to contradict all he had previously said, thirdly, to restore the luster of his name by showing himself a good Christian and a persecutor of the Jews and their literature. If he should refuse to do this, he must stand trial before the judges of the Inquisition. Coln also wrote him again, saying that but for this pleading, Reuchlein's pamphlet would long before have been burned and himself brought before the Inquisition. Therefore he again urged him to respect the command of the faculty, as, should he fail to accede to their order, he could do nothing more for him. Reuchlin, seeing that further argument was useless, resolved. p. 90. Firmly to take up the gauge of battle, happen what may. First of all, he replied that he could not stop the circulation of his work, since it was no longer his, but was the property of the publisher. He could only write a commentary as an explanation of doubtful passages. To his supposed friend Coln, he wrote that if the latter had indeed prevented his work from being burned, the faculty should feel grateful to him for restraining them from doing wrong, but that he himself entertained no feelings of gratitude for it. He told him he did not fear a contest with the Dominicans, as he had many defenders, men of prominence and power in Germany, and if the matter were attended with any danger it was to his enemies. It was easy, he said, to begin a fight, but much more difficult to gain a victory. He could not understand why his enemies failed to consider how the people would judge them if they took the part of a Jewish apostate against a born Christian and a firm believer in Christianity. He was certain that Pfefferkorn, if thereby he could derive any benefit, would become an apostate even to Mohammedanism or any other religion. To think that Pfefferkorn should preach against the law of the land and calumniate him. The Dominicans, he continued, to seek to accuse him of trivialities, and close their eyes to the many great sins of the apostate. He also said that poets and writers of history would stamp with shame the entire faculty, and would make of him a martyr for the truth. Reuchlin kept his promise of writing a commentary to his Augenspiegel, but it had the effect of adding fuel to the fire. The Dominicans were more than ever enraged, and Tangersky wrote a pamphlet which he dedicated to the emperor, and which contained the following concerning Reuchlin's interference in religious matters which are above his understanding. In his pamphlet one can see that he favors the Jews, and in keeping with this he has written sentences which border closely on heresies. The work concludes by saying that it is undoubtedly necessary to put the Talmud to the stake. This pamphlet effected what the author had intended. The emperor, who had hitherto defended Reuchlin, now turned against him, and on his arrival at Cologne he commanded that Reuchlin's pamphlet and commentary should not be circulated. The p. 91. Elector of Mayence, acting in conjunction with the Archbishop of Cologne, displayed this order on the churches, and threatened the public with excommunication if they did not return Reuchlin's pamphlet to the churches, but even this failed of the desired effect, for Reuchlin's friends were too numerous, greater even in number than those of the Dominicans. The people had but small liking for the latter, and they especially despised the head of the order, Hochestrater. Therefore Pfefferkorn issued a new pamphlet, entitled Brandspiegel, wherein Reuchlin was accused and debased. Therein he was styled a man who had forsaken the church, and whose hands were sullied with Jewish bribes. As for the Jews, Pfefferkorn stated that they ought to be persecuted without pity, and incited the people to plunder them and devote the spoils to convents and hospitals. This was Pfefferkorn's last pamphlet. From this time he ceased to take part in the fight. Reuchlin, under a pseudonym, wrote another pamphlet, The Defender. In this he says, if anyone asserts that Reuchlin did not, in the Jewish controversy, conduct himself as a true and upright Christian, he utters a falsehood. He attacks all the Cologne scholars, especially Arthur Gracia and Jacob Hochestrater. Why, he asks, do they make such an uproar and hold themselves up as greater authorities than other scholars of German universities? And to the emperor he says, permit, your majesty, the Dominicans to judge the Jews by the Inquisition, that will fill their pockets with the gold and silver of the Jews. That is what they want. Obtaining it, they will then leave me unmolested. To Arnold Tangersky, who accused him of protecting the Jews, he says, it is true, I am the protector of the Jews. I protect them against false accusations. I know that my assertion that they are citizens of Germany and entitled to the protection of the law, as other citizens are, will excite their enemies, but I say and repeat again, the Jews are our brothers, brothers to Arnold, brothers to the Dominicans, brothers to all the theologians, and the fathers of the Church long ago made a like declaration. To the assertion of the Dominicans that he contradicts what he had written in his former letter, he replies that it is true he had been prejudiced against the Jews until he was convinced of his error. The calumny that Jewish prayers maintain that all Catholic rulers should be put to death he p. 92. refutes by quoting a Mishnah, thou shalt pray for the peace of the kingdom wherever thou abidest. This pamphlet was sent to the emperor, who received it favorably, and, owing to the complex questions involved, his mind wavered in the course he should pursue. First he assured Reuchlin of protection against the attacks of the Dominicans. Then his father confessor, an enemy to Reuchlin, spoke in favor of the Dominicans, and the emperor again prohibited the circulation of Reuchlin's work. Finally he commanded both parties to cease their strife. Even this command failed of its purpose. The imperial decree was unheeded by the Dominicans, and the head of the Inquisition, Hochestrater, summoned Reuchlin to appear within 6 days before the judges of Mayence to defend himself against the charges of heresy and of defending the Jews. This summons was couched in language unprecedented in its insolence. Reuchlin did not appear at the trial, but sent a deputy. Hochestrater opened the court. He was both prosecutor and judge, and was certain that the trial would result in the success of his scheme against Reuchlin, and would cover the latter with ignominy, more especially as he had received favorable opinions from the German universities that had been ordered to afford counsel. The University of Leuven had replied that the pamphlet should be burned, that of Cologne, that besides its misleading nature, it showed decided leanings to heresy. The University of Erfurt gave answer of like import. Those of Heidelberg and Mayence alone did not respond. Hochestrater therefore felt sufficiently supported and certain of winning the trial. He recited a long list of grave accusations against Reuchlin, and gave it to his colleagues of the court, calling upon them to adjudge the defendant guilty and order his pamphlet to be burned. Reuchlin's deputy protested that Hochestrater had no right to be persecutor and judge in one, the less so as he was known to be Reuchlin's bitterest enemy. Seeing, however, that protest was of no avail, he left the court. Hochestrater, hesitating to sentence, contrary to public opinion, one who was not present, posted notices on church doors, requiring Reuchlin's deputy and all who had an interest in him, to appear before the court. He also ordered the public, on the pain of excommunication, to return the copies of the Augenspiegel to the judges of the p. 93. Inquisition. The Dominicans triumphed that day and Reuchlin's defeat was seemingly close at hand. But this triumph was only of brief duration. The people of the better class of the city openly murmured against Hochstrater's proclamation, and even the archbishop's colleagues advised that the trial be delayed for a short period, since Ryuklin or his deputies had not undergone examination. The trial was therefore postponed for 2 weeks, Hochstrater thinking that Ryuklin would be ashamed to appear in person as a defendant, and feeling certain that at the expiration of 2 weeks he could be adjudged guilty by default. But Ryuklin did appear in person with the counsellor of the Duke of Württemberg, and that of the Duke of Mayence. The capital endeavoured to make peace between the two parties, but in vain. The Inquisitor Hochstrater refused to listen to overtures of peace, and ordered the judges to do their duty. They obeyed and began to write down their judgment, when suddenly a rider appeared with a letter in his hand from Archbishop Uriel. He passed through the crowd and straight to the judges, who were much astonished and anxious to know the contents of the letter. It was read aloud to the assembled people, and was to the effect that Archbishop Uriel commanded the postponement of the trial for 1 month, and if this command were disobeyed he would declare it a mistrial and dissolve the court. The Dominicans, defeated, left the court amidst the laughter of the people. There was much rejoicing among the Jews, as upon this trial depended their fate, but Ryuklin was not content with the mere postponement of the trial, knowing that the Dominicans would persecute him until they conquered. He determined, therefore, to leave his fate to the decision of Pope Leo X. But, learning that the Dominicans would bribe the advisers of the Pope and persuade him to order the trial to be held in Cologne, he wrote a letter in Hebrew to the Pope's physician, Banjet de Lakes, beseeching his influence to prevent this. Leo, involved just then in grave secular matters, religious questions, for the time being, having no place in his councils and seeing his quarrel likely to spread over Europe, directed the bishops of Speyer and Worms to end the contest by issuing a decision which should be respected by both parties. These bishops, p. 94, appointed a committee to investigate and report on the matter. The committee, though in awe of the Dominicans, conducted their investigation deliberately, and at the end of a year pronounced the pamphlet Augenspiegel free from any heresy, and Ryuklin to have no leanings towards Judaism or the Jews. They therefore permitted its circulation and ordered Hochstrater, on the pain of confinement in a monastery, to pay to Ryuklin 300 gulden as the costs of the trial, and threatened him with excommunication if he disobeyed the order. Hochstrater then appealed to the Pope for an impartial trial, hoping that by a liberal use of the wealth of the Dominicans, since Ryuklin was poor, the latter would suffer defeat. He also sent Ryuklin's Augenspiegel to the University of Paris, esteemed the greatest university of the time, urging it to condemn the pamphlet. He appealed also to all of Ryuklin's opponents and all who were zealous for the welfare of the Catholic Church to unite against him. Ryuklin's friends were not idle. Realizing the evil exerted by the Dominicans throughout the world, they, together with a body of Catholics called Humanists who sought the reformation of the Church, united under Ryuklin's flag and termed themselves Ryuklinists. The opposing party adopted the name Arnoldists. These were the two parties that occupied the public mind before Luther began the Reformation. Many scholars of young Germany went over to Ryuklin's side, particularly Hermann von Busk, Croats-Rinbians, and the young and sagacious Ulrich von Hutten, also many of the rulers, among whom were Duke Ulrich of Württemberg and all his family, Count Hafenstein of Augsburg, Count von Görner of Patrice, Welsen, Perkemeier, Neatiger, as well as many Italian priests, notably the general of the Augustinians, Agodia de Viterbo, who loved the Hebrew literature and was at that time engaged in translating the Zohar. Viterbo said in his letter to Ryuklin, "You have saved the books which have spread light all over the world for centuries, and if they were lost, darkness would ensue. And in supporting you, we shield not you but religion, and not the Talmud, but the community of Christ." The strife spread all over Germany, and there was scarcely a city in which were not to be found either Ryuklinists or p. 95. Arnoldists, the former, for the preservation of the Augenspiegel and the Talmud, the latter, for the destruction of both. The contest became each day more intense, and although the victory was with Ryuklin, he was still anxious as to Hochstrater's appeal to Rome, since the latter had great influence there. His friends therefore advised him to publish all the letters he had received from all parts of Germany and Italy, to convince the Pope of the character of the man the Dominicans were persecuting. Among these letters was one from the Emperor Frederick praising Ryuchlin in glowing terms and testifying that he was held in honor and respect by the father of the Pope, Lorenzo de' Medici. These efforts of Ryuchlin and his friends brought about the appointment by the people of Cardinal Grimima, a lover of rabbinical literature and Kabbalah, as investigator and judge of the quarrel. The cardinal summoned Ryuchlin and Hochstrater to appear in Rome, and as Ryuchlin was very old, he was allowed to send a deputy. Hochstrater, however, appeared in person with all his wealth. This did not, however, disturb Ryuchlin, as he had many friends at Rome. Even the Emperor Maximilian interceded for him with the Pope. Among his other defenders was the Emperor's secretary, Werka, Duke Ulrich of Württemberg, and the Elector of Saxony, Frederick the Wise. Many bishops also defended him, notably those of Strasbourg, of Constance, of Speyer, and numerous other churchmen. Hochstrater spent large sums of money to procure the appointment of Cardinal Bernardino de Santa as assistant to the judge, but, through the influence of the Ryuchlinists, Cardinal Pietro Anconotini de Sant'Isamblia was selected by the Pope for this office. The Pope's committee forbade any discussion of the matter until the sentence of the judges of Rome was announced. But the Dominicans heeded neither this command nor public opinion, and, in order to influence the Pope, they even threatened, should Ryuchlin be victor at the trial, to secede from the Church and unite with the Hussites of Bohemia. They also, in defiance of the prohibition of discussion, placed hope in the University of Paris, for at that period France and Germany were in conflict in secular matters. It naturally befell that on religious questions also their views were diametrically opposed. p. 96. So the University of Paris, though in heart and conscience in full accord with Ryuchlin, nevertheless, for purely worldly reasons, felt compelled to render an unfavorable opinion of him and of his works, stating that the Augenspiegel contained heresy and should be burned, and that its author should be compelled to make full retraction. The Dominicans hastened to publish this reply from Paris in a pamphlet entitled Glock, in the name of Pfefferkorn, although for this action Hochstrater was indicted by the fiscal of the emperor. The emperor's sister, Kunigund, again kept Hochstrater from imprisonment. The Dominicans employed every means to delay the trial, so as to increase Ryuchlin's expenses, thinking that, since he could not afford the necessary expense attached to it, he would forego trial. Ryuchlin's friends represented to the public Hochstrater's evil designs, and at the same time appeared a collection of letters from the benighted people. The first volume, written in a satirical style, professed to be from the pen of Krate Rubian of Leipzig, and contained confessions by Dominican monks of their evil deeds since the existence of the order. These letters were quickly spread throughout the entire west of Europe despite the protests of the Dominicans, which protests, indeed, only furthered their circulation. Hochstrater, fearing lest the trial would end in Ryuchlin's favor, demanded that it be given to an international council, since the matter concerned the entire Catholic Church. The Pope, who was, as it were, placed between two fires, the German emperor and rulers, on the one hand, and the King of France and the heir apparent of Germany, on the other, resolved to place it before the Council of the Lateran and all Europe. 2 years passed, the strife had not yet ended, and Ryuchlin became sad at heart. He feared that his friends would fall away from him, seeing no immediate prospects of the close of the quarrel. He also feared, as he was advanced in years, lest he should die before its settlement, and the Dominicans win the battle, while his name would become a reproach. These fears were unfounded, as his friends did not weaken in their support of his cause. Finally, on the 2d of July, 1516, the result of the trial was announced at a session of the council, signed by Bishop Gregory Bengiani, as follows, the pamphlet. p. 97. Augenspiegel, contained no heresy. The error, in such an assumption, rested with the Paris University, and the other faculties in agreement with it. The Bishop of Malta added that the judge of the Inquisition, Hoogstrater, who considered himself one of the main pillars of religion, ought to be indicted. Under Benguiani's signature were written those of the other cardinals, except that of the Dominican cardinal, Sylvester Priorvis. As the Pope himself had not yet acknowledged or sanctioned the sentence, Hoogstrater did not despair, and, with the aid of his friends, he begged the Pope to delay the execution of the sentence for an indefinite period, hoping to bring, at a future time, the trial before another council and obtain a decision in his favor. The Pope commanded the parties to terminate their quarrelings and cease all discussion of the matter, under the impression that a command from him would put an end to it. He was mistaken. The strife grew in intensity and spread over Germany. Both factions were more than ever determined to continue. When Hoogstrater returned from Rome, his life was in danger from the Reuchlinists, and only by the efforts of Reuchlin himself was bloodshed prevented. The Dominicans lost all favor with the public. This did not, however, prevent the Dominican, Peter Meyer, from lecturing in all the great churches against Reuchlin and his party, and abusing him in the vilest language. Finally, roused to violence by his words, the Dominicans slew some of the Reuchlinists. This resulted in a rupture between the Pope and the Dominicans. But when the second volume of the Benighted Letters appeared, wherein the Dominicans were painted in the blackest colors, they begged the Pope to shield them from the wrath of the people. This time he listened to them, and prohibited the circulation of the pamphlet. This command was unheeded, as the light of knowledge was beginning to spread over the world, and the satire was read by many priests and monks of other orders than the Dominicans, and, at the same time, the humanists distributed pamphlets and circulars against the Dominicans. After no long interval, a second edition of the Benighted Letters appeared, to the joy of the Reuchlinists. The Dominican leaders saw now that there was a rupture in the Catholic p. 98 Church, and announced to the Pope that the people ridiculed their teachings and would not obey the doctrines of Catholicism. This time they told the truth. Hitherto, sufficient credit had not been accorded public opinion by the rulers, although the influence wielded by Luther was almost wholly due to it, and he acknowledged that the controversy between these two great parties had paved the way for the Reformation. After Maximilian's death, the strife became still more intense, and the topics most often heard were those of the Talmud, Reuchlin, Luther, and the Reformation. At the meeting of the electors of Germany, to choose an emperor, they all sanctioned Reuchlin's actions. Ulrich von Hutten persuaded the knight, Franz von Eikingen, to separate himself from the Catholic Church and join Reuchlin and Luther. This knight and his companion, Dalkry, with many other friends of Reuchlin, demanded that Hoogstrater pay the sum of 111 gulden to Reuchlin to defray the costs of the trial at Speyer, and also give bonds not to further molest Reuchlin. The Dominicans were fully aware that this command must be obeyed, unlike that of the emperor or the pope, which they would have unhesitatingly disobeyed. They were compelled to pay the above sum, but as the treasury of the government was empty, the sum did not go to Reuchlin, but to the government. Hoogstrater was deposed from his post of judge of the Inquisition, and a committee of monks requested the Pope to do all in his power to end the strife, and allow Reuchlin to live in peace, since he was a great scholar and a firm believer in Christianity. The Talmud attained new prestige, since henceforth the Pope looked upon it with favor, and even persuaded Daniel Bamberg, of Antwerp, a famous printer, to issue a complete edition for the first time in its history. And, so, in the year 1520, the Babylonian Talmud appeared, with all the commentaries, in 12 volumes, and from this all later editions have been copied. Reuchlin in his last years was compelled, like Luther, to leave his home and seek an abiding place where he could live in peace. Later, when Luther sent delegates to the prominent rulers of Germany, the Pope was forced to adopt the suggestion of the Dominicans and excommunicate Luther, and at the same time prohibit Reuchlin's works. But both the excommunication and prohibition were publicly burned by Luther. p. 99. On the 10th of December, 1520. From this time on, Luther threw off the chains of the Pope, and inaugurated the Reformation. Again, and for the last time, Pfefferkorn appeared with a new pamphlet against Reuchlin, but it received no countenance. On the contrary, he was abused by all factions, and his suggestion to expel the Jews from Frankfurt was denounced by all alike. After this event, nothing more was heard of him. As soon as the Reformation was established, Reuchlin was called to take the chair of Hebrew in the University of Tübingen, where he taught many students. He died in 1522, to the great grief of his admirers. Reuchlin was generally credited by the Reformers with being one of the initiators of the Reformation. Next, Chapter 15. Polemics with Muslims and Frankists. Previous next. Chapter 15. Polemics with Mussulmans and the disputes with the Frankists. The Jews were not exempt from disputes with scholars of Islam also during the first years of the latter's history, but these disputes differed from those with the Christians in that they did not involve the Jews in calamities. In addition to the oral disputes, many controversial books appeared between the 9th and the 16th centuries, among which were the books of Sa'adiyya the Jayan against the Karaites, which the Karaites answered, not with arguments, but with scoffing. A great quantity of books were issued by the Karaites in which they ridiculed the rabbis, in particular Sa'adiyya the Jayan, who exposed their weaknesses. Like service was performed by the book of Samuel ben Chapni HaKahen, entitled To Exalt the Value of Theological Studies, against whom the Karaite Samuel ben Jehuda Eben Ajia wrote a pamphlet under the title Strenuous Denial. R. Jehuda Halevi's Hakasri and Maimonides' controversial letters also had for their aim the strengthening of the foundations of the creed. But the strife raged with the greatest intensity in Spain in the middle of the 12th century. First appeared the book on Sefer Habrith by R. Joseph Kimchi. Following this came controversial works by R. Jacob B. Reuben, R. Moses B. P. 100. Tikhon, and R. Moses B. Solomon, of Salary, the title of the latter's book being A Word of Faith, in which he records disputes with Christians, by R. Gchiel B. Joseph, of Paris, R. Nathan, of UPS, R. Joseph, and R. Meir B. Simeon, in his book The Battle of Merit, in which are related his disputes with the Archbishop of Narbonne, and by R. Mordecai B. T. Joseph in his book, The Strengthener of Faith, written against the Christian, Paul Christianus, who had held many controversies with Ramban and others. In reply to the book of Abner of Burgos, who adopted the name of Alphonse of Valladolid, and who wrote much that was hostile to Judaism, appeared works by R. Isaac Ebn Palkara, as well as by R. Joseph Shalom, under the title of A Reply to Alfonso's Writings. How great a degree of tolerance the Jews manifested in this controversy may be seen from what Moses of Narbonne wrote of Abner, his former friend, namely, that he was intelligent and virtuous, but erring, unable to endure the calamities heaped upon the Jewish people, not content with the peace to his soul, but seeking also worldly happiness, and, reading in the stars that the Jews' destiny was to suffer and bear trials, he fell into the error of thinking that they would never again be strong as a nation, and counseled them as he himself had done, to accept Christianity, not submit to their fate. R. Moses de Torzilla also wrote a book entitled Aid to Faith, consisting of 17 chapters, in the form of a dialogue between professors of the two religions. In all these books it is declared that the Haggadahs of the Talmud are not authoritative but are to be regarded barely as fiction, and as devoid of any sacredness. In Germany also appeared in defense of Judaism the work Book of Victory, by the excellent writer, R. Lippmann of Mühlhausen, which appears to have made so deep an impression that the Bishop of Brandenburg, Stephen Baitgei, felt it necessary to reply to it. Lastly may be mentioned the two disputes which took place between the rabbis and the Frankists in 1756 to 1757, at the command of Bishops Dąbrowski and Michalski, in Kamenitz, Podolsk and Lemberg, cities of Poland. These terminated the disputes which the Jews were compelled to hold with their opponents in the presence of the people and dignitaries. They. P. 101. were distinguished by the fact that the Frankists impeached the authority of the Talmud on the strength of the Midrash of R. Simeon b. Jacques, termed Zohar, which they considered sacred, while they regarded the Talmud as profane. These disputes were further distinguished by the circumstance that the founder of the Hasidismus, R. Israel Baal Shem Tov, was elected as the chief disputant to represent the rabbis, forced to dispute with the Frankists in Mikulski's presence. The Frankists were an offshoot of the sect of the false Messiah, Shabbatai Zvi, who produced a storm throughout the whole world in the year 1654. One Jacob Frank, a Polish Jew, accepted Islamism at Salonika, where he joined the sect of Shabbatai Zvi, who were seeming Mohammedans and were called Dhamma. In 1754 he arrived in Poland and set to work, with the assistance of two rabbis, Moses and Nachman, who accompanied him, to revive the creed of Shabbatai Zvi. The followers of Shabbatai Zvi, who still remained in Poland, received him with open arms, and entered upon an open propagation of the mischievous teachings. The Jews thereupon informed the ecclesiastical authorities of the country of their activity, which so alarmed them that they hastened to the bishop and asserted their belief in the Trinity, and that they were not Talmudic Jews, but followers of the Zoharites. They petitioned Bishop Dembowski of Kamenitz to force the Jews to dispute with them and thus afford them opportunity to prove that the only true belief is in one God in three persons, incarnate in the flesh, and the teaching of the Talmud all vanity, etc., a rehabilitation of all the old slanderous charges. The bishop ordered the dispute to begin in May, 1754, and the Jews, not appearing at the appointed time, incurred a heavy fine therefor. In June of that year there assembled at Kamenitz 30 rabbis, from whom were chosen as disputants R. Leib Mezibaz, R. Bar Joslovitz, R. Mendel Satanow, and R. Joseph Kremnitz, and about the same number of Frankists, headed by Leib Krim of Nadverna, Solomon Shur of Rahadin and Nachman of Buzhk. The pleading of the rabbis that in the Zohar and in all the books of Israel there is no hint of a Trinity, which was purely an invention of the Frankists themselves, was of no avail, for Dembowski decided against the Jews and fined them 5,000 gold guldens, to be paid to the Frankists, and also directed the p. 102 Jews to dispute with the latter whenever called upon. 150 gold guldens were likewise to be paid by the Jews for the repair of the Christian cathedral at Kamenitz. All copies of the Talmud were to be burned, although the Jews appealed to the king, August 3, against this decree of Dembowski, claiming that they possessed the right, accorded to them by previous rulers, to print the Talmud, and although they were sustained in this contention by many princes of the kingdom, yet, owing to the political and religious turmoil then existing throughout the kingdom, the king, or his minister, could give no heed to the matter, and the Jews were forced to submit to the decree of the bishop. Shortly thereafter, however, Dembowski died a sudden death, and was succeeded by Labinsky, who showed no favor to the Frankists. The Jews, with the help of the government officials and an expenditure of money, effected the expulsion of the Frankists from their residence near Kamenitz, for being neither Jews nor Christians, and they suffered persecutions. They were compelled to shave part of their heads and half of their beard, insults and indignities were heaped upon them, and many fled to Turkey. But even there they found no rest, they were relentlessly persecuted, and Elisha Radin, one of their leaders, was beaten to death. They therefore betook themselves to the frontiers between Poland and Turkey, in constant peril of their lives from the people of both nations. When their condition became unbearable, they turned again to the king, and begged him to restore to them the freedom granted by Dembowski. In this they succeeded. The king permitted them in May, 1757, to settle undisturbed in the province of Podalia. And thus they returned to Poland, in poverty and rags. In this state of degradation Frank advised them, in order to better their condition, to embrace Christianity. They therefore, in January, 1758, sent a petition to the Bishop Labinsky by 6 of their leaders, asking that they be received into the Catholic Church and be granted permission to dispute with the Talmudic Jews, who drink the blood of Christian infants, etc. Labinsky replied that it was not in his power to improve their material condition, their acceptance of Christianity could affect only their spiritual welfare. They again addressed themselves to the king, in May p. 103 of the same year, but their petition was not answered. Labinsky suddenly resigned his office and Michalski was chosen his successor. The latter exhibited a great zeal for proselyting, and the Frankists hastened to present their petition to him, requesting permission, before being baptized, to dispute again with the Jews. Perhaps, they urged, they might succeed in convincing the Jews of their great error and madness and in inducing them to accept Christianity too. Michalski acceded to this request, and ordered the Jewish rabbis to assemble at Lemberg on a day appointed by him. At the time set for the dispute there came in sorrow to Lemberg, 40 of the chief rabbis of Poland, at their head Israel Bisht of Mizibuz, and chose as disputants 3 of them Bisht, the rabbi of the district, Chaim Rappaport, and Arbar Joslovitz. The disputants for the Frankists were Frank himself, Leib Krim, and Solomon Schur. The dispute lasted 3 days, beginning June 23, 1758, and the hopes of the Frankists for a victory were shattered. Though Michalski and many Polish nobles sided with them, they failed to prove that the Zohar contained anything that favored their religion. The judges, even, utterly disagreed with the distortions to which they subjected the passages of the Zohar and Kabbalistic books. The Jewish rabbis departed in peace, without being fined, and the petition of their adversaries, that a district in Poland be set apart for their dwelling, was refused, and they were invited to receive baptism. Thus ended favorably for the Jews the last of these peculiar disputes. The Jews made efforts to induce the Frankists to become Christians as soon as possible, that there might in future be no relationship between them. In this they succeeded, and since that time, between the Frankists as Christians and the Jews there has been nothing in common in either religious or secular matters. Next, Chapter 16, Persecution during the 17th century. Previous next. p. 104. Chapter 16. The persecutions of the 17th century, the head of whom was Johann Andreas Eisenmenger. The victory of Reuchlin, and the establishment of the Reformation by Luther, in the 16th century, did not stop the persecution of the Talmud. It was ever renewed by men of rank in the different countries. The most dangerous of them was Johann Andreas Eisenmenger, who spent almost all his lifetime in the destruction of the Talmud and its standard-bearers, and it seems miraculous that he did not succeed. Eisenmenger was born in 1654, at Mannheim. In 1666 he came to Heidelberg where he found grace in the eyes of Prince Karl Ludwig, who was pleased with Eisenmenger's determination to learn the Hebrew language. Prince Karl Ludwig sent him, at his own expense, to travel in different countries to become accomplished in the study of Oriental languages. But when Eisenmenger was about to visit Palestine, the prince died, and he established himself in the city of Amsterdam, where he lived for some time in friendly relations with the Hebrew scholars and with Rabbi David Litta of that city. At the end of the same year it happened that 3 Gentiles circumcised themselves and embraced the Jewish faith. This, according to Eisenmenger's own confession, angered him almost to death. And this occurrence made him determined to write a voluminous book on the wickedness of the Talmud, in order to save Christianity from danger. He worked hard and successfully for 19 years, translated into German from 193 different Hebrew books, and a considerable number of pages from various tracts of the Talmud itself. This book, which he named Index Judenum, containing 2 volumes of more than 1,000 pages each, he gave in the year 1700 to the printers of Frankfurt on the Main. The Jews of that city got wind of it, and being afraid that this book would cause a renewal of massacres of Jews, such as took place in the cities of Franken and Bamberg in 1699, where p. 105. Houses and other Jewish property were destroyed by the mob, appealed to Samson Wertheimer, who was then the banker of Emperor Leopold, that he should point out to the emperor the dangers which such a book would lead to. Remembering that after the destruction of Jewish property, the mob, in the above-mentioned places, turned to the palaces of the noblemen. The emperor commanded the governor of Frankfurt to stop the printing of the book, and to conceal all that was printed of the same, until a careful examination of the book by Gentile and Jewish Hebrew scholars would be made. In spite of the assistance of many prominent men in the German Empire, who petitioned the emperor to release the books, he retained his decision and paid no attention even to the special personal letter from the King of Prussia in behalf of Eisenmenger. When Eisenmenger died in 1704, his books had not yet been redeemed from their captivity, and only in 1711 did Frederick I, King of Prussia, republish the book at his own expense, from a copy which was in the hands of Eisenmenger's heirs, donating all the copies to them. It would take too much space to relate the proceedings of Eisenmenger himself, and those of his heirs against the Jews of Frankfurt, and the various decisions of the courts from the time of Leopold to that of the Empress Maria Theresa. We do not deem it necessary to recount them, since they are in no way related to the subject of the persecution of the Talmud. 1. We have only to say that in the 11 years since the book was given to the press in Frankfurt, until the circulation was permitted in Königsberg, its influence was weakened, so that it did not cause very much harm at that time. Thereafter, however, many anti-Semites made use of the material gathered in this book, quoting it as being directly from the Talmud without mentioning Eisenmenger, probably because of his notoriety as an enemy of the Jews. Concerning the book itself, we would refer the reader to Professor Franz de Liza's book, Rohling's Talmud Jude, 6th edition, 1881, and many other criticisms of Eisenmenger's. p. 106. Work by Gentile Hebrew scholars, such as Professor Strack of Berlin and others. We have refrained from stating our own criticism of the misinterpretation of the quotations from the Talmud, chiefly because we do not deem it necessary to study Eisenmenger's book for criticism. As for the explanation of the Talmud, we do not need to use him as our guide, and also in order to avoid apparent partiality, since we are ourselves the bearers of the Talmud's banner. Footnotes 105:1 The details are given in Grietz's, Heimlitz, 1888, by David Kahan. Next, Chapter 17, Attacks on the Talmud in the 19th Century. Previous next. Chapter 17. The polemics and the attacks upon the Talmud in the 19th century. The 19th century was the jubilee of the Talmud's 2,000 years since its beginning, and the 12th century since its conclusion, in which it overcome all attacks directed against it and remained safe, not only bodily but spiritually. This did not prevent the anti-Semites from renewing the persecutions and the accusations of it with increased energy. Although the accusations were not brought to a public dispute, and to the intervention of the government, still the polemics in books and pamphlets were greatly increased by different persons in different countries. We do not desire to linger on these books, as their discussion would take up too much time and space, still we cannot refrain from mentioning them briefly, as they pertain to the history of the Talmud. In 1848, A. Buchner, a teacher in Warsaw, printed a book, Der Talmud in seine Nichtigkeit, and according to Strack, Jacob Kitzier also printed a volume called Inhalt des Talmuds und seine Autorität, etc., both in the German language. The contents of these two books were mainly attacks upon attacks, and accusations upon accusations, rained down upon the Talmud in general and its followers in particular. At the same time a missionary, McCall, printed a book in the English language, entitled The Old Paths, and Eshaga, an apostate and also a missionary, translated it into Hebrew. The latter edition was distributed gratis and in tens of thousands. p. 107. Among the Hebrews. We cannot deny that it was somewhat effective, as it caused many Jews to embrace Christianity. At about the same time Isaac Bar Levinson of Kremenetz, named the Russian Mendelssohn, wrote a book, entitled To be Israel, in which he collected all the savings of the Talmud relating to the following topics: that every Jew is obliged to learn the language of his country, to engage in scientific pursuits, that he must learn some trade and occupy himself, if possible, with agriculture, and that B must be patriotic to his country, and must respect the laws of his country just as much as the laws of the Torah, etc., etc. This book was so excellent that the eye of Nicholas I, Emperor of Russia, was attracted to it, and he assisted Levinson both morally and financially. Finally he presented him with 3,000 rubles to enable him to publish his later works, Zerubbabel, in which he proved the falsehood of the misinterpretations of Michal in every respect, Beth Jehuda, and F. Stamen, written against the blood accusation. His books were so effective that as a result Michal's books were almost ignored. The later affair in Alexander II's reign, however, we intend to elaborate on more fully, as at that time it created a great stir in Russia. In 1876 a Roman Catholic priest, Lyodostansky by name, who embraced Greek Catholicism, published a book in the Russian language which he entitled, Upotrebляют Jurii Kristinsky Krov. This book, which contains about 300 pages, was dedicated to Alexander III, then Crown Prince of Russia. He accepted the dedication with thanks to the author. Lyodostansky, desiring to have the thanks of the Crown Prince publicly made known, printed posters announcing the Crown Prince's thanks for the dedication, and set them up everywhere, even on the railroad cars. The dailies and periodicals in Russia also announced the works favorably owing to the fact that the book found favor in the eyes of His Highness, the Crown Prince. The contents of the book are chiefly attacks upon the Talmud, accusing it of being the source of all the bad customs of the Jews, etc. p. 108. A meeting of the prominent Jews was then called and resolutions were passed as follows. First, that Lyodostansky's attacks upon the Talmud itself should be silently ignored, for a debate on this subject in Russia would do the Jews more harm than good. Second, to republish and distribute the voluminous book of Professor Quolson, who was a Christian, which defends the Talmud in general, and conclusively proves, both theoretically and practically, that the blood accusation is a trumped-up affair, and that all investigations in many countries have shown that no instance occurred in which the Jews used Christian blood. Third, to republish the ukase of Nicholas I, which declared that no blood accusation for religious purposes should be directed against the Jews as a people, and that if it should happen that a Jew be accused of murdering a Christian, he should be tried as an individual merely. As is well known, there are people who endeavor to benefit themselves from all current calamities, and to announce themselves as leaders without considering that from such actions the calamity or affliction may become still greater. At that time there were two such men, one in Russia and one in Austria, who desiring to make themselves popular, endeavored to place themselves in the front ranks of the defenders of Judaism for their own benefit. In Russia there was Alexander Zetterbaum, publisher of the periodical Hamlets in St. Petersburg, a man of little knowledge, and who was never fitted for a public debate. He challenged Lyodostansky to a public debate, which, however, the latter declined to accept. The real leaders of Israel, like the well-known Siphon of Wilna and Puris Smolensky, editor of the Hashachar in Vienna, and others, were angry because of Zetterbaum's challenge, believing that such a challenge had caused an extremely unfavorable impression upon the Russian people, especially as the newspapers declared that Lyodostansky's declination was due to the fact that the alleged leader of the Russian Jews was an ignoramus. The very learned Lazar Zweifel, teacher of the rabbinical seminary in Zhytomyr, who, besides publishing a great book in p. 109 Hebrew, entitled The Defender, against Lyodostansky's book, appealed in our periodical Hakol, Volume I. Nos 27-31, to his co-religionists in Russia that they should appoint a committee to petition the Tsar, Alexander II, to forbid all polemics about the blood accusation in newspapers, books, or pamphlets, for such incitations always do harm to the government itself. However, Zweifel's appeal was a voice in the desert, as the attempts upon the life of the Tsar, in which, to our sorrow, some of our race took part at that time, made it impossible to bother the Tsar with such petitions. We may say, however, that even in this case the Talmud itself was saved, and the government did not stop the publication and circulation of it in Russia and even the study of it in the Jewish schools and institutions. Even in the curriculums of the institutes for Hebrew teachers, established by the government, some tracts of the Talmud were inserted. Alas, we cannot say that the blood accusation by Lyodostansky had no effect, as in 1882, there were massacres in many cities where Jews dwelt. Although these were secretly instigated by the government itself from a political standpoint, the provoking of the mob was on the basis of the blood accusation. 1. Next, Chapter 18. The Affair of Rolling Block. Previous next. Chapter 18. The Affair of Rolling Block. Dr. August Rolling, professor in Prague, wrote a pamphlet, The Talmud Jude, 6th edition, 1877, in the German language, the previous editions of which were translated into many languages, in which he painted the Talmud itself and all past Talmudical laws in very black colors. The material in all Rolling's writings were taken from Eisenmenger, and from other men hired by him, as will be seen further on. Although the above pamphlet was received with great joy by the enemies of the Jews, who quoted him as a great authority, nevertheless, it would have been nothing more than a mere piece of literary work which could create no harm to the Jews had not something unusual occurred which put a different aspect to the affair. Joseph Samuel Bloch, who was at that time a rabbi in a small town of Floresdorf, and who was anxious to get a name for himself, considered all Rolling's work as a means of attaining his desire. He understood that if he should challenge Rolling to a debate and should accuse him of perjury and falsehood, and thus compel Rolling to sue him for libel and insult, this would give him a great name, and the Jewish congregations of Austria, and especially of Vienna, would be compelled to defend Bloch with all their power, for the case would not be Bloch vs. Rolling, but the Talmud vs. Rolling. Notwithstanding that at this time the Israelite congregation of Vienna was full of great men and scholars like the famous Dr. Jelinek, Chief Rabbi Gudeman, etc., etc., who deemed it better to pay no attention at all to Rolling's work, considering it as a mere literary piece of work, and the criticism of which they thought better to leave to Gentile Hebrew scholars such as Delitzsch, Strack, etc., who had already criticized Rolling's works. Bloch wrote an article in a weekly paper attacking Rolling most furiously and reviling him terribly with every possible epithet, including the charge of perjury. Bloch's desire was then realized, for Rolling, not being able to remain silent, secured the services of the very great lawyer, Robert Patai, MP, and brought suit against Bloch for libel. The Israelite congregation of Vienna, although they were very much incensed at Bloch for his deed, nevertheless felt themselves compelled to secure a lawyer of equal ability to Patai for the defense of Bloch, the result of which will be seen further on. Circumstances helped Rolling to find an apostate Jew named Aaron Bruman, pseudonym Dr. Justus, who wrote a book for him named Judenspiegel, composed of 100 passages. p. 111. Alleged to be found in the Jewish Code, Shulchan Aruch, according to the ordinances of the Talmud against Christianity, and asserted that the whole Talmud consists of such passages. This book naturally created a tremendously unfavorable impression upon the whole Christian world, and several papers that were anti-Semitically inclined announced the contents of the book. One of these papers was Die Merkur, in the city of Munster, which quoted many passages of the book and at the same time inserting a glaring editorial against the Jews. The district attorney, finding this article to be an incitation against a race, brought suit against the editor of the paper. This trial occurred December 1883, and in order that the reader may have some idea of the proceedings, we translate in our appendix some pages of our German work, Der Schulchan Aruch und seine Beziehungen zu den Juden und nicht Juden. To illustrate who the person Aaron Bruman, the assistant of Rolling, was, we have only to translate a few lines written by us about him in our Hakol, number 191, page 117, March 19, 1885, 1. Anti-Semitism was stricken very hard this year. All their leaders are taken one by one to the prison, and they will have to give an account for their deeds to the judges. With the imprisonment of Bruman, Rolling's sources were revealed and annulled, as his right hand, Brahman, or Dr. Brahmanus, or Justus, all of which names are identical, is now behind the bars, and the newspapers are now recounting his sins one by one. We, however, say that he and all his literature are not worthy of such an honor. There is no doctor, nor learned man, no distinguished being, no Satan, but a simple, ordinary swindler, who endeavors by everything that comes to his hand to deceive the people. He has made a study of the Talmud and the Shulchan Aruch only that they might serve as his business schemes. He was a student in the College of Hildesheimer, where it was easy to imbibe. p. 112. Sanctification and really become sanctified in the city of Hague. To be still more purified he washed himself in the holy waters of Protestantism. Seeing, however, that this act would not bring him much fruit, for to be a pur one must labor diligently, and this he would not do, he set all this deed aside at one stroke and swerved over to the Catholic faith. And then he followed his nature to catch in his net some young girls, who had confidence in him, and going further in this way the attention of the police was called to this, who put a stop to him. For whom then such a fuss? We are neither a prophet nor the son of a prophet, but nevertheless we recognized his character from his so-called literature even as far back as 1883. As the following are our words in our pamphlet Kritisker Überblick über den Judenspiegel-Prozess in Munster, December, 1884, page 8, footnote 11. If such would be written by a Jew he would be named criminal, deceiver, misanthrope, etc. True, that when we wrote this, we did not know that he was a Jew, and now we see that he was. For this, however, we have only to be grateful to him because he left the Jewish fight before he wrote his hateful Judenspiegel, and also before he gave his miserable material to Rolling. This, because the anti-Semites can no longer blame the Jews on account of this person as they brought him over to become their ally. But what became of the suit of Rolling against Bloch? We have to give the full credit to Dr. Kopp who forced Rolling to withdraw his complaint seeing that according to the testimony of his co-religionist scholars he could not win his case. And this may be seen from the book which Kopp has published in Leipzig, 1886, second edition. We, however, deem it necessary to give the details of this book, in order to defend the Talmud, as this will throw light upon all past and present accusations against the Talmud. As we have done this in our Hebrew monthly Morgenblitze, Vienna, 1886, we have only to translate here a part of our review to the book of Kopp named Zur Judenfrage nach den Akten des Prozesses Rolling Bloch. p. 113. Von Dr. Joseph Kopp Hofjurichtzeit auf Katze Wien, Leipzig, 1886. Many books are lying before us for review or for announcement. However, the book named above is unique in every respect. It cannot be criticized either way, and the same is true of the author of this book as he himself does not give his own opinion concerning the subject matter of the book. Nevertheless, we may fully say that it is a scientific book in every respect. The author of this book is a Gentile, a prominent member of the bar in Vienna, and, according to his own testimony, he knows neither the Hebrew language nor the Talmudic and post-Talmudic literature at all. Notwithstanding this, the book, as a whole, sanctifies the Talmud and all post-Talmudical literature. It cannot be taken as a defender of the Talmud because of arguments, as the whole book contains merely facts which can never be denied and which prove clearly that the Talmud and its banner-bearers are clear of every accusation and of every suspicion concerning the love of man, be he who he may, even according to the present laws and established etiquette. The above facts were not given by the author himself, but by two well-known Gentile Hebrew scholars, upon whom the Supreme Court of Vienna threw the burden of translating 400 passages and quotations. These the Jew-haters have used as a sample of the wretchedness of the Jewish literature. The chief aim of the Jew-haters was to belittle the Talmud, which is the pillar of the Jewish race. The author of this work, whom the Israelite congregation of Vienna choose to defend Bloch in the case of Rolling Bloch, has done his work well. He gathered all the quotations quoted by Rowling in his writings from both the Talmud itself as well as from post-Talmudical literature, those which were written in the Hebrew language and also in other languages, by converted Jews who reached then the dignity of Catholic priests. All these quotations he divided into two groups. The quotations in Hebrew he brought before the Supreme Court, who appointed Gentile Hebrew scholars to translate them correctly under oath, into the German language. The quotations in the living languages he examined himself. However, when he found a quotation in another language besides German, he submitted it to the sworn interpreter of the Supreme Court for translation. Then, when both the translations of the quotations by the jewaters and the translations of the same by those who were appointed by the court appeared before the court, it was revealed that the alleged quotations of Rowling were not quotations of the Talmud at all, but merely falsehoods. And thus was it proved that every line written by Rowling in his Talmud Jude, Antichrist and das Ende der Welt, the Catechism de 19 Jahrhundert für Juden und Protestanten, das Salomonisch Spruchbuch, Mein Antworten an die Rabbiner, die Polemik und die Menschenopfer des Rabbinismus, and also in his letter to Getze and Hatti of June 19, 1883, were all fabrications which never existed since the creation of the world. If such a falsehood would not be revealed by the learned Christians under oath, it would be impossible to believe that a man whose dignity came from a professorship of a university should act so. The contents of this book are as follows: all quotations which were translated by the experts as well as those which Rowling himself falsely quoted. 1. Dr. Kopp arranged them thus: Preface, Instruction, the story preceding the trial, the proceedings of the trial, the conclusion derived from the true testimony which was obtained from non-Jews, i.e., the Bishop of Leon Agabardus, Paul Madricki, Rabbi Maldava, Rabbi Mendel, August Fabius, Gerhard Tixson, Franz Delitzsch, and August Wunschy. After subdividing the answers of the above scholars in two parts, those which are mentioned in the Talmud, etc., in general, and where it speaks of the subjects in particular, and this he again subdivided into 9 groups, i.e., about injuring of Gentile property, harming their lives, partiality in cases where Christians come before Jewish. p. 115. Judges, the application of animals and beasts' names to Christians by Jews, about the oath of the Jews, about Jewish witnesses, the Jews against the Christians in the laws of slaughtering cattle, about the flattering and deceiving practiced by Jews, divided into 2 paragraphs, the non-responsibility of the Jews, about the infallibility of the rabbis concerning the blood accusation, and the conclusion of the author himself. All these comprise 196 royal octavo pages. It is self-evident that such a book is above criticism, for, as we said before, the book contains only facts, viz., the translations under oath of the well-known Christian scholars, and the falsehood of Rowling's quotations translated into German when compared with the text, and this is all the more evident when it is known that Rowling, after seeing all these facts, not only withdrew his complaint but pardoned even the most rigorous accusation of perjury which Bloch accused him of in the past, saying that he was always ready to swear falsely at any time if only it would cause harm to the Jews. Footnotes 109:1 In all probability the discussion in this chapter will seem very brief and almost inadequate, but the reason for this is that most of the details of this chapter are related at length in our weekly Hakol of 1877. Then, again, the entire matter is not so interesting or so important to warrant giving it more space here. Of far more interest is the works of Professor Rowling's and their results, to which we shall give considerable space in our next chapter, especially as we ourselves were greatly taken up with this affair and were compelled by the circumstances to write 4 books about this affair, 3 in Hebrew and 1 in German. 111:1 At the time he was imprisoned for many crimes, and the dailies wrote continuously about this in long articles. 113:1 The author Kopp points out also many quotations quoted by Rowling from books which never existed. Next, Chapter 19, Exilarchs, Talmud at the stake and its development at the present time. Previous next. Chapter 19. Exilarchs, the Talmud at the stake and its development at the present time. Since the colleges were open in Palestine and Babylon, after the destruction of the temple, there were two kinds of rulers, the Palestinian were called princes, and the Babylonian were called exilarchs. The former are well known to the students, as every one of them is mentioned in the Talmud, and their biographical sketches are written in many books by modern historians, also in our historical and literary introduction to our new edition. The exilarchs, however, who are seldom mentioned in the Talmud, are almost forgotten by the historians. Notwithstanding that the duration of their reign is about 450 years, no arrangement of their names and times is to be found in their history. It is true that some of their names are mentioned in Seder. p. 116. U'alam Zuda, Mahzor Witri and Yuchsin, but it is so confused that no order can be found out. We have to be grateful to the learned Abraham Krochmal, who first took up this matter, and wrote an excellent long article of 73 pages in his Scholin zum Babylonischen Talmud. His suggestions, however, though of a great genius, are scholastical and were criticized by many in periodicals and pamphlets. Finally, Felix Lazarus, in the Yarbucher of N. Brill, issued a separate pamphlet about this subject, the result of which the reader will find in a list further on. And as many of the exilarchs were the heads of the colleges in Sura, Pumbeditha, and Nehartia and took a great part in the development of the Talmud, they must not be omitted from the history of the Talmud. List of exilarchs. 1. Nahum Yohanan Shepo 140-170. Huna I 170-210. Ukba I 210-240. Huna H, his son 240-260. Nathan IB Huna 260-270. Nehemiah I 270-313. Mar Ukba 313-337. Huna 3, his brother 337-350. Abamari, his son 350-370. Nathan 370-400. Chanan, son of Abamari. 400-415. Huna 415-442. Marzutrai, son of Chanan 442-455. Chanan 455-460. p. 117. Hunavi, son of Zutra 465-475. Huna 6, son of Chanan 484-508. Marzutra 2. 508-520. Huna Marchanan 520-560. Kafne 560-580. Chanini 580-590. Bostana -660. With the conclusion of the first volume of this work at the beginning of the 20th century, we would invite the reader to take only a glance over the past of the Talmud, in which he will see that in almost every century and place of the different countries in Europe, the Talmud was condemned to the stake. By a glance over the present time, however, he will see that not only was the Talmud not destroyed, but was so saved that not even a single letter of it is missing, and now it is flourishing to such a degree as cannot be found in its past history, as will be seen further on. The details of all the persecutions of the Talmud were given in the preceding chapters. Here we give a list of the places and dates in which it was at the stake, as well as the names of the persecutors. The Talmud at the stake. Time. Place. Persecutor. 1244 Paris King Louis IX. 1244 Rome Innocent IV. 1248 Paris Cardinal Legate Odo. 1299 Paris Philip the Fair. 1309 Paris Philip the Fair. 1319 Toulouse Laos. 1322 Burned in Rome by order of Pope John XXII, and accompanied by robbery and murder of the Jews by the mob. 1553 Rome, Pope Julius III. Similar burnings by the same order took place in Barcelona, Venice, Romagna, Urbino, and Pesaro. Here 3 wagons full of books were burned, but first they were carried through the streets of the city, while royal officers proclaimed publicly that their condemnation was due to the insults to Christianity which they contained. p. 118. 1554 – Burned by hundreds and thousands in Ancona, Ferrara, Mantua, Padua, Candia, and Ravenna. 1558 – Rome, Cardinal Ghislieri. 1559 – Rome, Sixtus Sinensis. 1557 – Poland, Talmud burned because of the charge made against the Jews that they used the blood of Christian children in their ceremonies. This occurred during the Frankist disturbances. Such was the past of the Talmud, which we hope will never be repeated. Now a glance at the end of the last century and the beginning of this one. The colleges for the study of the Talmud are increasing almost in every place where Israel dwells, especially in this country where millions are gathered for the funds of the 2 great colleges, the Hebrew Union College of Cincinnati and the Jewish Theological Seminary of America in New York, in which the chief study is the Talmud and its post-Talmudical literature. The heads of these colleges are of the most learned scholars of their time, who are very careful in selecting the professors and instructors for these institutions of learning. We were honored to be present at some lectures which the late great Talmudist, Professor Mielziner, delivered before the senior class in Cincinnati, from which we derived great pleasure, and, we may also say that in some instances they were to a degree instructive to us in our task of translating the Talmud. What concerns the theological seminary in our own city, in which we were not permitted to hear the lectures on the Talmud, we are also in the full belief that it will do much for the study and development of the Talmud in this and in future generations. We use the statement of the Talmud, one may be certain that a master will not leave out from his hand a thing imperfect, and as the dean of this faculty is not only a learned man but also an experienced teacher, there is great hope that he will do all in his power to select instructors and perfect lecturers for this institution. There are also in our city houses of learning for the study of the Talmud in the Lower East Side, where many young men are studying the Talmud every day.